The school beauty best friend of my daughter fell in love with me. The hot summer, the bitter afternoon in midsummer, the overbearing sun, the remaining heat steamed in the special customs. Uncle Shu Hefeng, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a soft and clear voice. He got out of bed with sleepy eyes, and the living room was empty. Only a sound of water came from a side bedroom opposite, mixed with the intermittent call of the girl. Shu Hefeng yawned for a long time, walked into the girl's bedroom in a daze, and asked in confusion, "Yanga, what's wrong?" While speaking, he turned his head and looked, and the breath of youth and whiteness suddenly came into his eyes. Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment, and instantly woke up. As a single dog who has been divorced for 6 years, the beauty is unconcealed and all in front of him. The man's instinct made his eyes suddenly focus. Fortunately, his character has not been distorted, and his morality has not been lost for the time being. Ahem tilde. Shu Hefeng coughed dryly, turned around hurriedly, and said awkwardly, Yang, why didn't you close the door when you were washing? He. And Ian saw the man's gaze and panicked just now, and looked at the figure through the mist and wet hair. Her moist pink lips couldn't help but curl up a smile. What are you afraid of? It's okay to lock the door outside. There's no one else in the house except you. As she said this, she couldn't help but think of what happened at noon, and her eyes became more resentful. Shu Hefeng heard this and said helplessly, Please, there are no outsiders, but there are single men, okay? And Ian turned off the shower, and the sound of water stopped abruptly, but she didn't mean to close the door at all. She twisted her wet hair as if no one was around, and said in a delicate voice, What's wrong? Uncle has seen it before. As she said this, a hint of mischief flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she joked, Could it be that Uncle has that kind of idea about me? Although she said this, she couldn't help feeling a little shy. After the bath, her pretty face, which was originally rosy, gradually became red, and she looked even more tender and beautiful. Shu Hefeng moved to the side, leaning lazily on the frosted glass partition of the bathroom, and said unhappily, How old were you then? You are 18 years old now, how can it be the same? After saying that, he couldn't help but wonder, I taught you the difference between men and women before, and you were very well behaved before. Why have you become so casual at home in the past 2 years? Have you started to let yourself go? Oh, how can I let myself go? I just wrap myself up tightly outside, but I want to be free at home and don't want to be bound anymore. What's wrong? Can't I? It's uncomfortable to wear a restrained outfit for a whole day, okay? The girl's voice was soft and charming. Uncle, how old are you? Why are you like a nagging old woman on the street? After complaining, Ian picked up a bath towel and began to wipe the water droplets on her snow-white skin after drying her hair. She kept talking, but Shu Hefeng couldn't help but grin at the corners of his mouth when he heard her. For the girl's repeated hints, he chose to pretend to be confused for the time being. Now, he is only thinking about revenge and has no time to talk about love. Suddenly, he remembered the purpose of coming in and asked in confusion, By the way, what did you call me for just now? And Ian paused in wiping, raised her eyelids, bit her pink lips with her petite teeth, and her jade cheeks immediately flushed. She said shyly with a little guilt, that person found out that all the clothes he was wearing were washed after taking a shower. Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment. This girl always lost things, and he was used to it. He immediately asked, Then wait, I'll buy you a few new sets. Usually, he often went to City Beauty to buy underwear for her, and went to the supermarket to buy Sophie and the like for her. I'm used to it. No. And Ian hurriedly stopped Shu Hefeng, who was about to leave, and whispered, I've bought them all. They are in the box on the stone table outside. Just bring me a set. By the way, I want pink. The girl obviously has a special liking for pink. Shu Hefeng responded helplessly and turned to the courtyard. Although it was still a little hot in the evening of midsummer, the small courtyard in the mountains was green, and the flowers, plants and trees were thriving. On the cherry tree, the ripe cherries were delicate and juicy, red and smooth. The roses were blooming, white and pink, like the shyness of a young girl's snow-white face. 3 tabby kittens were running around under the tea tree, sometimes playing, sometimes catching insects, exploring this new world. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, and a bunch of floating gold flowed out. In the leisurely courtyard, the breeze brought bursts of jasmine fragrance. The two lived in the mountains, but the location was not remote. The address was in a 3A scenic spot under the jurisdiction of Jiancheng City. There were mountains, lakes and seas around. When you walked out of the house, you could see the green mountains, the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. When you opened the window, you could see the scenery of lakes and mountains, the sea breeze and the waves. There were 2 boxes on the stone table under the big locust tree. Shu Hefeng walked closer and opened one of them. There was one each in white, pink, lake blue and light yellow. He picked up the pink one and didn't unfold it to take a closer look. But the fabric was very soft and comfortable to touch. The pattern was also beautiful, but it was a bit transparent. After sending the clothes over, Shu Hefeng came to the living room to smoke. Soon, the girl walked out of the room. Shu Hefeng said unhappily, "It's getting late, I should go." And Ian nodded obediently, hesitated for a moment, and said with her red lips, "Where to?" Shu Hefeng sighed and said, "Zhang Yaqing is about to give birth, I will go to her tonight." And Ian felt suffocated when she heard this, as if a huge rock was blocking her heart. "Are you really going to marry her?" Shu Hefeng laughed and said without hesitation, "No." And Ian was stunned for a moment, and her eyes suddenly lit up with joy. "Really? What about your child?" Shu Hefeng smiled mysteriously and said softly, "That's not my child. I was just drunk that day and didn't touch her at all. She just wanted me to take over." And Ian was surprised and confused. Why did the uncle want to marry her? A cold color flashed in Shu Hefeng's eyes unconsciously. "It's just a trick. Since she wants to cheat me, she must be prepared to be cheated. What's more, Zhang Yaqing, this vicious woman, has a blood feud with him." Dear Tilda. At night, it was late. In the dim room, Zhang Yaqing's face was a little unnatural, and her voice was particularly seductive. Shu Hefeng, who was reading a novel after taking a bath, frowned and naturally understood what this woman wanted to do. But he said expressionlessly, "Sleep well." He looked at the woman in front of him. This was his former white moonlight goddess. The slender waist, long legs, innocent and lovely face, even her smiles. They all appeared in his dreams when he was young. The slender waist twisted and twisted, successfully conquering him. And now, the goddess Bai Yueguang was lying beside him in her nightgown with a big belly. But Shu Hefeng saw it, but his heart was particularly calm, even a little disgusted. Tired? Of course not. Zhang Yaqing bit her thin lips lightly, seemingly not noticing the coldness in Shu Hefeng's eyes. "Didn't you say you were drunk that day and didn't remember it? Now that I see you're doing well, I'll be kind once." Shu Hefeng was speechless when he heard it. "Good guy, be kind. Then you are really a living bodhisattva, you are too kind." He only felt like vomiting now for the things he had dreamed of before. Shu Hefeng sat up immediately when he heard it. Zhang Yaqing was amused to see his quick movements. Sure enough, all men are the same. She took a deep breath and slowly closed her mouth with some expectation. What she expected did not come as expected. But Shu Hefeng's cold voice came, "Forget it. If our child is hurt, it will be too late to regret. I will sleep on the sofa outside." If he had not lived again, he would definitely not be able to resist such an invitation. Zhang Yaqing suddenly raised her eyes, and watched the man walk out of the bedroom without hesitation in surprise and astonishment. Until the door slammed shut, she came back to her senses. Speechless. Chapter 2, You're the one who's enjoying yourself. The empty bedroom, the large empty bed, and Zhang Yaqing's heart felt just as empty. Unable to hold back, she messaged her best friend Zhaoshan on WeChat, venting, "That bitch, who is she chatting with? Zhaoshan, your second ex-boyfriend, that idiot invited me to go clubbing. Zhang Yaqing, I can't take it anymore. Seriously, that dumb fat ass is such an idiot. Zhaoshan, what happened? What's wrong with you?" Zhang Yaqing rolled her eyes slightly. "I actually wish he had the guts to try." "Whatever, I'm in a good mood today, Tilda. You know, after getting pregnant, it's been a while since we've been intimate. When I saw him come out of the shower, I kinder felt something, thought I'd make it up to him. Didn't expect that big fool to be useless, completely incapable, Tilda." On the other side, Zhaoshan, hearing the gossip, became interested. "So? What happened?" Zhang Yaqing sent an eye roll emoji, knowing exactly what her friend meant. "No." Zhaoshan became even more curious. "Are you saying, is it love or just bad luck?" Zhang Yaqing, "Not really, I've told you before, that big fool is no better than Xiaoji. Zhaoxin, so, does that mean? Depressed. Zhang Yaqing was amused by her best friend. Not exactly, it's even more ridiculous than that. That idiot was actually afraid of hurting the baby, so he went to sleep on the couch. Zhaoxin, ha 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 ha, he really thought it was his kid. Zhang Yaqing, stop talking nonsense, Tilda, the baby is his. Feeling guilty, Zhang Yaqing quickly deleted the last 2 messages and continued complaining. I'm so done. How are there still such stupid men? No wonder his wife divorced him. And he is still laughing, I'm so frustrated, I'm in such a bad mood, I'll probably be up all night. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Zhaoxin laughed loudly, har har har, you naughty girl, he is just doing this for your good. Zhang Yaqing, good my foot. The big fool is already married once, and still doesn't he get it at all. He actually ran away, can you believe that? Sigh, Xiaoji is much better, he knows how to have fun, understands romance, and being with him is always exciting and stimulating. Zhaoxin, alright, no more of that. It's a crucial moment now, just hang in there, once the baby is born, marry him and take a big advantage. Then let him raise the baby for you, and you can just spend all that cash, enjoy yourself, how great. Just by having a baby, you get pampered and end up with hundreds of thousands, isn't he that 100 times better than working your ass off? Zhang Yaqing sent a helpless emoji, sigh. Giving birth is such a hassle, I feel like I'm going crazy. Come over tomorrow, we need to talk about the bride price. On the other side, Shu Hefeng sat alone on the balcony, gazing at the moon outside. Despite being reborn for almost 10 months, he still found it hard to believe. Do humans really have souls? When brain death occurs, does it mean death is absolute? What does it feel like when the still beating heart is removed from the body? Science has explanations. But he had not only seen himself disassembled, he had also been reborn. In his past life, at a class reunion in high school, he drank himself to oblivion. When he woke up, he inexplicably found himself in bed with his goddess Zhang Yaqing. Less than 2 weeks later, Zhang Yaqing said she was pregnant and made him responsible. As everyone expected, he spent a lot of money to marry his white moonlight goddess, only to unexpectedly become a father. What followed was a modern-day version of the Wu Dalang, Pan Jinian, and Shimen Qing story. Of course, he was not as ugly, short, or weak as Wu Dalang in the TV dramas. But the outcome was worse than his. At least Wu Dalang had his brother Wu Erlang to avenge him. But this wicked woman colluded with the young man, transferred assets, and caused him to suffer brain death, even donating his organs for the glory of society. His family was ruined. They moved into his villa, drove his luxury cars, and collected his rent, living a life without shame. Someone who gained ill-gotten wealth beyond his understanding, intelligence, and emotional intelligence would eventually lose it in various ways. Although they eventually gambled away all their money and even owed loan sharks, they had enjoyed themselves for a few years. In the end, their fate was even more tragic, and he never got his revenge. Thankfully, he was reborn. The memories were vividly etched in his mind. Shu Hefeng clenched his fists, full of resentment and murderous intent. This time, he would make them suffer a fate worse than death, paying back 100 times over. Tomorrow, the revenge would begin. Since they couldn't sit still, he would give them what they wanted. Hey Hefeng, my best friend and I talked it over, and 600,000 for the bride price is still too little. The next day at noon in a high-end restaurant in Jiancheng. The woman, holding her swollen belly, looked cold and aloof, without the charm she had the previous night. Before Shu Hefeng could speak, she started complaining. When he got married, her bride price was 660,000. Marrying a beautiful woman like me, not only will I give you pleasure with my body, but I'll also give you heirs for the Shu family. I'm basically a fertility machine. At least 990,000 is fair. You can't think I'm making things hard for you. A woman like me, with fair skin, long legs, and good looks, once we're married, you'll be the lucky one. People like me will bear your child for 10 months, which is really tough. In a few days, I'll have to go under the knife to give birth. 990,000, not too much, right? She paused, then added, anyway, I just want your attitude, to prove you really love me, and then I'll feel safe giving you the rest of my life. Shu Hefeng, seeing this, didn't he haggle? Without hesitation, he wrote an empty check. Fine, I'll give you 990,000. Before completely destroying her, he had to give her a nice dream. Then, when the dream shattered, she would fall into the abyss. That contrast would be painful enough. At most, in a week, he wouldn't need to pretend anymore. Hearing Shu Hefeng agree, Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Shen both looked at each other in surprise and excitement. Shu Hefeng, however, stared at Zhang Yaqing expressionlessly. He couldn't understand how the pure, beautiful, and good studying school beauty from middle school had turned into this. Now that he thought about it, it seemed like this was a conspiracy from the very beginning. Chapter 3, Fertility Warning. Lower it a bit. Zhang Yaqing immediately sneered and countered, "Is this a business deal? Are we bargaining? Shu Hefeng, what do you think I am? A product? Let me tell you. No way. Even if you have to borrow money, you mustn't take a single cent less. Otherwise, forget about this marriage. I'll go get an abortion right now so the child won't have to suffer." Hearing Zhang Yaqing's demands and fertility warning, Shu Hefeng looked distressed and said, No, it's just that it's too much. My family is putting everything forward, and if we go into debt like this, how are we supposed to live after we're married? And how are we supposed to raise the child?" Seeing him with a long face, Zhang Yaqing's expression immediately turned icy, her face filled with disgust as she said, "If you can't afford to raise a child, then don't have one. If you can't get married, then don't get married. If you can't give me and the child happiness, don't touch me that night." She then pointed at Shu Hefeng's face and said, "You're a grown man, can you stop being so indecisive? Getting upset over such a small thing, crying and whining. Let me tell you, us women have already woken up, we're independent and clear-headed, chasing a high-quality life, chasing a high-quality marriage. We won't be manipulated by your sweet words anymore. And you? Can't you open your eyes and see the world? Work harder, if you don't have enough money, go earn it. Doesn't your family have an old Qing dynasty painting from the Qing dynasty? I've checked, it's really valuable. Why not sell it? Not selling. Fine. Our child is about to be born, just give it to our grandson as a gift." Shu Hefeng nodded, You women are quite independent. Independent in spirit, dependent in economy, international in body, and random in children. The key is, there are always fools who are willing to pick up the tab." Thinking about the foolish things he did in his past life, Shu Hefeng had the impulse to slap himself. This damn world. Reborn, avenged, now I want to make money and enjoy life, forget about love. What is the point of love between men and women? What is the point of dating? It's boring and tedious. Is the number 5 at the club great? Or the number 8 at the foot massage place softer? Don't the bar girls know how to dance? Or maybe the college girls from the art or nursing schools are better? Make money, and everything will come. Zhang Yaqing curled her lip, disdainfully saying, "All right, go pay the bill. We need to go back and book the hospital, I'm scheduled for a cesarean next week. And you, go prepare to sell the house and organize the wedding. Make sure to transfer that 300,000 first. We'll get married as soon as I finish my confinement." Today is July 15, 2016. Zhang Yaqing had scheduled her cesarean for July 22, calling it a good date chosen by the master. Shu Hefeng called over a waitress in black stockings. The waitress smiled and brought the bill. "Hello, sir, your total is 14,700 yuan. Is it that expensive?" Shu Hefeng was a bit surprised. The waitress replied, "Sir, this bottle of red wine costs 12,999 yuan. We've already given you a discount of 99 yuan. Shu Hefeng then asked, "And the meal?" "Sir, the meal and service fee is 1,800 yuan. Shu Hefeng took out his phone and transferred 600 yuan. "All right, I didn't drink this wine, so it's for Miss Zhao Shen. The meal cost a total of 1,800 yuan, for 3 people. Here's my 600. He was unable to pay, he just wanted to see how the 2 women would react. Bang! Zhao Shen immediately became furious, slamming the table and standing up. "Shu Hefeng, what do you mean by that? You, a grown man, are making women pay for the meal." Zhang Yaqing's face turned ashen instantly as she coldly said, "What are you doing? Can't you stop embarrassing us? Hurry up and pay." The scene was already loud, drawing many curious glances, and now it was turning into a spectacle. Shu Hefeng, seeing how aggressive they were, stood up with a smile. "I'm doing this for you. Didn't you two just say that you're awakened, independent women? Since you're independent, I should respect that and go Dutch with you. Otherwise, wouldn't that be insulting your dignity? Both Zhaoxin and Zhang Yaqing froze for a moment, looking at him in surprise. Zhaoxin panicked and quickly retorted, but, according to Chinese tradition, when a man and woman go out, on a date, for a meal, or to the movies, the man should pay. You're asking us women to pay, are you even a man? She had to argue back, as that bottle of wine cost more than 10,000 yuan. Shu Hefeng hadn't drunk it, and Zhang Yaqing pretended she couldn't, leaving only her to drink. If she didn't argue, wouldn't she have to pay several months' worth of salary? Shu Hefeng chuckled and said bluntly, but, you're not traditional women, are you? Zhaoxin raised an eyebrow in anger, what do you mean we're not traditional women? Really? Shu Hefeng said casually. Zhaoxin was confused, of course we are. We're quite traditional. Shu Hefeng's lips curled up, and he asked with a sly smile, then are you still virgins? Seeing their faces change instantly, Shu Hefeng's smile grew even more radiant. A traditional woman who has married is definitely still a virgin, right? You? Zhaoxin and Zhang Yaqing were stunned into silence, their faces turning bright red with anger. As everyone turned to look at them, the awkwardness was unbearable. Silence can sometimes be deafening. Zhang Yaqing's face froze, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Shu Hefeng. What do you mean by that? What age is it now? What's wrong with dating? What's wrong with not being a virgin? If I were a virgin, would I be pregnant with your child? Zhaoxin quickly caught on, angrily chiming in, yeah, what age is it? Dating isn't normal. You men enjoy yourselves and then come to moralize us women. Want us to be virgins? Why don't you men control that damn thing between your legs? Let me tell you, we've woken up. This is not our definition of tradition. We, the women of the new era, want to be defined. Her words immediately caused the other women present to cheer in agreement, shouting, well said. We want to be defined. Men like this aren't worth having sexist, old-fashioned, what age is it? Exactly. Why didn't they worry earlier? Now they've gotten us pregnant and come out with this. Har har, men. Even a few sycophantic male customers chimed in, showing off their gentlemanly manners, trying to gain favor. Bro, she's already pregnant with your child, how can you still reject her? That's too much, not manly at all. Yeah, bro, let it go. When you're with someone, you love the present and the future, don't get stuck on the past. Shu Hefeng sneered, countering, want her? I hope you don't mind she's carrying my child. You? The two male customers immediately got angry, about to step forward to argue, but were stopped by their own female companions. Shu Hefeng snorted, turning to mock, what a traditional woman, freedom in love, not defined. He turned to Zhaoxin, with her red wavy hair. Zhaoxin, I heard you've had 6 relationships, 2 affairs, and had 3 abortions for an ugly, fat, and old foreign teacher. Zhaoxin's eyes widened in shock and anger. Shu Hefeng ignored her and looked at Zhang Yaqing. She was pregnant, wearing loose clothing but still with a meticulous makeup look and long black hair, giving off a campus goddess pregnant version vibe. You, Zhang Yaqing, have had 19 boyfriends. And each one was while you were still involved with the previous one. Isn't that cheating? You also had 2 miscarriages, right? Turning to the crowd, he asked, which traditional woman has so many relationships, cheats repeatedly, has multiple miscarriages, and attends orgies? Wow. Incredible. Awesome. Now this guy is really impressive. The men watching immediately shot sympathetic looks at Shu Hefeng. Their words were full of admiration for these seemingly innocent and beautiful women. The 2 men, however, looked at Zhaoxin and Zhang Yaqing with ill intentions. So easy. As for the women watching, some were enjoying the drama, some had contemptuous expressions, while others didn't think much of it. Zhaoxin was completely stunned, using her ancestral skill to twist the truth and cause a scene. You're talking nonsense, Shu Hefeng. Who told you I had abortions? You're slandering me just to avoid paying, right? How disgusting, you're the one who's vile. Zhang Yaqing, shaking with anger, picked up her wine glass and poured it directly over Shu Hefeng. Shu Hefeng. You think you're something now? Don't want to marry? Fine. I'll go get an abortion right now. Shu Hefeng, the only child in his family, with both parents gone and his grandparents eager for him to marry and have children, remembered the joy they felt when they first heard Zhang Yaqing was pregnant with their future grandchildren. They were so happy they immediately wanted to give him an ancient painting as a gift, but Shu Hefeng stopped them. Zhang Yaqing had him figured out. 1. Because he had once been her loyal servant, and she had always been confident in her beauty. Any man who had been her servant before would still be now. 2. She knew her grandparents couldn't bear to lose their great-grandchild. Fine. Of course, we'll marry. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, suddenly changing his attitude completely, and said, to gather the dowry money, I've already transferred everything into a single card. When we marry, I'll give you the card. There's nothing left in my phone. Or you can front the money now, and I'll pay you back later. Zhao Shen snorted, what are we going to front? I don't have the money. Over 10,000 yuan. How could she get that much? She usually didn't even have enough money to shop for clothes, bags, or cosmetics. Thanks to generous men who frequently gave her money, gifts, and paid for meals, or she'd be starving by now. Zhang Yaqing, seeing Shu Hefeng concede, didn't dare push further, and coldly snorted, taking out her bank card. The card had 200,000 yuan on it, which she got from her rich ex-boyfriend's father, a wealthy businessman with a Mediterranean hairstyle. It was almost spent now. Shu Hefeng saw this and said, I'll go back and discuss it with my grandparents. You two can take a cab back. Without waiting for their response, he grabbed his wallet and left. Zhang Yaqing watched his retreating figure, angrily shouting, Shu Hefeng, you've really pissed me off. If you don't apologize, we won't get married. When she saw he didn't even look back, she coldly snorted and sat down angrily. He's really gone too far. I'm so angry. Zhao Shen sneered, don't worry, Yaqing, don't be mad, this is a good thing. He likes you so much, how could he not marry you? Just wait for him to apologize, and you can ask for more conditions. Let us make it 1.2 million this time. Hearing this, Zhang Yaqing's expression softened, and she nodded seriously. Shu Hefeng didn't respond to her. As soon as he stepped outside, he turned back and saw a tall, strong foreign friend approach them. Shu Hefeng's lips curled into a smile, a cold glint in his eyes. Since ancient times, betrayal always led to death. Foes become enemies, not a bride. Chapter for happy, for freedom. Hey, Mr. Floyd, what are you doing here? Seeing Joe Floyd, Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Shen stood up to greet him. As she spoke, Zhang Yaqing had already walked forward with her big belly and gracefully gave a standard Western salute on George Floyd's face. George Floyd was a foreign teacher at Jiangcheng Vocational and Technical College and also Zhang Yaqing's ex-boyfriend. The two broke up peacefully, but remained friends. Zhang Yaqing looked at her ex-boyfriend in front of her and said in a tender voice, Dear Xiaoji, why are you here? George Floyd grinned and said in broken Chinese, a friend asked me to come here, but she didn't come. I saw you guys were here, so I came. Hearing this, Zhang Yaqing couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him charmingly, and said coquettishly, which beauty is this? Xiaoji Floyd is a foreign teacher in their college. He is an international friend who came to China and has worked hard for our education course for 5 or 6 years and has made great contributions. As Xiaoji spoke, he saw Zhang Yaqing's big belly and praised. Wow, honey, you're pregnant and you look so beautiful now. Thank you, Mr. Floyd, you are still so manly. Zhang Yaqing smiled brightly when she heard this. As he said that, he asked Xiaoji to get up, move to another table, and ordered another sumptuous lunch and a bottle of red wine. Xiaoji Floyd looked at Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Shen, hesitated and suggested. There are too many people here, and drinking is boring. How about you book a hotel and we take you there for a drink? Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Shen were moved when they heard this. They looked at each other, saw what the other was thinking, and nodded in agreement. Okay. Zhao Shen also smiled charmingly. There is a hotel not far ahead with a nice environment. Let's go there. Zhang Yaqing also echoed. Well, it's a rare opportunity to meet Xiaoji today, how about having a drink? Zhao Shen smiled and said, that's a good idea, Yaqing. You're going to have a baby and get married soon, so you need to relax. Otherwise, when you have kids and get married, you'll have no freedom after taking care of them and cleaning up their poop and pee all day long. Zhang Yaqing nodded in agreement and whispered. Then I'll order 2 more bottles of wine. How can we have fun in the hotel without wine? He glanced at the remaining red wine and smiled. Shinshin, how does this wine worth over 10,000 taste? Why did you order this? Zhao Xin said unhappily, for a wine worth more than 10,000 yuan, is there any need to talk about its taste? Even if it stinks, it's still respectable. You pay for the wine, I pay for the hotel, and we can order some takeout. Zhang Yaqin said without hesitation, okay. Then order 2 more bottles and make sure to treat Xiao Ji well. Tonight, for freedom. For happiness. For freedom. Long life freedom. Long life happiness. On the other side, Shu Hefeng drove his Wuling magic car to the bank, withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash, and then left the magic car next to the bank and took a taxi to Donghu Park. He bought this Wuling car to transport goods and pick up passengers. In running ABB, in addition to transporting some goods, he might also pick up guests, and the Wuling magic car perfectly meets his requirements. Seeing a woman sitting in the pavilion by the lake, he put on a mask and sunglasses and walked over. He looked at the rippling lake and asked the woman behind him, "Is it done?" The woman was also wearing a mask. Her exposed eyes had a dull look and her slightly plump body looked frail. He looked at Shu Hefeng with a complicated look, then sneered and said, "Okay, this is his test report from the central hospital. I copied it secretly." When Shu Hefeng took the list and looked at it, the first thing that caught his eye was a very long string of English names. When I looked at the result again, it was positive. After getting a satisfactory result, Shu Hefeng casually threw the canvas bag over and said lightly, "Well done. Here's your reward. You can cut off all ties with that George from now on." He turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped, and a look of disdain appeared at the corner of his lips under the mask. "Liu Wenwen, I really don't understand. People like that are fat, ugly, old, poor, lazy and unfaithful. Just looking at them makes people sick. What is it that makes you worship them so much? Even knowing that you might be infected with HIV, knowing that the other person is not serious, but still willing to pay for it. He is really curious." Liu Wenwen was his elementary school classmate. Their families lived not far from each other, so they could be considered neighbors. When we were young, we often played hide and seek, glass balls, and skipping rubber ropes together. But after junior high school, the two had little contact. The next time we got news from her was when she brought back a friend from afar, and she was surrounded by countless people and became the focus of attention. But later, it was reported that he was infected with the disease. From then on, she became a walking plague, and people avoided her wherever she went. Even her family despised her and drove her out, finding her a shabby house and leaving her to live alone to fend for herself. Can we blame everyone for discrimination? Of course not. 2 words, you deserve it. 4 words, it's all your fault. Or it's your own fault. Liu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly chuckled and said self-deprecatingly, "I don't know. Maybe it's vanity. I have an average look, an average figure, and my family is poor, so I have always been a nobody." As she spoke, she suddenly looked up at Shu Hefeng, then quickly turned her face away awkwardly. People with low self-esteem don't even have the courage to like someone. I didn't expect that he would pursue me so passionately and directly. I didn't agree, but he kept pestering me and knelt down in public to confess his love. There were a lot of people watching and cheering. It was the first time I saw someone looking at me with envy. At the beginning, I thought that I would be envied by others, and I could enjoy everyone's envious looks and feel that I could be something great. Besides, he is really romantic, optimistic, cheerful and straightforward. Nonsense. Shu Hefeng sneered. He said in a deep voice, "Fuck it, if I had that treatment, I would also be optimistic and cheerful. I get hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, I don't have to study, I don't have to worry about failing a course and not being able to graduate, I don't have to worry about not being able to find a job in the future, I don't have to be a slave. Inside or outside of school, wherever you go, you don't have to worry about anything. Just be happy. No matter what, no one puts pressure on me. No one asks me to buy a car or a house. No one asks me to do laundry, cooking, or housework. I am also optimistic and cheerful, and I am also romantic." Shu Hefeng suppressed his anger, tilted his head slightly, looked at her haggard face and wooden expression, a flash of pity in his eyes, and asked, "Now you have a lot of diseases that can never be cured. Even your family members dislike you. Do you regret it?" Chapter 5 Exciting Games. Liu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Suddenly, her low and hoarse voice came from the breeze, "Hefeng, regret, is it useful? Hearing this, Shu Hefeng silently lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and his fair and fleshy face was instantly filled with indifference. Useless. Liu Wenwen's eyes suddenly focused and turned red in an instant. Yeah, it's useless. Once you fall into some abysses, the rest of your life will be hell. She looked at the money in her hand and was silent for a moment. Seeing Shu Hefeng was about to leave, she suddenly stuffed all the money into him. Shu Hefeng frowned and said calmly, "We agreed before that this is the reward. From now on, we will be the only ones in Yangguan." As he said this, he wanted to give it to her again, but she dodged him. Seeing Shu Hefeng's puzzled look, Liu Wenwen suddenly smiled. The sunlight filtered through the willow branches, casting mottled shadows on her face. This smile has two dimples like the one when he was a child, but it is full of vicissitudes. Especially those slightly red eyes. "No need, I already gave you your reward when I was a child. Fengzi, thank you, take care of yourself." After saying this, Ingran's tears finally rolled down and she turned and left. He pretended to be relaxed and waved without looking back. When she was young, her family was poor and she had almost no pocket money. Shu Hefeng always likes to share with them. Share spicy strips, share shrimp strips, share snow cakes, share instant noodles, share popsicles, share big heads, share small conches at 20 cents a bag, share toys. It made her childhood very enjoyable. She remembers all of this. Shu Hefeng watched her come and go gently, just as she was gently and transparent in the lives of many people. The scenes from my childhood flashed through my mind like a movie. Shu Hefeng sighed secretly, and suddenly hurried after her, stuffed the money into her hand, and said seriously, "Wenwen. Everyone has a future. You are fine too. That disease cannot be cured now, but maybe it can be cured in the future. What you need to do now is to live a peaceful life and make good money. Don't wait until the technology is advanced and the disease can be cured in the future, but you still don't have money. I'll lend you this money. Find a place where no one knows you and live a good life. Pay me back in 20 years. When Shu Hefeng returned home in the afternoon, he saw that his grandparents were not at home, so he went straight back to his room. As soon as I lay down, an electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind. Byte. Congratulations to their host, the money-making and fun system has been successfully bound. A mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Shu Hefeng was confused, but then he reacted and was instantly filled with ecstasy. This system is dedicated to helping the host make money plus eat, drink and have fun, so that you can be rich and live a carefree and happy life. System description: 1. Bonus. If their host opens a supermarket, hotel, bar, internet cafe, or restaurant, the daily turnover will be increased tenfold. 2. Cashback on consumption. Their host can use the income from business operations to consume, eat, drink, play, or enjoy services such as foot massage in the club. In addition to buying a house, as long as you make yourself happy, you can get 10 times the cashback on consumption. 3. If their host's deposit exceeds 1 billion, for every 100 million, the host can consume the 100 million to obtain super rewards, such as being 10 years younger, 10 years of immortality, immunity from all diseases, and the ability to conceive at will. 4. Complete system tasks and receive corresponding bonuses. Ding! The system binding gift package is being collected. Reward 1. Purify and nourish the body. Purify the host from all harmful external influences on the body after birth, such as second-hand smoke, harmful bacteria, neutral bacteria, viruses, parasites, scars, etc. Eliminate all diseases and hidden dangers, restore the body to a clean state like a baby, and restore the blood, qi, and essence to the perfect peak state of an 18-year-old. Reward 2. You can view any woman's face, height, weight, age, appearance, marriage and childbearing history, number of relationships, number of exchanges, and history of infectious diseases. Reward 3. Portable space 10M 10M 10M. Do you want to receive it? Shu Hefeng read for a long time and finally became familiar with all the functions of the system. Then he summoned his own system panel. Host, Shu Hefeng. Height, 188 centimeters. Age, 30. Weight, 131 kilograms. Special abilities: 1. View the woman's faceplate. 2. Portable space 10M 10M 10M. Property, for units in Jiangcheng. Car, Wuling Magic Car. Assets, 2.486 million plus. Sales balance, 0. Bonus balance, 0. Consumption cashback balance, 0. Shu Hefeng looked at the system panel and was stunned. Today is July 15, 2016. He is Shu Hefeng, 188 centimeters tall, and his standard weight should be 83 kilograms, or about 166 jin. However, he weighs 131 kilograms, or 262 jin. A strong man who is 188 centimeters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. He went to the mirror and looked at himself. Because of his height, he doesn't look too fat even though he weighs over 200 pounds. All I can say is that he is tall and strong. In ancient times, he would probably be a fierce general. Fortunately, I have a good foundation. She has fair skin, big eyes and double eyelids. Except for her fat face, her facial features are all pretty good when taken separately. After all, he was the handsome guy in the district party committee compound, a typical tall and handsome guy. There were many pretty girls who liked him when he was in school, but he had a crush on Zhang Yaching, but he didn't dare to confess his feelings and he wasn't very good at sweet talk to girls. Just as he was recalling the past, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to their host, the system task is triggered, lose weight. Reward, 1 million yuan for every kilogram lost. Duration, 6 months. Shu Hefeng was slightly stunned. He was so fat, losing 50 kilograms would be no problem. If he succeeded, wouldn't he get a reward of 50 million? If you want to live a carefree life, losing weight is really a must. It's a bit difficult, but you can try your best. Receive. As the thought flashed through my mind, a strange feeling of coolness spread throughout my limbs. Shu Hefeng felt a burst of refreshing and comfort all over his body, and the feeling was no less than a shake of the soul. He thought that harmful bacteria, viruses, harmful substances, parasites, etc. could be removed and excreted directly. I didn't expect that. I just felt refreshed for a while. My body was clean and my skin seemed to be whiter. The pimples and blackheads on my face were gone and my pores became almost invisible. Even the stretch marks on the body disappeared. Hefeng, come quickly, Yaching is bleeding heavily, help. In the evening, Shu Hefeng was walking with his grandparents in the park to digest their food. When he heard Zhao Xin's intermittent voice on the phone, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "What are you yelling about?" Zhao Xin said anxiously, "No, Shu Hefeng, come quickly, Yaching is dying." Although Shu Hefeng vaguely guessed what was going on, he still pretended to be ignorant and cursed, "Fuck, what's going on?" Zhao Xin was almost crying, "Hey, what are you talking about? Come here quickly. Something happened to Yaching. Something happened. What happened?" Chapter 6 Awesome. Zhao Xin's voice was full of panic and fear. "Bleeding, she's bleeding heavily and has fainted. Come quickly." Shu Hefeng frowned tightly. His plan was to make the other party cheat on him and get sick, eventually leading to premature birth or amniotic fluid embolism, leaving her disabled but not dead. So the place we chose to have lunch happened to be not far from the hospital, but not too close. If she gave birth to her friend's child, she would be disgraced and, like Liu Wenwen, suffer from contempt and discrimination. She became a pariah on the street, and even her family members despised her. Then you have to live in pain with your friend's child, and it would be best if he became disabled. Wouldn't it be a relief if you died? It is better to live well and suffer to atone for your sins. Why are you bleeding so much out of nowhere? Where are you now? Yusheng Hotel. Yusheng Hotel. Stop the fucking nonsense. Come on. Zhao Xin was so frightened by the bloody and horrifying scene in front of her that her voice became a little hysterical. Hearing this, Shu Hefeng also said anxiously, "Are you stupid? Call 120. Then call her parents. I'll drive over right away." After saying that, Shu Hefeng returned to his grandparents breathlessly. In order not to worry them, he just said that he was going to have dinner with friends. Then he told his grandparents to go back early and rushed back home. He simply ate some vegetables and fruits in the evening, and was full of confidence that he wanted to run to lose weight. However, his obese body was too weak and he could not run after running only 300 meters. Just take a walk. Central City Hospital. Outside the emergency room. Shu Hefeng looked at Zhao Xin 3 meters away with cold eyes, but did not dare to take a step forward. At this time, Zhao Xin had a dull look in her eyes, messy hair, and a lot of blood on her clothes and face. It looked like he had just had a fight. He doesn't dare to get close to the other person now. If he gets infected, his life will be game over. He had threatened her casually in the hotel before, and this seemingly smart bitch confessed everything. It was just as he thought. I just didn't expect that she would play so recklessly. She was pregnant and about to give birth, but she was still drinking to cheer herself up. The whole process ended in the hospital. International friend Xiaoji was indeed a fitness expert. He used his ancestral skills and escape techniques to escape, leaving the two behind without hesitation. Zhang Yaqing was probably also infected. Shu Hefeng wanted revenge, but he didn't want to harm the innocent doctor. So before the operation, they told the doctor about what happened between them and Xiaoji. Many foreign friends bring local specialties with them. This is not uncommon, so it is best to check. The doctors are now trying their best to save her, and Shu Hefeng hopes that Zhang Yaqing can survive. Only by living in misery, being discriminated against, and being rejected by his relatives and parents can he relieve the hatred in his heart. Just as the two were waiting in silence, Zhang Yaqing's parents and her younger brother rushed over. She also has a younger sister, Zhang Yaqing. When talking about Zhang Yaqing, we have to mention an Yan. An Yan is the daughter of his neighbor. The two families have always been on good terms. When she was a child, her father had saved Shu Hefeng's life. Since then, their relationship has been closer than that of relatives. Shu Hefeng and an Yan's fathers were admitted to the district one after another, and they were colleagues. They had a very good relationship and were as close as brothers. Later, her father died in a car accident, and Shu Hefeng was next to him. Before he died, an Yan's father knew that his wife was unreliable, so he entrusted his daughter and mother to him. Sure enough, not long after that, an Yan's biological mother ran away with someone and took away her father's compensation money. I heard that he went to France to pursue a higher quality life. Grandma and Yan already had high blood pressure, and after the series of blows, she was so overwhelmed that she died of a stroke in the middle of the night. And Yan was only 9 years old at the time. Although she had relatives, she was homeless. Those uncles and aunts only wanted to divide up the property. No one was willing to adopt the little girl. Some even said to her face that she was a burden, a money loser, and that she was doomed to die. Shu Hefeng couldn't bear to see her sent to an orphanage, so after obtaining her parents' consent, he took her home to raise her. Strictly speaking, an Yan is at most his parents' adopted daughter. We are considered brother and sister. But he is also a good brother of an Yan's father. What happened to my daughter? What happened to my daughter? Wang Chunhua came to Shu Hefeng and asked in confusion, is the birth coming early? Shu Hefeng forced the corners of his mouth not to lift, shook his head gloomily and said, no, she suddenly had a massive hemorrhage in the hotel, with difficulty breathing, cyanosis of the lips, and finally passed out. She is now being rescued inside. Massive bleeding? Rescue? Wang Chunhua said with a frightened look on her face, aren't you renting a house nearby to take care of your pregnancy? Why is there a heavy bleeding for no reason? When she was 5 months pregnant, Zhang Yaqing was afraid of being criticized by her neighbors at home and was also afraid of something happening, so she asked to rent a house near the hospital to take care of the baby. She usually lives with Zhaoshen, and Zhang Yaqing's parents and Shu Hefeng often visit her. Occasionally, Zhaoshen would leave to go out clubbing, and Shu Hefeng would go over and stay for a few days. Zhang Yaqing's father, Zhang Xuanhe, also changed his expression instantly and said angrily, Shu Hefeng, our Qingqing has been pregnant for more than 9 months. How do you take care of her? You dare to take her to the hotel? Huh. Don't you know you can't do that when you're pregnant? What if the baby is gone? Can you be responsible if something happens to her? I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, I'll make you pay with your life. Whether the baby can be saved or not, you have done so much harm to our Yaqing and ignored her health. You must pay compensation. The quarrel here soon attracted many people to come and watch. Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng also became angry. Pay your mother's money. You only know how to ask me for money. I am your father. I wasn't even with her, so why am I responsible for your mother's actions? She made herself into this state by her own humiliation. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Xuanhe's face instantly turned pale, and he grabbed Shu Hefeng's clothes and said angrily, you naughty boy, you dare to scold me, you want to shirk responsibility, right? You took her to the hotel, why did she go there? She's already 9 months old, that's your child. Shu Hefeng also exploded and pushed Zhang Xuanhe away. Bullshit. She's not my child at all. Do you think I don't know? I never touched her from the beginning to the end. You asked her why she was in the hotel. Shu Hefeng said in a hoarse voice, you should ask your good daughter about this kind of thing. Then, he pointed at Zhao Shen, who was dumbfounded beside him, and said with raised eyebrows, your good daughter, who has been pregnant for more than 9 months, has no shame and is a slut, following this slut and. Shu Hefeng said a lot of swear words in one breath, but some words cannot be mentioned, so he can only. Then he continued. 2 cheap women, one spent money to book a room, and the other spent 30 or 40,000 to buy red wine. They paid for others' help, and now they have caused themselves to have amniotic fluid embolism and heavy bleeding. They need to be rushed to their hospital for emergency treatment. You still dare to ask me? Zhang Yaqing had suffered heavy bleeding and the incident was too big, so Zhao Shen, who had already been frightened, did not dare to hide anything and confessed everything when faced with the questioning of the police and Shu Hefeng. Zhang Xuanhe and Wang Chuanhua's family were all stunned when they heard this. The spectators around were also in an uproar. Explode. You're still dating me when I'm 9 months pregnant. How shameless. How shameless. This is not shameless, this is clearly life-threatening, how despicable. Wow, he spent 30,000 or 40,000 yuan to make up for it. He's rich. I think he deserved to die. Shame on you. You still have the nerve to question a boy. He's willing to send her to the hospital, that's already good enough. Wang Chunhua saw that the audience were all laughing at her, and immediately raised her eyebrows and scolded Shu Hefeng. You're talking nonsense. Don't I know what kind of person my daughter is? If you dare to slander her again, I will tear your mouth to pieces. As he spoke, he began to cry, rolling on the ground and wailing. Oh, my poor daughter, she got pregnant with your child before we even got married, and now she's in trouble, and you're such a heartless person who abandoned her and insulted her like this. I knew you were not a good person from the beginning. My daughter is so beautiful, how could she fall in love with you? Shu Hefeng snorted coldly and said, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The hotel has already called the police. They are investigating and watching the surveillance at the hotel now. They will be here soon. The video is clear, let's see how you can argue later. Zhang Yaqing's younger brother Zhang Yaming also came to Shu Hefeng angrily. Seeing Shu Hefeng insulting her sister like that, she originally wanted to punch Shu Hefeng to teach him a lesson. However, seeing that Shu Hefeng was tall and fat, with a red face and thick neck, and full of anger, he looked like a ferocious monster. Zhang Yaming's courage suddenly receded like a tide, and he timidly retorted. You're talking nonsense. You said my sister cheated on me, why don't you see that person? Although Shu Hefeng is a little fat, he is still a tall man of 188 centimeters. Standing in the crowd, he was tall and fat, a real big man. Even if he wasn't very good at fighting, his appearance was intimidating enough. Hearing him say that, she sneered and said contemptuously, he ran away on the spot. Do you think he will be responsible for your sister? What's the matter? Do you still want to meet your brother-in-law Braco? Then he pointed to Zhao Shen, who was standing next to him with her head down and not daring to see anyone. Ask her. She knows where the person lives. Zhao Shen was speechless and wished she could find a hole to crawl into, but she didn't expect to be brought up by this kid in public again. She felt that her dignity had been trampled upon. Now everyone was pointing the finger at her. Zhang Yaqing's parents even pulled her up, pushing and shoving her. Zhao Shen had no choice but to face it. She had always thought that Shu Hefeng was weak and easy to bully, so she immediately started crying and asked. We were at fault. But putting aside the facts, you are not wrong, are you? If you were more handsome, would she still cheat on you? Besides, it was clearly you who made her angry in the restaurant, and she acted impulsively and went to find Xiaoji. It's all your fault. Women are meant to be loved. You have no looks and no figure, but she followed you and you made her angry and treated her badly. This round of blaming others completely confused Shu Hefeng. Chapter 7 Putting Facts Aside. Good man, you are ignoring the facts again. Shu Hefeng looked at Zhao Shen, who was covered in blood. He didn't know if the blood contained HIV, so he really didn't dare to take the risk. After enduring for a long time, he finally restrained himself from taking action. Little girl, what you said is really eye-opening. You cheated on your wife and you blamed her for her child. Before he could say anything, the audience watching nearby couldn't bear to watch anymore. An old man started to sneer. A cleaning lady seemed to have a bad temper and cursed directly. Shameless thing, how can you be so cheap? You really bring shame to your parents. If I were your parents, I would be pissed off to death by you. The people around him also echoed, that's right, two bitches. Young girls nowadays are really wild and unrestrained. They all dress up extravagantly, love vanity, are lazy and only care about money. You can't say that. There are many good girls. It's still a family education issue. Didn't you see that she asked for money as soon as she opened her mouth? This is called the original family. The noise here was quickly stopped by medical staff and security personnel. Silence returned outside the operating room. Because the situation was somewhat critical, the doctor asked Wang Chunhua and Zhang Xuanhe to sign a lot of additional documents. About 3 hours later, the door of the operating room opened. The medical staff slowly walked out of the operating room. Zhang Xuanhe and others were extremely anxious and rushed forward to inquire about the operation. The doctor frowned, took off his mask with a serious look, and said in a low voice, "After all-out rescue efforts, the adult and the child were able to survive." Upon hearing the news, Zhang Xuanhe, Wang Chunhua and others immediately showed joy on their faces, but before they could open their mouths to thank him. The doctor's face was gloomy, and he changed the subject. Although their lives are safe, the conditions of the adults and children are still very serious. The pregnant woman suffered respiratory failure due to amniotic fluid embolism, which led to ischemia and hypoxia in the body, and severe damage to the brain and heart. It is very likely that there will be a series of sequelae. For example, dementia, paralysis, incontinence, and aphasia. Zhang Xuanhe and the others were shocked when they heard this. Wang Chunhua said in disbelief, How could this happen? The doctor paused and continued, "We just did a preliminary examination on her and have found that she has symptoms of hemiplegia and incontinence." Zhang Xuanhe and Wang Chunhua's faces turned pale in an instant, and their hearts were filled with worry and fear. For children, severe hypoxia may also have adverse effects on their intellectual development. The doctor's words were like a heavy hammer, continuing to hammer at everyone's heart. As for the specific conditions of these two people, further detailed examinations are needed to determine. After saying these words, the doctor silently looked at the group of anxious and shocked family members in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and regret. When the people around heard this, they all felt a little gloating. "You deserve it. It's your own fault." As soon as the doctor finished speaking, a nurse came out holding the baby. Under normal circumstances, the nurse would usually come out holding the baby, call the name, and congratulate with a smile. But at this moment, he looked strange. After all, they had heard it before. Zhang Xuanhe, Wang Chunhua and Zhang Yaming didn't care about anything else for the moment and hurried over. When they saw the baby clearly, the family of three froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Seeing this, an old lady who wanted to join in the fun hurried over, took a closer look, and was also stunned. "Wow! Look! What the young man said is indeed true. This is not my child at all. He is just treating me as an enemy." The old lady's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the corridor. It attracted a crowd of onlookers. Really? Now let's see how they can make excuses. This little thing is so ugly. When Zhang Xuanhe and Wang Chunhua saw this, their faces turned green instantly. The scene immediately became chaotic. At this moment, I saw Zhang Yaqing being pushed out at some point and passing by. He suddenly took a step forward and blocked the way. Upon seeing this, the nurses looked at him in confusion. Zhang Xuanhe and Wang Chunhua looked at each other, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. At this moment, they wished they could find a hole to crawl into, as they felt that all 18 generations of their ancestors had been disgraced. I felt even more angry and regretful in my heart. Now all the betrothal gifts were wasted. Zhang Xuanhe is regretting so much now. He regrets not asking for the betrothal gift in advance. Now that there is no bride price, how can my son find a wife? The promised 990,000 yuan is gone, the house is gone, the BMW is gone, everything is gone. How can the whole family live a good life? Yes. And Ernia. Let her work. Get married. The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhang Xuanhe had already made up his mind. In a blink of an eye, I saw Danier again. If Zhang Yaqing wasn't unconscious now, Zhang Xuanhe would have probably taken action now. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shu Hefeng's face flashed with a cold look, and he said in a deep voice, "At the National Day class reunion, this woman deliberately forced me to drink, thinking I was drunk, so she sent me to the hotel and then got into bed with me. Wait until the next day and then say they framed me and made me take responsibility. Within half a month, she said she was pregnant and asked me to marry her. She thinks she's smart, but I knew it all along. I didn't touch her at all. I just wanted to see what she could do. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. Wow, here comes the young man to take over. Shu Hefeng sneered and said, I didn't expect that they would ask for a huge amount of money, 990,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. She also asked me to give one of the 4 houses in my home to her brother for his wedding and sell the rest to buy a villa. I had to write her name on it, and she also asked me to buy her a BMW, and then buy her brother a car and prepare a dowry for their marriage. I really didn't expect that a person could be so shameless. Now it's all her own fault. Zhang Xuanhe, from now on, your daughter and I will no longer have any relationship. I have recorded all the money I spent during my pregnancy and kept the bills. It's about 40,000 to 50,000. I will go there tomorrow with the bills and have the money ready. If you don't get the money, your precious son, don't go out. Also, if you dare to bother my grandparents, I promise to make your family extinct. I, Shu Hefeng, always keep my word. When I got home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Grandpa and Grandma are watching TV. Shu Hefeng briefly explained Zhang Yaqing's situation. Grandpa Shu Ming'an, with a cigarette between his lips, sneered, You deserve it. This is the fate of a cheap person. Grandma Shu Yinchan couldn't help but sigh, speaking of which, that girl is really good looking, she looks fair and clean, and has a tall figure. Why is she so shameless? It's because my parents didn't educate me well since I was young. He is the only child in the family, and his grandparents have long wanted to see Shu Hefeng get married and start a family. In the previous life, when Grandpa and Grandma learned that Zhang Yaqing was pregnant with their child, they were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. It can be said that they gave them whatever they wanted. Afraid that the other party would abort the child. After rebirth, I was afraid that my grandparents would be overjoyed and end up in tragedy. Shu Hefeng directly said that whether the child in Zhang Yaqing's belly was his was another matter, and told them not to hold out too much hope, as the other party might have deliberately framed him and asked him to take over. He wants to act out a play with the other party. Now that Zhang Yaqing is paralyzed by AIDS and Zhaoxin is also infected, it's time for this fast to end. Let Zhang Yaqing and Zhaoxin slowly bear the rest of the suffering. Alright, don't mention that bitch anymore, it's a bummer tilde. Shu Ming'an said calmly while smoking. There are many good girls in the world, so stay away from this kind of people. Don't worry, I'll have someone introduce you to a good one. Don't tilde. Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, I have made up my mind to lose weight. I will talk about other things after I succeed in losing weight. If you bloom, butterflies will come. Grandma Shu Yinchan smiled very kindly, it's good to lose weight. Whether you find a partner or not, you should lose weight. Being too fat is not good. It's easy to get sick. Diabetes and high blood pressure are no joke. Look at how many elderly people here suffer from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. If not 90%, at least 80%. Now many young people have cerebral hemorrhage and hemiplegia. Shu Hefeng nodded slightly and said, Yes, I understand, Grandma. Shu Yinchan said, It just so happens that Yang Yang is attending a reunion with old classmates. You can go and pick her up. Pick her up. Shu Hefeng was a little confused. Why did you suddenly attend the class reunion? Shu Yinchan wiped her hands, put the washed peach in his hands, and said with a smile. Today is their old classmate's birthday, so they thought they'd take the opportunity to get together. Shu Hefeng said, Okay, then I'll go pick her up. Chapter 8 You promise to marry me when you grow up. Watching her grandson driving away, Shu Yinchan didn't know what she was thinking about, and suddenly she couldn't help laughing. Shu Ming'an, who was smoking leisurely at the side, said with a smile, What good thing have you thought of that makes you so happy? Nothing. Shu Yinchan's smile remained unchanged as she simply warned, Old man, from now on, don't always urge Hefeng to introduce someone to someone and let him go on a blind date. Why? Shu Ming'an cares most about his grandson's marriage. Although he is a retired teacher, his ideas on passing on the family line are still very traditional. Seeing that he was getting anxious, Shu Yinchan smiled unhappily and said, Hefeng is handsome and has been popular with girls since he was a child, but his marriage has been so bumpy until now. I finally understand that he has a destined marriage, but the time has not come yet, and it cannot be forced. Shu Mingyan was obviously reluctant and retorted, there is no such thing as destiny. Why are you so weird? His marriage is such a big deal, and it's so hard for us to worry about it. If we let him go, won't we be left alone? Shu Yinchan smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, just wait and see. When the time comes, you won't have to worry about it anymore. On the other side, Shu Hefeng drove to Maishan district of Jiangcheng. Star City Plaza. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, he finally saw a few cars parked in the square. Just as he was about to walk over, he heard a voice with a hint of surprise. Elder brother. Shu Hefeng was very familiar with this soft and gentle voice. He stopped and looked back. Then he saw a girl in a blue jacket and a black pleated skirt standing behind him. The girl was Zhang Yaqing's biological sister, Zhang Yaqing. I've called him that since I was a kid. She became an adult at the age of 18 and grew into a graceful young lady. Zhang Yaqing. Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, but still smiled and said, Yaqing, is the party over? Although, he hated Zhang Yaqing, and had no good feelings towards the entire vampire Zhang family. But it seems that this girl is a small exception. In his previous life, upon learning the news of his death, Zhang Yaqing was the only one in the Zhang family who truly shed tears for him. Of course, even though I cried my heart out, is it useful to shed tears? He paid for her tuition and living expenses, so what's the point of shedding a few tears if she died? He looked at the girl in front of him. I have to say that the two are indeed sisters, and they look 90% alike. The same tall and slim figure, the same fair skin, the same cherry mouth, the same small waist and long legs. In fact, if compared with Zhang Yaqing in my memory when she was in school, Zhang Yaqing seems to be even more beautiful. Zhang Yaqing's facial features are perfect and more delicate than her sister's. Perhaps it is because she has a simpler heart and is not as naive as her sister. Zhang Yaqing looks pure and innocent. Especially those clear and shy eyes, watery, like the clear and pure spring water in the empty mountains. There is a phrase called, like a jade without stain, which is very suitable to describe her. Tilde. Zhang Yaqing hummed softly, her pink cherry lips curved into a beautiful arc. Brother, are you here to pick up En? Shu Hefeng smiled and nodded, then asked, where's that girl? Why don't I see her? He looked at the girl in front of him who looked 90% like Zhang Yaqing but more pure and pretty than her, and suddenly thought of it. If you want to take further revenge on Zhang Yaqing, you can start with Zhang Yaqing. If he succeeds, he will not only get a beautiful wife with fair skin. It can also make Zhang Yaqing angry. Let her watch him and Zhang Yaqing live happily and prosperously. But she herself became paralyzed, contracted AIDS, and was kicked out of the house. She is also burdened by a stupid kid who also has AIDS. He not only avenged himself, but also got the beauty. Isn't it perfect? But then I thought about the character of the Zhang family, and I guess they will still ask for a sky-high bride price. It seems that I have to find a way to make her sever ties with her family. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his eyes began to wander. He couldn't help but fall on the girl in front of him. Perhaps Shu Hefeng's gaze was too unscrupulous and too undisguised. Zhang Yaqing's snow-white cheeks suddenly flushed. She lowered her head shyly, fiddling with the corner of her clothes with her small hands, biting her thin lips with her pearly teeth, and whispered. When I came back, I saw her with Lin Jiyue. It seemed like she would come over in her car. I guess she will be here soon. The girl is shy and has rosy cheeks and a rosy face, which is very lovely. Oh Tilde. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, then wait a little longer. Then he couldn't help asking, what about you? You're not going home. Zhang Yaqing raised her innocent and lovely face again, and looked at Shu Hefeng with her bright eyes, which seemed to be glowing. My aunt called and said something happened at home and asked me to go home. It's so late now, there are no buses, how are you going to get home? Take a taxi. Zhang Yaqing said shyly, no need to take a taxi, just walk back. Shu Hefeng frowned and said, your home is more than 10 miles away from here. You are carrying such a heavy bag. Wouldn't it be tiring to walk back? I'll take you there later. No need, brother. No need to bother Tilde. Zhang Yaqing quickly shook her head and smiled casually, it's not tiring, just think of it as exercise. Shu Hefeng said directly, it's not a big deal, just step on the accelerator. It's so late, it's not safe for a little girl like you to walk at night, put your bag in the car first. Oh Tilda. Zhang Yaqiong responded obediently, with a touching smile on her sweet face, and her voice became more charming. Thank you, brother Tilda. Shu Hefeng chuckled, took her canvas bag and put it in the car, then leaned against the car and smoked a cigarette, turning his head to look at the graceful girl standing next to him. Sweet and innocent face, tall figure. Zhang Yaqiong's face flushed again. She pinched the corner of her clothes awkwardly and asked shyly, Brother, why are you looking at me? Nothing. Shu Hefeng raised the corners of his lips and said jokingly, I just suddenly thought of two idioms. Zhang Yaqiong blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of doubt in her clear eyes, and asked curiously, idiom. Shu Hefeng looked at the girl with amazement and said, she is graceful and elegant. She is naturally beautiful. Although this was a compliment, Zhang Yaqiong could naturally hear the teasing meaning in it. Her snow-white cheeks became even whiter and rosier. She gave Shu Hefeng a charming look, lowered her head shyly, and did not respond. Shu Hefeng chuckled, took out a cigarette and started smoking. The two looked at the dim street. Most of the shops were closed. Only a few old men and women setting up stalls controlled the life of the people. Looking at the cars and people coming and going on the road from time to time, Zhang Yaqiong hesitated and suddenly said, Brother, are you really going to marry her? She, of course, refers to Zhang Yaqiong. Shu Hefeng exhaled a cloud of mist and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Zhang Yaqiong was a little hesitant. The last time she went home, she also heard her family talking about Shu Hefeng. In their private conversations, they discussed how much dowry to ask for, how many cars, houses, and benefits to ask for. On the one hand, he called him big fool and big fool with contemptuous words, without any respect or love. She felt that this was not a good thing. I also feel that although Shu Hefeng is a little fatter now, he is a very good person. She has known Shu Hefeng since childhood. As I recall, when Shu Hefeng asked his sister to go out and play, he would often take her and her brother with him and buy them delicious food, fun things, school bags and stationery. Their family was poor, and they had little pocket money during their childhood. They were basically not given any snacks or toys to buy, so they always looked forward to going out to play with Shu Hefeng. At that time, Shu Hefeng was tall and handsome, and she liked this older brother very much. Seeing Shu Hefeng looking at her in confusion, she felt a little flustered and said quickly, No, nothing, it's just. After a slight hesitation, he continued, I just feel like you two are not a good match. Although she shouldn't say this because her sister is pregnant, she always feels that love is necessary for a marriage to be happy. Since my sister doesn't love the other person, I'm afraid they won't be happy in the future. Inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Shu Hefeng asked with a smile. Zhang Yaqiong groaned and said, I don't know either. It's just a feeling. Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng smiled and asked, if she is not suitable to be my wife, then who is suitable? Then he looked at her carefully again and teased, you. Zhang Yaqiong was stunned for a moment, her pretty face flushed, and she said shyly, Brother Tilda. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, and suddenly said meaningfully, this is the last day you call me brother, maybe you will ignore me in the future. Zhang Yaqiong was slightly stunned, blinking her big watery eyes and asked curiously, why? Shu Hefeng smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything more. At this time, a Maybach stopped in the square and a familiar figure quickly jumped out of the car. Shu Hefeng also walked over and greeted the beautiful lady sitting in the back of the car. He watched the car leave before saying, Let's go, Yang Yang. And Yan was wearing the same clothes as Zhang Yaqiong. When she saw Shu Hefeng, her pretty face, which had just been full of fatigue, suddenly lit up with joy and said in a tender voice, Uncle Tilda. As she spoke, she handed her canvas bag to Shu Hefeng, pouted her lips, and complained aggrievedly, Oh, I was so tired after going to the park today. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, It's good to exercise. As he said that, he picked up her bag and walked towards his wooden car. He Tilda. And Ian smiled sweetly, trotted forward, took Shu Hefeng's arm intimately, and said in a tender voice, Uncle, what did you do today, Tilda? The girl smiled particularly brightly, her two ethereal and clear eyes curved into crescents, and her attractive pink lips also raised up a stunning curve. She intimately held Shu Hefeng's thick arm. At the same time, she quietly raised her eyes to observe Shu Hefeng's reaction. Seeing that his face was calm as usual, her cheeks blushed first. But when he saw Zhang Yaqiong standing next to the car, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. Seeing her classmates, Zhang Yaqiong raised her red lips and took the initiative to greet them, Ian Tilder. And Ian rolled her eyes in displeasure, obviously disliking Zhang Yaqiong, and said unhappily, "Little vixen, why are you here?" Ever since she found out that Zhang Yaqiong was pregnant with Shu Hefeng's child and that they were going to get married, and Ian has been calling Zhang Yaqiong a fox spirit. And her younger sister, Zhang Yaqiong, naturally got the nickname Little Vixen. Seeing her attitude, Zhang Yaqiong's smile became a little awkward, and she quickly said, I'll go back too. Shu Hefeng also said, "There are no buses at night, so it's a good opportunity for us to send her back together." And Ian's cheeks puffed up slightly, and her cherry lips curled up, but she didn't say much. When her parents were still alive, she liked to stick to her uncle Shu Hefeng. Later, she encountered a sudden misfortune. Her father died, her mother left, and she was despised by her relatives and no one was willing to accept her. It was Shu Hefeng who brought her home and his parents adopted her. She was very grateful to Shu Hefeng, with whom she spent every day, who was tall, handsome, successful in his career, and had entered the district party committee compound. He was motivated, gentle, sunny, and just. She couldn't help herself. Later, Shu Hefeng's family also encountered changes, so not only did they get divorced, but she also gained nearly 100 pounds and became a real fat man. She only felt sorry for this man and never changed her little thoughts about him. Instead, I felt secretly happy. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaqiong, who had disappeared for a long time, intervened and got on the bus first and bought the ticket later, threatening her with her son and not giving her any chance to compete. She always felt like her home was being robbed. He hated the whole family and naturally disliked Zhang Yaqiong as well. There was no conversation along the way. After sending Zhang Yaqiong to her doorstep, Shu Hefeng saw that the lights were on in her house, which meant there was obviously someone there, so he drove away. I don't know who is accompanying Zhang Yaqiong in the hospital, but it has nothing to do with her anymore. And Ian endured for a long time, and finally couldn't help but asked, "Uncle, is she about to give birth?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "It's already happened, tonight." Then he told her what happened that night. And Ian's beautiful eyes narrowed, she bit her thin lips lightly, and asked with some resentment, "Really? She asked you to take over, and you haven't split up with her yet?" Shu Hefeng said as he drove, "We broke up." And Ian was immediately delighted, "That's great." Chapter 9, A Girl's Passion. Listening to the girl's resentment, Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly. 18 years old is a beautiful word and it is also the best age in a woman's life. The young girl is so sweet and lovely, young and beautiful, with a slim waist and long legs. He is a normal man, so naturally he likes it. But after all, the other party is the daughter of his friend. The man saved my life and entrusted my daughter to me before he died. It would be a bit unreasonable for me to take him away directly. Moreover, he has been reborn and now wants nothing more than revenge. Revenge on Zhang Yaqiong, revenge on Zhao Xin, revenge on that yellow-haired gangster. Now, Zhang Yaqiong and Zhao Xin's revenge has been barely halfway avenged, but they still feel unsatisfied. And continue to retaliate. As for the love between young men and women, let's put it aside for now and deal with it after revenge. He wanted that little yellow-haired guy to also experience the feeling of having his organs removed. But revenge is a bit troublesome and requires careful planning. Of course, if this girl really likes him, and she is a passionate girl, and she comes to him on her own initiative, he will accept her without hesitation. The prerequisite is that she has to figure out whether she is in love or dependent. Don't fucking marry me. If he says in the future that he suddenly meets his true love and asks me to help him, I will really curse you then. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. In his past and present lives, he has had Zhang Yaqiong and an ex-wife twice. I don't want it to happen again. However, there is no need to hide it from an Ian at this time. I knew from the beginning that Zhang Yaqiong was lying. Shu Hefeng suddenly spoke. And Ian was looking out the window with resentment. She was startled when she heard the words and immediately turned her face around. "Really? Whose child is that?" Shu Hefeng raised a sneer at the corner of his lips and said in a deep voice, "It's not mine anyway." Without waiting for an Ian to continue asking questions, he said directly, "She wants to find an honest man to take over. I guess she heard that our house was demolished and we have money, so she wanted me to be the scapegoat. Not only will this provide for the child, but it will also provide food for the child in the future and allow the child to make a lot of money. So I instigated a so-called class reunion. Then he got me drunk, sent me to a hotel, pretended to be drunk himself, stripped naked and got into my bed. She thought I was drunk and unconscious, but I still remembered what I did. I never touched her at all. And Ian was surprised when she heard this. Why is she so mean? It's so infuriating. As she said that, she rolled up her sleeves and said with a fierce look on her face, "Let's go find her. I'm going to beat her up." Shu Hefeng pulled out a hand, pinched her soft and pretty face, and said unhappily, "Who did you learn such a gangster-like demeanor from? You're still calling me old lady, how old are you? This girl has been someone who dares to love and hate since she was young. Because she is beautiful, she is often harassed and blocked by some bad students or ruffians outside the school. Although no one dared to approach me when he was picking me up, I inevitably had to go out by myself sometimes. Although this girl is just a girl and looks thin and weak, she is the one who dares to fight with a knife. There are always some bad guys who don't believe in evil, don't know fear until they see blood, and always think that the other party wouldn't dare. What's more, a little girl holding a utility knife, what can she do? And she didn't just gesture, she really dared to use a knife to kill people. She had stabbed the hooligans who blocked her outside the school twice. The other party is actually a poor student who dropped out of school early. After being stabbed, he brought his parents to their house to argue and extort money. At that time, he was also dismissed by the district committee. Without the restrictions of the establishment, he was in a bad mood. Without saying a word, he beat up the other parent as well. If we go to the police station, they will just end up fighting. $1,000 to settle the matter. But no matter how brave she was, Shu Hefeng didn't want her to have anything to do with gangsters. He frowned and warned, "I'm telling you in advance, if you dare to mess around with these hooligans, don't blame me for severing ties with you." And Ian was stunned for a moment, her red lips curved, and she blinked her beautiful crescent eyes as she moved closer to Shu Hefeng, and said with a grin, "What? Uncle, are you afraid that I'll be kidnapped by gangsters? You like me, don't you?" As she spoke, the smile on her face became more and more brilliant, like a lotus in midsummer. She jumped for joy and said in a tender voice, "Humph! Grandma is right. You are a man who says one thing and means another." Shu Hefeng didn't want to talk to her about love affairs between men and women. He laughed and changed the subject, "Let's continue talking about Zhang Yaqing. How can she be considered a bitch? It's obviously cheap." And Ian's mood had turned from gloomy to sunny at this time, and the sweet smile on her face never faded. She agreed, yes. After saying that, she thought of Zhang Yaqing again, and mumbled something incoherently with her cherry lips. Shu Hefeng was speechless for a moment, but still corrected him, "Okay, I know you don't like Zhang Yaqing because of Zhang Yaqing. But now Zhang Yaqing has nothing to do with us. If there is, it is also a debt relationship. So, don't be so resentful of their whole family. They have always been very nice to you." And Ian was still very reasonable and listened to advice, and said casually, "Okay Tilda." Shu Hefeng smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Today, Zhang Yaqing got into trouble and almost died." Then he whispered the general story. "What? Really?" And Ian showed an expression of enjoying herself. Shu Hefeng hummed and sneered, "Because of this, I developed amniotic fluid embolism and lost a lot of blood. Fortunately, the hospital was nearby, otherwise there would be 2 deaths." And Ian was startled at first, but then she immediately became happy, and her pair of naturally affectionate eyes were filled with anticipation. He asked, "How is she now?" Shu Hefeng said, "To put it simply, amniotic fluid embolism means that amniotic fluid has entered the mother's blood. Just think about it, if there's something else mixed in the blood, how much harm can it cause?" And Ian blinked her eyes and asked in a silly way, "How old?" Simply put, the mortality rate is high. Even if you survive, there will be sequelae. And Ian said in a delicate voice, "Then, where is that stinky bitch?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said, "I have already asked. She had a brain injury, but she doesn't seem to be stupid. She is still conscious, but her lower body is paralyzed and she has incontinence." And Ian couldn't help laughing when she heard this, har har har. Happy. Great. You deserve it. Let her try to trick us. Her voice is ethereal and soft, and her laughter is as sweet as mountain spring water. But what he said was quite unruly. We arrived at our destination in no time. The BB is located in Maishan's scenic area, built in the mountains, and the sea is 300 meters to the east. In fact, it is not far from Shu Hefeng's grandparents' home, just 1 kilometer. Speaking of which, this BB occupies an Ian's land. It was originally the dilapidated old house where an Ian's grandparents got married. Later, when they had some money, her grandparents bought more land and built a house. They became neighbors with Shu and Feng's family. But after an Ian's grandmother passed away, her uncle asked for a division of the family property and took over the nice house. All he gave an Ian was this abandoned old house. Although the walls have collapsed long ago and the house is in ruins, making it uninhabitable, it is still large in area. Later, another house of Shu Hefeng's family was demolished and he became rich. Shu Hefeng converted an Ian's old house into 2 courtyards. One is a 3-story detached villa where they live, but it is registered under an Ian's name, so Zhang Yaqing doesn't think about it. One is a sea view homestay, which has only 2 floors but occupies a large area. There are 6 suites, and the bedroom in each suite has floor-to-ceiling windows. You can see the sea and the sunrise over the sea by opening the curtains. The yard is also very large, with a tea garden where you can pick tea in season. There is a garden with flowers, plants and trees, and you can pick cherries, apples and pears in season. The backyard of their house is close to the sea. There is a slide, a swimming pool and a bonfire barbecue area in the backyard. There are also a sun room for leisure and entertainment, a mahjong room, a tea room, and a bar for drinking and watching the sea. Go out from the back door and walk 300 meters to the beach. There are reefs not far away and you can go fishing after the tide goes out. After sending an Ian to the villa, Shu Hefeng went straight to the BB. I checked around and found that the place was clean and there were no safety hazards. I also talked to the cleaning staff, waiter, and front desk staff to learn more about the situation. Although only 2 units were rented, it was not a lot. But it's almost the peak season, so there will be many tourists coming to the beach. No worries about having customers. Yesterday's turnover was 12.99 plus 9.85 plus 34, totaling 2,318 yuan. Additional bonus of 23,180 yuan. Plus the 1 million reward from the system yesterday. Making money really makes people happy. The next morning, as Shu Hefeng walked out of the bedroom, he heard a cheerful singing voice. After carefully preparing 2 nutritious meals, Shu Hefeng went to the 3rd floor. Then I saw an Ian wearing cool pajamas, sitting at the table on the large terrace, facing the sea and the rising sun, enjoying the cool sea breeze, and memorizing history seriously. Shu Hefeng came to her with breakfast and sat down, smiling and said, "Okay, let's eat." And Ian turned around immediately. The girl smiled and pulled a piece of breakfast in front of her, saying sweetly, "Thank you, brother." Shu Hefeng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Did you change your name after sleeping? You have grown up a generation ago." And Ian was wearing a cool nightgown, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender legs. The thin and slender body exudes a youthful aura. Hearing this, she smiled sweetly and said, "Hee, I've thought about it. It's better for me to call you brother from now on. Otherwise, I'll always be a generation lower than you, which is not good." Shu Hefeng said unhappily, "Why is it not good? Don't you always call me like this?" And Ian glanced at Shu Hefeng and said coquettishly, "Of course it's not good. When we get married, it will have a bad influence because of the generation gap. It will easily lead to gossip. It's better to change your mind sooner." Shu Hefeng smiled helplessly and said, "Can the generational order be changed randomly?" And Ian lowered her head and ate a bite of fried egg, and said proudly, "No matter what, I have to change it." Shu Hefeng hesitated, then smiled and said, "Let's not change it. After all, your father is my brother." And Ian rolled her eyes cutely and said, "It's all old news. He's been gone for so many years. It's all over now. Besides, there's no law that says you can't marry your brother's daughter, right?" Shu Hefeng coughed dryly and suddenly said, "Actually, if we are really together in the future." He paused here, and seeing an Ian's clear eyes looking at him, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "It will feel better if you call me uncle." And Ian's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with stars, and then she didn't know what she thought of. Her pretty face turned red and she said shyly, "Oh, so you are this kind of Uncle Tilder. So bad Tilder." Shu Hefeng coughed again and said awkwardly, Okay, hurry up and eat. When I have time, I'll take you shopping. You can buy whatever you want." And Ian chuckled and said, "That's what you said." After breakfast, seeing Shu Hefeng packing up and going downstairs, and Ian hurriedly said, "Uncle, Yaya also wants to stay with us for a few more days." He had seen Lin Jiyue before. An Ian's deskmate, best friend, and the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng and the youngest daughter of a real estate tycoon. She has older brothers and sisters who inherited the family business. They dote on her and don't have high demands on her. There is no such thing as a big family, or any bloody plot like marriage between wealthy families. As long as she eats, drinks, has fun and is happy. Spend money freely and you will be white, rich, beautiful and leisurely. The two of them were inseparable all day long and never went to the bathroom alone. Shu Hefeng cleaned up the dishes and said calmly, "Whatever, just make your own decision. I told you earlier that you don't need to ask me." And Ian laughed and said, "The key is that her parents insisted that she bring a nanny over to cook, clean, and do laundry." Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng asked, "Then, can we eat the food that the nanny cooks?" "Of course." Shu Hefeng raised the corner of his lips and smiled, "That's good, Tilda. Welcome, miss, we can have some free food. The chefs of the Lin family are all good at cooking. Not only are the dishes colorful, fragrant and delicious, but they are also absolutely nutritious and tasty." And Ian gave him a coquettish look and watched Shu Hefeng go downstairs. She didn't know what good thing she thought of, but the corners of her lips curled up. Shu Hefeng went downstairs, rested for a while, and then went to the gym to exercise for half an hour. After that, he washed up, found the bill and invoice, and drove directly to Zhang Yaqing's home. He said he would come today to get the money, and he would never give up if I couldn't give him a satisfactory result. The Zhang family's weak spot is their precious son. As long as we grasp this point, there is no need to worry about them cheating. The Wuling magic car sped along the street and soon arrived at Zhang Yaqing's house. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a burst of crying coming from inside the house. Shu Hefeng frowned and walked straight into the main room when no one noticed him. I saw that the house was full of people, men and women, old and young. As soon as they saw him come in, 4 or 5 men stood up immediately. All of them looked to be in their 20s or 30s. "Oh, are you calling someone?" Chapter 10, Human Relationships. In the main hall of Zhang Xuanhe's house, Shu Hefeng looked at the huge crowd of people. "Oh, they are all here." Then he looked at Zhang Xuanhe in the crowd and smiled. "What does this mean, Zhang Xuanhe? These people are Zhang Yaqing's aunts, uncles, and the like." He had met quite a few people. With so many relatives present, Zhang Xuanhe felt confident and threw their half-smoked cigarette to the ground. He walked up to Shu Hefeng and said in a deep voice, "What do I mean? What's the purpose of you coming here?" Shu Hefeng had a harmless smile on his face and said calmly, "It's just money, what else can it mean?" He weighed the folder in his hand and said calmly, "Inside are the receipts for all the expenses I have paid for Zhang Yaqing in the past few months, including receipts for high-end luxury goods and meals. There is also an IOU. It was from half a year ago when your family was renovating their house and you borrowed the money from me. You wrote it yourself and even put your fingerprint on it. I calculated, the total is 48,925, not a cent less. 8 or 9 months of false flattery was used to stabilize Zhang Yaqing's family. Shu Hefeng kept writing checks. But sometimes you have to come up with some money. More than 40,000 yuan, with IOUs and receipts for high-end consumption, including big meals, and receipts for them. When it comes to the IOU, Zhang Xuanhe's intestines cramp. When the house was being renovated, he had thought of asking Shu Hefeng, his future son-in-law, to pay some money. But he was too embarrassed to ask for it directly, so he said he was borrowing it, and insisted on writing an IOU. I thought to myself, you're going to marry my daughter soon anyway. This IOU is dispensable. Just pretend you forgot about it. Can you still come to me, your father-in-law, to collect debts after you get married? Who could have thought that something like this would happen? He snorted and said, "What IOU? I don't know. I didn't lend you any money. At that time, you were Qingqing's fiancé, so you took the initiative to support me in order to please her. It was considered a gift." Then he added, "And the invoices for those high-end consumer goods you mentioned are the same. You were in love at the time, and all the money you gave her was considered a gift. What? Do you want to play for nothing?" Shu Hefeng sneered when he heard this, and without any greeting from them, he sat directly on the sofa and sneered, "I dare not touch your daughter, and I have never touched her. What if she gets sick?" Then he added, you are the only one who is asking me for a gift. What's the matter? Are you asking for advice from an expert? Let me tell you, Zhang Yaqing cheated me into a relationship, and even threatened me with a fake pregnancy to get luxury goods. The jewelry and high-end consumption she asked for is, at best, a scam, and at worst, extortion. When Zhang Yaqing's aunt saw him like this, she immediately said angrily, "Boy, what's your attitude? How can you talk to your elders like that? So uneducated." Shu Hefeng sneered, "I don't have any tutors, who has tutors like your Zhang family?" What followed was naturally another round of sarcastic remarks, but some words could not be mentioned. Listening to Shu Hefeng's sarcasm, the Zhang family's faces turned green with anger. Zhang Yaqing's cousin Zhang Sinyu kicked the small stool in front of him away with a bang and said angrily, "You say another fucking word. Fatty, I'm giving you face, right?" On the other side, her two cousins came to Shu Hefeng angrily and said, "Can you try to bully me again?" Shu Hefeng sneered, "What's the matter? More people than me? Want to beat me?" Then he crossed his legs and said, "Little shorty, come and fight me. It's okay. If you hit me, I'll call the police and lie down. We have plenty of connections. It won't be solved without 30 or 50,000. If you have money, you can come up anytime." After saying that, seeing that they didn't take any action, he stood up. Zhang Sinyu is only 1.68 meters tall, which makes him a dwarf in front of him. Shu Hefeng looked down at him and said, "In a society ruled by law, we are not afraid of you even if you have connections or people. I worked in the district committee compound for several years. Do you think I was idle?" Zhang Sinyu was a young man, full of vigor and vitality. Seeing Shu Hefeng being so provocative, he was about to take action, but was quickly stopped by his mother and aunt. He had previously had a fight with someone at school. The other person's family was rich and powerful, so they not only found his home and beat him up, they also took him to court. He was beaten and had to pay 20,000 yuan in compensation. Including finding people and connections, treating people and giving gifts, it cost about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Zhang Sinyu and others were still angry and wanted to fight. Shu Hefeng came here just to ask for money today. He was too lazy to pay attention to them and said sarcastically, "I say you are really brave. Zhang Yaqing is ill. The Zhang family has been with her day and night, so they might have gotten sick too. You still dare to come to her house, aren't you afraid of getting infected too? We are all from the same village, and many of the older generation do not understand these things. They only know that they are very serious and embarrassing infectious diseases, and are very taboo. If someone gets the disease, it will spread throughout the village immediately, and everyone will treat it as a plague." Sure enough, when everyone present heard Shu Hefeng say this, their faces changed immediately. Zhang Yaqing's brother Zhang Yaming said angrily, feeling somewhat guilty, "Nonsense. Who said we won?" Shu Hefeng said disdainfully, "I don't know if you have it, but Zhang Yaqing definitely has it. She has been living here, and who knows where she might have left the virus. Any bowl, cup, basin, toilet, sofa she used could be carrying the virus. If it gets to you, don't blame me for not warning you." When the aunts and uncles heard this, they unconsciously distanced themselves from Zhang Xuanher's family because it was their nature to believe everything they heard. Zhang Yaqing's uncle and aunt-in-law were also frightened. They had prepared some wine and food and planned to discuss things while eating. Now looking at the wine and food on the table, they suddenly don't smell good anymore. The three of them put down Zhang's chopsticks as if they had been electrocuted, stood up immediately, and when they saw Zhang Xuanher and his wife looking at them, they smiled awkwardly. Zhang Xuanher sighed inwardly. This disease made his heart pounding, not to mention his relatives. Even he felt uneasy. Zhang Yaqing's aunt suddenly clapped her hands and acted awkwardly as if she was suddenly enlightened. "Well, I suddenly remembered that we agreed to go to his grandmother's house today. Well, Xuanher, his aunt, it's getting late, let's go back first." Then she pulled her husband and son together, and as they walked out, she kindly said, "Don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, talk it over and don't use violence." Seeing their family slip away, Zhang Yaqing's aunt and husband looked at each other, suddenly laughed, and said quickly, "Well, Chunhua, we have to go back first. Our grandson is about to finish school, we have to pick him up." Excuses came out one after another, and in a blink of an eye a large group of people left, leaving Zhang Xuanher and his family alone in the main room, dumbfounded and speechless. Shu Hefeng found it somewhat amusing, especially when he saw Zhang Xuanher's face full of grief and anger, he sneered at him even more. The fickleness of human nature and the cruelty of the world. Can you blame others for this? We don't know whether it's true or not. What if we really get someone infected? Will you, Zhang Xuanher, take care of others at that time? Chapter 11. Let her marry you. Okay, now it's quiet. Shu Hefeng sat on the sofa again and said with a half smile, let's talk about money. As he spoke, he glanced at the middle bedroom. That used to be the room for Zhang Yaqing and her sister. Later, Zhang Yaqing moved out and Zhang Yaqing lived there alone. As soon as he entered the gate, he heard a woman crying and Wang Chuanhua's loud scolding. Later, when there were too many people in the house, the crying seemed to disappear. Now that it was quiet, the crying sound could be faintly heard again. But what does this have to do with him? He came here today just to ask for money. Zhang Xuanher sat on a stool, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and then said in a deep voice, "What money?" "I don't know." Shu Hefeng laughed and said calmly, "Zhang Xuanher, you are playing rogue with me, right?" Zhang Xuanher acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, turned his face away, and said firmly, "I don't have a penny. It's useless even if you want it." Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "Okay, you are such a scoundrel. Since you want to default on your debt, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Xuanher glared at him and said with wide eyes, "If you are not polite, then you are not polite. Anyway, I have no money. If you have the guts, why don't you beat me to death?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "I won't beat you, I'll beat your precious son. If I can't get the money today, I'll go back and spend tens of thousands to find someone from Underworld to help me." Then he stood up and said, "Remember not to let your son go out when the time comes. Beat him every time you go out, until your son is crippled. I have plenty of money and time." As he spoke, he came in front of Zhang Yaming. The latter saw him approaching and took a step back in fear. What do you want to do?" Zhang Yaming, who was spoiled, had been arrogant since childhood. Later, he was severely beaten several times when he acted arrogantly outside, and found that people outside did not tolerate him. From then on, he only dared to act arrogantly at home. Shu Hefeng was tall and fat, which made him look timid instinctively. Wang Chunhua also hurried over, protecting her son, and pointed at Shu Hefeng and warned him, "Don't mess around, or I'll call the police and arrest you, and sue you for trespassing." Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "You can call the police if you want. It's only natural to pay back debts. I haven't broken any law. What can the police do? But your precious son is not married yet, so you should think carefully about it. From now on, I will find someone to come and make trouble every day, and come to guard the door and beat your son. Even if the beating fails to cripple him, others will know that your family is in debt and still refuses to pay it back. If your bad reputation gets out, and you might even be carrying AIDS, who would dare to marry your son in the future? When the time comes, your son won't be able to find a wife and will be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Who will carry on your family line?" At this point, Shu Hefeng suddenly chuckled and said, "That's not right. My daughter is also going to pass on the legacy. Your eldest daughter has already carried on your family line. Don't forget to bring it over during the New Year or Qingming festival to honor your ancestors. Let your Zhang ancestors see their descendants and bring honor to the family." Zhang Xuanher's face turned purple after hearing these words, and he said with bloodshot eyes, "Shu Hefeng, don't go too far. If you provoke me, I'll fight you to the death. My family has no money anyway, so at worst we can exchange our lives for each other." Shu Hefeng sneered, "Are you trying to get ahead of me here? I've died once before. Why am I afraid of you?" He rolled up his sleeves, stared at him coldly and said, "Come on, get the knife, let's exchange our lives. Whoever is afraid is a dog." Then he raised his hand and slapped him. "Go." In the previous life, Zhang Yaqing teamed up with Zhang Xuanher and his wife to cheat me. Although he didn't kill me directly, he did cheat me out of a lot of money. The car and house were both taken from me. He is a migrant worker doing odd jobs, and he is not the hardworking type. He just wanted to make a fortune from the dowries from his 2 beautiful daughters and find a wife for his son. So I just muddled through. Later, by cheating him, the Zhang family bought a car, a house, married a daughter-in-law, and had some savings. In the village, he was so proud and cocky. The key is to show off and scold him at the same time. Now this slap is really light." Zhang Xuanher was stunned for a moment, then instantly became furious and raised his fist to hit Shu Hefeng in the face. But he is only a little over 1.7 meters tall and quite thin. He is not a hard-working person and his hands have a lot of strength, but not much either. Instead, Shu Hefeng pushed him to the ground with his body. When a man gets angry, he really dares to take up a knife. Although most people don't dare to cut it, it can still give you courage. He immediately turned around and went to the kitchen. Wang Chunhua was startled and quickly grabbed him, cursing, "Oh my god, what are you doing? You brainless bastard, get back here. You're stabbing people with a knife and getting shot, what are we going to do?" Zhang Yaming also cried and said, "Dad, let's give him the money, otherwise I really won't be able to find a wife." Zhang Xuanhe had just been slapped in the face and was now furious. When he heard that his son was still thinking about his wife, he got so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He raised his hand and slapped him. "Give it to your mother. Where can I get the money to give it to you?" Zhang Yaming was beaten so hard that he was stunned. Seeing her son being beaten, Wang Chunhua immediately defended her son and shouted that she wanted to fight Zhang Xuanhe to the death. At this time, Zhang Yaqiong also heard the noise and walked out. After exchanging a glance with Shu Hefeng, she hurried to see her parents. The little girl's eyes were red, and it seemed that she had suffered some injustice. Wang Chunhua looked at her second daughter in a daze for a moment, then came to her senses and continued to curse Zhang Xuanhe. Their whole family was in chaos. Shu Hefeng sat nearby and watched the show. The son is the lifeline. Grasping this point is useful, but it is not enough. You have to let him know that he will be afraid only if you really dare to hit him. After a while, Zhang Xuanhe finally returned to the room and took out a stack of money. There are only so many in the whole family. If you don't believe me, go look for it yourself. If you find it, it's all yours. The action just now obviously had an effect. Shu Hefeng counted them and found 13,000. You want to get rid of me with just this little money? Shu Hefeng smoked a cigarette and said coldly, "I said before that even a penny less will not do." Wang Chunhua quickly said, "Hefeng, you know our family situation. We are really broke." Shu Hefeng said, "Don't tell me those useless things. No one's money comes from the wind." Wang Chunhua smiled awkwardly, sat down next to Shu Hefeng again, and said in a gentle voice, "Hefeng, Auntie knows that Yarqing was wrong in this matter. Auntie didn't expect her to be like this. It's normal for you to be angry. Speaking of which, Auntie really likes you. You are tall, handsome, educated, considerate, and kind to us." Shu Hefeng laughed and asked, "So what?" Wang Chunhua glanced at Zhang Yaqiong who was not far away and smiled, "Auntie knows that you and Yarqing will definitely not be together." Then he pointed at the girl next to him and said, "What do you think of our NIR? How about? Let her marry you. Just think of it as Yarqing hurting you. This is our compensation to you. Auntie, I really like your character and I really want to have you as my son-in-law." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned and looked at Zhang Yaqiong. Zhang Yaqiong's beautiful eyes also showed surprise. Shu Hefeng looked at Zhang Yaqiong. The girl was indeed very beautiful in her skirt. Chapter 12. Please take me away. Wang Chunhua offered very tempting conditions. Seeing Shu Hefeng sizing up his second daughter, he patiently asked, "How is it? You're not at a disadvantage, are you?" Then he said with some pride, "It is no exaggeration to tell you that our second daughter is better looking than the eldest daughter. She has a prettier face and a thinner waist. She's a well-behaved person, and I can guarantee that she has never been in a relationship. She's definitely a virgin. How about? Let her marry you." Zhang Yaqiong looked at her mother in disbelief, and was completely stunned. "Mom! What are you talking about?" Although she liked Shu Hefeng very much, this kind of liking was just because she thought he was a very nice person and was also very nice to her, so she was very grateful. She only wanted to study, get out of here and change her fate. Even though her suitor could have a reinforced company, she never thought about this. Then he walked forward and pulled Wang Chunhua's hand. "Mom, I still need to study." Wang Chunhua threw her hand away, her face changed instantly, her eyes gleamed fiercely, and she said in a menacing manner, "What are you reading? I told you already, I could have provided for you. Now that your sister has gotten into this situation, where is the money left for you to spend?" They had been arguing about this for the entire night. She became angrier and angrier as she talked. She pointed at Zhang Yaqiong's nose and scolded, "Give up on this idea as soon as possible. Stay at home for the next few days and don't go anywhere. Go serve that bitch, or you'll starve to death. Zhang Yaqiong curled her pink lips, her eyes full of grievance. Mom, please, let me go. I've been working so hard for so long. 3 years, 1,000 days and nights. Cai Baozi naturally couldn't understand how these key students spent these 3 years. She dreams of getting good grades and going far away. However, although her grades were among the top 20 in the city, she finally received an admission letter from Jiangnan University. It turned out that her parents were worried that she would go to a faraway place, spend a lot of money, and might marry someone else in the future, where they would be out of reach and could not be relied upon. So she let her brother change her choice secretly. Although Jiangnan University is also a 211 and 985 double first-class university. But the ranking was very low, far behind the ones she chose. Wang Chunhua yelled, "You don't have the money to go to school, so what's the point of going? It's a waste of time." Zhang Yaqiong was already in tears. "No need to spend my family's money, I can take out a loan." Wang Chunhua scolded, "Do you think you can just get a loan if you want it? Don't talk nonsense. No means no. Even if you can get a loan and your own problems are solved, what about your family? What should we do with that bitch of your sister? She can't make any money and she has to cheat us. Your brother is already 25, is he going to get married? You want him to be single? Won't others laugh at us to death?" As she spoke, she felt more and more aggrieved, and couldn't help crying. "I really owed you 2 sisters in my last life. You are all such troublesome people, ungrateful bastards. Why am I so miserable?" Zhang Yaqiong also burst into tears and knelt on the ground begging, "Please, Mom, I will work part-time, I can work and study, and I will give you all the money I earn, isn't that okay?" Wang Chunhua pushed her away and said angrily, "How much money can you earn by working part-time? I raised you up, worked hard to provide you with food and clothing, and now our family is in a difficult time, and you only think about yourself. Why are you so selfish?" Then he slammed the table and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you 2 choices, either get married. Or go work and earn some money. What's the point of a girl going up again? Did marrying Hefeng wrong you?" Zhang Yaqiong burst into tears, feeling aggrieved, and her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. "Mom, no, it has nothing to do with this. I just want to work hard and find a good job in the future. Do you really want to force me to die?" Wang Chunhua snorted and said, "Go to hell. Go now. You take the postgraduate entrance exams and the doctoral entrance exams. No matter how good a job you find in the future, you will still be married to someone else and will become someone else's person, earning money for them. I'm telling you, even if you're dead, I'll sell your body to someone else for a marriage. It'll fetch tens of thousands of dollars at the most." Hearing this, Zhang Yaqiong looked at her mother with dull eyes, her heart filled with despair. As June approached, the sun was as blazing as fire, but she seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness of despair. The bone-chilling cold made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and she shivered all over. Zhang Yaming, who was standing by, kindly stepped forward and advised, "Xiao Qiong, what our mother said is right, Fatty." At this point, he felt something was wrong and awkwardly changed his words, "He's really good, and his family is rich. You'll be rich after you marry him. It's great to eat, drink and have fun all day without having to do anything. We are doing this for your own good." Zhang Yaqiong was stunned, looking at him with tears in her eyes full of disbelief. This brother has been lazy and gluttonous since childhood, but he is the most loved brother. He is so anxious to sell her in order to get himself a wife. And you say it's for your own good. I mentioned before that secretly changing my major was also for my own good. He tilde he. Wang Chunhua favors boys over girls and has always believed that raising sons is a way to provide for one's old age, while daughters are like water that can be married off. Zhang Yaming has been spoiled since he was a child. The 2 sisters did all the dirty and tiring work, and they would be beaten if they worked slowly. I hide all the delicious food and drinks for my baby son, and buy him new clothes and shoes. But they sisters always wear other people's leftover clothes. Every time I asked for some money, I had to be very cautious and muster up my courage, but I still got scolded. Years of accumulated grievances burst out at this moment like a flood. Zhang Yaqiong suddenly pushed her brother aside, her tone as firm as a rock. "Marry me if you want. I won't marry you, I will do it myself and change my fate." Zhang Yaming was caught off guard and hit his head on the coffee table, causing his head to bleed, and he screamed in pain. Oh! Ming Ming? Seeing this, Wang Chunhua turned pale with fright. She hurried to check her son's injury and found that it was just a small cut. She then breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly covered her son's head with paper and called him her darling. At the same time, he turned around and yelled, "You ungrateful bastard, why are you so angry at your brother? If your brother gets disfigured today, I'll break your legs." When Zhang Shunhe saw his son injured, he was also furious. "You are a traitor." Bang! As he said this, he took a step forward and slapped Zhang Yaqiong in the face just like Shu Hefeng had just slapped him, making a crisp sound. The slap was so hard that it seemed to vent out all the resentment and humiliation. Zhang Yaqiong's fair and pink face immediately turned red, leaving a slap mark. She covered her burning and painful face and tears fell, but she didn't say anything else and didn't cry or shout in pain. Those beautiful eyes, when she smiles, they light up like stars and bend into crescents. Like a small candle flame that was swaying firmly in a stormy night, it was suddenly extinguished by the strong wind and rain and disappeared dimly. Ding! Trigger system task, save Zhang Yaqiong tilde. System reward, 10 million tilde. Shu Hefeng, who was watching the show, was a little surprised and turned to look at the beautiful girl next to him who had a sad face. She fell to the ground, her hair was messy and she looked a little embarrassed. Look at its panel again. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Age, 18 years old. Appearance, 96 points. Top beauty, school beauty level. Everything else is nothing. The panel data is also almost perfect. In Jiangcheng, there are actually not many top beauties like her, but there are also many with similar looks. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world, and if you look carefully, you can find many in every city. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yaming finished bandaging the wound. Wang Chunhua was relieved, but when she saw Zhang Yaqiong still sitting on the ground, she suddenly became furious and crossed her arms, saying angrily, "Have you thought it through?" Zhang Yaqiong's beautiful eyes turned red, her long eyelashes lifted, her eyes were a little empty, and her voice was a little hoarse. "Okay, I'll marry you." Wang Chunhua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her face changed immediately. She quickly squatted down and pulled her daughter up, saying lovingly, "Oh, my dear daughter, it would have been better if you had figured it out earlier." Then she gently wiped away the tears and snot from her daughter's face, and said earnestly, "Don't blame Mom, it's because our family is poor. Your father is useless. He only knows how to play mahjong, drink and smoke all day long. With him like this, Mom should at least consider your brother's marriage, right?" Seeing Zhang Yaqiong's dull eyes, her small, white teeth biting her thin lips, she said nothing. With that pitiful look, like a wounded kitten, he couldn't help but hug Zhang Yaqiong and comfort her. "Son, this is for your own good. You will get married sooner or later anyway. Even if you take the postgraduate entrance exam or get a doctorate, you will still get married, have children, and raise them at home. He, Hefeng, will not treat you badly. If I follow her and become a BB owner, I won't have to work so hard to find a job. I can just sit and collect money all day. How great is that?" After saying that, he pulled Zhang Yaqiong to Shu Hefeng and said with an apologetic smile, "Hefeng, then, is it settled?" Shu Hefeng watched the show for a while, and when he saw that they had finally finished discussing it, he looked at Zhang Yaqiong with a smile, and asked inexplicably, "Who said I want to marry her?" R. Wang Chunhua was stunned when she heard this. Even Zhang Yaqiong, who had given up hope, couldn't help but raise her eyes and look at him in surprise. "Hefeng, what do you mean by this?" Shu Hefeng sneered, "Given the precedent of Zhang Yaqiong, I don't have a good impression of your Zhang family's daughter. What if she accidentally gets infected with AIDS and passes it on to me? Wouldn't that mean my life would be over?" Wang Chunhua quickly said, No, our Yaqiong hasn't seen her sister for a long time. If you don't believe me, go check it out before you get married." Shu Hefeng leaned back on the sofa and said lazily, "Is it necessary to check?" As he said that, he suddenly stood up again, frivolously stretched out his hand to lift up Zhang Yaqiong's chin, and looked at her sad and beautiful face. "She looks good, it's okay to let her come with me. In that case, we can use her to pay off our debt. Our debt is settled now." Wang Chunhua didn't expect Shu Hefeng to agree again, and she was overjoyed. We are even now, we are all family, let's not talk about money anymore." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Okay, then let her pack her things and come with me." Wang Chunhua was stunned for a moment. Today. Shu Hefeng nodded and said, well, today, I'm 30 years old, not young anymore. I'll take her home as my wife and have a baby soon. Sure. No problem. Wang Chunhua hesitated for a moment, worried that Shu Hefeng would regret it again, so she hurriedly urged him, Yechung, go pack your things quickly, and then go enjoy life with Hefeng. Having said that, he no longer cared about Zhang Yechung, and said hesitantly, well, good son-in-law, you are going to marry our Yechung today. Then as for the betrothal gift, according to our customs, shouldn't it be given today? Bride price. When Shu Hefeng heard this, his eyebrows immediately raised. He knew that the other party was reluctant to give up the high price of the bride price, and asked with a smile, what bride price? Wang Chunhua said with a smile, just follow what Yarching and you discussed before. We don't want more. I remember it was 990,000. Oh, and there's also a house, hardware, and a BMW. My goodness, you are still thinking about the 990,000 yuan betrothal gift, a house and a BMW. Shu Hefeng sneered. He knew that Wang Chun had put a lot of thought into getting his second daughter to marry him in place of her elder sister, and that he was still eyeing the sky-high bride price. He immediately said disdainfully, still thinking about 990,000, do you think your two daughters of the Zhang family are worth this price now? Zhang Xuanhe, who had been silent all this time, got angry and said with a red face, why is it not worth it? Wang Chunhua also hurriedly said, our Yachung is young and beautiful, how can she not be worth it? Shu Hefeng sneered and said, so many people recorded the video yesterday. Now what happened in your Zhang family has probably spread throughout the village, the city, and even the country. Your daughter is promiscuous, your family has bad morals, your upbringing is poor, and there's even an AIDS case. Who would dare to marry your daughter in the future? You still want a dowry. It's good enough if it can pay off your debts. What? Pay off a debt? When Wang Chunhua heard that it was not a sky-high bride price but a debt repayment, she immediately became unwilling. No. How much money is enough to pay off the debt? A virgin girl from Yachung is worth 36,000 yuan. No way. How could I be willing? She forced Yachung to marry you, a divorced man who is 12 years older than her, a whole generation older. I just can't bear to give up the 990,000 yuan betrothal gift, a 144 square meter house, and a BMW car. What else can you hope for? Do you eat too much to get fat? Are you divorced? Shu Hefeng sneered, once AIDS is spreading, everyone will treat your family like a plague. It's good enough to be worth 36,000 yuan. Who else would dare to marry your Yechung except me? Nonsense. Wang Chunhua blushed and said, if you want this, forget it. No one wants our Yechung anymore, so it can't be worth only 36,000 yuan. Girls are in short supply now. There are so many bachelors in their 30s and 40s in the village, and people are vying to marry them. Even if you find one at random, it won't be this price. At worst, she can go out to work. If she finds someone else, the betrothal gift will be at least 200,000 yuan. Shu Hefeng laughed. Actually, what Wang Chunhua said was right. This was really the price here. Of course, the man is also required to have a car and a house. It's about having both a car and a house, not just giving a car and a house. Zhang Yachung next to her blinked and stared at her mother blankly, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. Watching her treat herself as a commodity and clearly mark the price of it in front of her. She didn't even care who the other person was, whether he was a bachelor in the village who was lazy and ate all day long, a dozen or 20 years older than her, or a blind or lame man. As long as she gives enough money for her son to get married, that's enough. The sadness in her heart was like the dead leaves falling in the autumn rain. A girl who only knows that knowledge can change her destiny, a simple girl who has never experienced the world and has not entered society. At this moment, you are facing the choice of your own destiny. It's just that the right to choose was clearly in my hands, but it was taken away by someone in the name of love. You still took 660,000. I let you take her away. Wang Chunhua hesitated for a moment and made a concession with a painful heart. Shu Hefeng exhaled a puff of smoke and unhurriedly offered his price. 50,000, plus the remaining 36,000 debt, that's 86,000. Impossible. Don't even think about that number. Wang Chunhua was firm in her attitude. It was obvious that this number was totally unacceptable to her. After a moment's hesitation, he offered another price, 600,000, no less. Shu Hefeng stretched out his index finger. That's the number. Zhang Yaming's eyes lit up. Fatty, no, Hefeng, are you willing to give 1 million? What about your mother's 10 generations of ancestors' spring and autumn dream? Shu Hefeng was so angry that he laughed. 100,000. Zhang Yaqing had mentioned to him before that her younger brother was a little mentally ill. His brain appears normal, and he speaks and acts like a normal person, but in fact he occasionally has attacks, goes crazy and hits people, acts impulsively, or talks nonsense. But he didn't dare hit outsiders, so he vented his anger at home. Because he was beaten badly when he was a child, a few gangsters in his class would block him on his way home every day and beat him up. It was also because of this disease that he went out to work for 2 months after graduating from junior high school, but was beaten up and sent back. Since then, I have been staying at home, watching TV, or going to internet cafes, and have never gone out to work. Everyone knows about this, and his family is poor, so no matchmaker is willing to arrange a marriage for him now. No. It's still too little. Zhang Shunher calmed down and said in a deep voice, at least 500,000. Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, 100,000 plus 36,000 is already a lot. Zhang Shunher frowned. No, you go. Shu Hefeng sneered, okay, you can go. Give me the remaining 36,000 and I'll leave right away. Who cares about your daughter? Wang Chunhua said, we have no money now. If you do this, wait a few days, marry Yaqing off, and I will pay you back immediately. Then he assured her, there are so many bachelors in the village, all lining up to go on blind dates. It will only take a day or two to marry off our Yaqing. Shu Hefeng was not in a hurry to save Zhang Yaqing. He shook his head and refused, she will be married in a day or two. Everyone knows that your family is a bottomless pit. She is a bachelor, but she is not a fool. No, forget about Yaqing's matter. I need money now. If you don't have money, go and borrow it. I'm going to take the money away today. If I can't, your son will be beaten every day. You told her. Wang Chuanhua's tone faltered, she was secretly angry, gritted her teeth and said, 388,000. Take her away, and do whatever you want with her in the future. We won't care, and we'll just pretend we don't have this daughter. Shu Hefeng sneered, do you think I don't know the market situation here? Although there is indeed a shortage of girls, the bride price is basically only 188,000 yuan. One price, 150,000. If you can't afford it, pay back the debt. Wang Chunhua said, that's the betrothal gift, and what about hardware and other things? Shu Hefeng said, the hardware was taken away by the woman, what does it have to do with you? 288,000 can't be any lower. Zhang Shunher said directly, if you agree, take the money and take her away, you can have a baby in 10 months. It's up to you whether you agree or not. Shu Hefeng chuckled, flicked away the cigarette butt, and said without worry, I said 150,000, I won't add a cent. No, even if you can't pay me back, that's fine. I'll go find someone right now. Zhang Shunher was so angry that his face darkened and he said, whatever. Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng stopped talking nonsense with him and stood up to leave. At this moment, Zhang Yaqing, who had been silent with empty eyes, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Shu Hefeng's hand. Shu Hefeng frowned and looked back at her in confusion. Zhang Yaqing opened her red lips, but before she could say anything, her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, please take me away. I don't want to marry those people in the village Tilder. Woo woo. Those people usually go out to work, and when they come back for the new year, they just eat, drink, brag and play cards all day long. Some even beat people when they were drunk. She didn't like such people. They had nothing in common. She didn't want to live her life like other girls in the village. Instead of marrying such a person, it is better to follow Shu Hefeng, whom I like very much. Chapter 13 Buyout. Don't want to marry those people. Shu Hefeng asked back, who do you want to marry? Me? Zhang Yaqing was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, Tilder. Brother Hefeng, I have always liked you, please marry me. Or they will beat me to death. As she spoke, her whole body began to tremble unconsciously. Every time Zhang Yaming got angry, he would beat people, his parents, his sister, and even her. And he really hit people, without any regard for severity, and he hit them like a madman. They even hit them with sticks and smashed them with bowls. In high school, she only came back once a month, and in those 3 years, she was beaten 5 times. It wasn't that I made a mistake and offended him. Just eating an ice cream, accidentally disturbing his game playing, etc., no matter how trivial it is, as long as he is not happy, he will beat you. So she always walks on thin ice and is very cautious at home. She has 1 holiday a month, and if it weren't for the living expenses, she would rather stay in that pure land and work hard. And every time they beat her and her sister, her parents never cared and just did what they were supposed to do. She could only run. She and her sister Zhang Yarqing lived in this family and have faced domestic violence from their parents and brothers since childhood. So as soon as Zhang Yarqing entered college, she moved out, rarely came back, and started hanging out with men. Just now, I lost control of my emotions and pushed Zhang Yaming, causing him to bleed and get injured. If Shu Hefeng left, what would await her would be only a violent beating. Her parents would just pretend not to see it and would just say that a few beatings wouldn't kill him and that your brother is sick and should be more lenient with him. Don't move, he will hit you twice and then stop. Then she went to the village and found a man who paid her a lot of money to marry. It would be better to kill her than to let her marry those rude men who have not received 9 years of compulsory education, hang out outside all day long and do not learn anything, talk about their organs but never talk about their families. Shu Hefeng looked at the tearful girl in front of him and his mind raced. He really wants the gentle and sweet 18-year-old girl. Which man wouldn't he like her? I don't care about 300,000. But he was really unwilling to give money to the Zhang family. He hesitated, knowing that the Zhang family would not let him take her away for 150,000 yuan. For the sake of that 10 million, I can only add a little more. Give the money directly to Zhang Yaming. Suddenly I felt relieved. If a person's money does not match his or her cognition, it will flow into the market sooner or later. This kid has never been a good student to begin with, and now that he suddenly has money, he will definitely become even more arrogant and unscrupulous. Who knows, he might get unexpected rewards. He reached out his hand and hugged Zhang Yarqiung's soft waist, and said in a tone that could not be refused, "From now on, you are mine." The sudden hug from the man left the innocent girl stunned. At this moment of confusion and helplessness, the words, "You are mine," unexpectedly made her feel at ease. After a moment of stagnation, she quickly nodded, "Yes, Tilda." As she finished her words, her pretty face, which had turned red after being beaten, became even redder, as if blood was dripping. Shu Hefeng hugged the girl and turned to look at Wang Chunhua and Zhang Xuanhe. 288,000 is fine. Seeing that Zhang Xuanhe and his wife were both shocked, he said directly, "But it's a buyout. From now on, whether you live or die, whether you become rich or starve to death, it has nothing to do with her. You are not allowed to ask her for a penny again." Wang Chunhua frowned upon hearing this and said reluctantly, "How can you force a girl to break off relations with her parents? We worked so hard to raise her, and now she's a member of your family. Isn't it reasonable for you to ask for some betrothal gifts to compensate us?" At this point, seeing Shu Hefeng's impatient face, he immediately changed the subject and said with a smile, "It's okay to break off the relationship, but you have to pay more." Shu Hefeng sneered, let go of the confused Zhang Yarqiung, turned around and left. Seeing this, Wang Chunhua immediately stepped forward and grabbed him. Although 288,000 is for less than 990,000, it is still a lot. According to the standards here, the average is only 140,000 to 160,000. The high ones are basically around 200,000. There are many bachelors in several nearby villages. But 99% of them are left because they have no money. It is basically impossible to ask them to come up with 200,000 yuan at once. What's more, such a scandal happened in his family. And what Shu Hefeng said was also very right. The village was very taboo against those unfaithful and promiscuous women. Once gossip starts spreading throughout the village within an hour. Even if you don't have any disease, you may be infected. What's more, their Yarqing is really sick. It might be difficult to marry off the 2 girls at a high price. Since Shu Hefeng was willing to pay so much, they certainly couldn't let him go. Besides, even if I agree to break up the relationship now, what does it matter? If she really needs money to marry a daughter-in-law in the future, or is penniless when she is old, she can just go and make a fuss. Her Ni is soft-hearted and kind-hearted. I don't believe she won't care about her parents. He immediately put away his thoughts and said with a bad smile, Okay, you are too impatient. 288,000 is 288,000. Buy it out. From now on, we old couple have nothing to do with her. We will just treat this girl as dead. We won't need her to take care of us when we get old. Shu Hefeng turned to Zhang Yaqiong and said, go pack your things. Take the important things with you. Throw away the unimportant things and buy new ones when you get back. Consider it your wedding present. Zhang Yaqiong uttered, oh, blankly and instinctively glanced at her parents. Seeing that they only cared about money, her eyes turned red and she lowered her head and ran back to her bedroom. She didn't have anything important. Just a big school bag, some books, a few graduation photos, a notice, an ID card, a household registration page, 2 sets of ordinary clothes, and a few pieces of underwear that had long been mixed in color. The things were packed up quickly. Shu Hefeng took out his phone and said calmly, just transfer the money via mobile phone. I don't have time to withdraw cash. Transfer. Zhang Xuanhe frowned and said with some embarrassment, our mobile phones cannot transfer money. Shu Hefeng knew that the couple didn't use smartphones, so he immediately waved to Zhang Yaming and said, take your phone. I'll use a few SIM cards to transfer the money to your card. When Zhang Yaming heard this, he was overjoyed, his hands were shaking with excitement, and he quickly took out his cell phone, trying hard not to grin, and came in front of Shu Hefeng. Shu Hefeng took out a piece of paper and a pen from Zhang Yaqiong's school bag, wrote a receipt, and asked the other party to fill it out and sign and put his fingerprints on it. After some effort, the transfer was successful. Zhang Yaming's face turned red. He had never seen so many digits in his life. Damn, I'm a rich man too. Seeing his parents coming over, he smiled and said, Mom, I received the money. Wang Chunhua stood on tiptoe to look, how much? Zhang Yaming frowned. When he saw so many digits, he was so happy and excited that he didn't pay attention to the specific numbers. I think it's 250,000. Wang Chunhua frowned and looked at Shu Hefeng warily and asked, is there something missing? Shu Hefeng asked back, why is it less? Wasn't there still a debt of 36,000 yuan before? Wang Chunhua said, that's still 2,000 yuan short. Zhang Yaming was very excited at this time. He was afraid that his mother would anger Shu Hefeng, so he quickly advised her, Mom, forget it. We already have so much money, so we don't need to worry about the 2,000. Just think of it as a dowry for his sister. Let him take his sister to buy 2 sets of clothes. Shu Hefeng said with a smile, you are quite good. At this time, the system voice also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have successfully saved Zhang Yaqiong, and you will be rewarded 10 million. Having achieved his goal, he did not stay any longer. He took Zhang Yaqiong's 2 bags and took her away without looking back. Zhang Yaqiong followed Shu Hefeng obediently like a docile little lamb. After getting in the car, she kept her head down and never looked at that home again. She is now very confused and at a loss, not knowing what her future fate will be. She glanced at Shu Hefeng cautiously, and seeing that Shu Hefeng was also looking at her, she quickly looked away like a frightened deer. I can't help but sigh inwardly that the world is unpredictable and things change dramatically. My sister was disgraced. Not only was she paralyzed, she also gave birth to a stupid son who was thrown in the hospital with no one caring about him. And I just got married like this? Chapter 14 Hotel Room. Mom, shall we buy a car? Seeing Shu Hefeng taking Zhang Yaqiong away, Zhang Yaming said impatiently. Wang Chunhua shook her head and said, why buy a car? You don't have a driver's license. Then he warned earnestly, I just told you not to spend it carelessly. That's for you to get married. Zhang Yaming immediately showed an unhappy look on his face. Mom, this is not a waste of money. Don't you know that everyone drives a car when they go on blind dates these days? Wang Chunhua said, of course I know that, nowadays matchmakers are more cunning than each other. Let her take me to the girl's house for a blind date. She must take a car to go there. If she doesn't have a car, she can't go. After the blind date, no matter whether it works out or not, she must treat everyone to a table at a restaurant. It's obvious that 1 or 2 matchmakers can do the blind date, but you insist on me and I take you. If one is successful, 10 people will ask you for money. They are all a bunch of fucking people who gave birth to sons without buttholes. Zhang Yaming seemed to see hope and begged, so, Mom, let's buy one, otherwise the matchmaker won't even bother with us. Wang Chunhua glared at him unhappily, but smiled and said, okay, buy it. Go sign up for driving lessons tomorrow, and buy it when you learn how to drive. On the other side, Shu Hefeng drove Zhang Yaqiong to the Jiangcheng Ruzal 5-star hotel without saying a word. The Wuling magic car seems a bit out of place in front of a 5-star hotel where all the guests are not luxury cars but are worth a lot of money. When the doorman saw Shu Hefeng and Zhang Yaqiong getting out of the car, he said calmly, "Hello, welcome to the Ruzal Hotel." Shu Hefeng nodded, handed the car keys to him directly, and then handed Zhang Yaqiong's bags to the porter. Then he raised his hand and directly embraced Zhang Yaqiong's slender waist. This posture is no worse than those rich second generations who drive supercars and take beautiful women to check into a hotel. He was in high spirits today. Not only did he get a beautiful girl like Zhang Yaqiong, but he also received 10 million yuan. A sure win of both wealth and beauty. Zhang Yaqiong's thin and slender body was hugged in public, and she froze for a moment, and her fair and delicate face immediately flushed with embarrassment. It was obviously her first time in a hotel and she was a little nervous. Being hugged by a man around the waist in public like this and going to a hotel room made her feel naturally more uneasy, embarrassed and awkward. She lowered her head shyly, looking like a guilty thief, and didn't dare to look at anyone. That pure and innocent heart was pounding, and as tense as that pure and clean body. My mind started to wander. Thinking back to yesterday, today, and everything in the past. Life is really like a play, with unpredictable changes in the world, making her feel like she is in another world. She quietly looked up at the tall Shu Hefeng, exchanged glances with Shu Hefeng, and then hurriedly and shyly lowered her head. Thinking about spending time with the man next to me in the hotel. Just thinking about the scene made her feel confused. But for some reason, while my body is tense, I also feel inexplicably excited and expectant. The young girl was previously immersed in the ocean of knowledge and was completely unaware of the world. Now I am about to face another major event in my life. Although I am nervous, I am also somewhat curious. "Hello, welcome." The receptionist saw the tall Shu Hefeng and the petite Zhang Yaqiong and said with a warm smile. Shu Hefeng replied calmly, and then asked directly, "Is the suite on the top floor available now?" The receptionist smiled and said, "Yes, sir, would you like to reserve the top floor?" Shu Hefeng didn't ask the price, and said directly, "Book it for 10 days first." As he said that, he asked Zhang Yaqiong for her ID card. Zhang Yaqiong handed over her ID card in a panic. While Shu Hefeng was going through the formalities with the front desk, she secretly glanced at Shu Hefeng again. Although he was a little fat, his tall and strong body gave her a sense of security. Thinking that the other party spent 250,000 yuan to buy me, it saved me from danger when I was most panicked, helpless and desperate. It seemed that she, a homeless woman, had found someone to rely on. She couldn't help feeling grateful and her heart calmed down. She suddenly remembered a sentence written in her notebook: "Life is as tortuous as water, and the world is as changing as mountains." How can we predict what will happen in life? It is not easy to have a gentle and kind person to entrust your life to. Our predecessors were right. Only by cherishing the present can we make the most of our youth. She immediately made up her mind and was ready to give everything she had to the man in front of her today. In the future, I will follow him well, love him well, and live the rest of my life peacefully and happily. So what if a marriage is bought with money? There can still be love, there can still be loving couples, mutual affection, equality and growing old together. In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine the sweet and loving scenes of herself and Shu Hefeng in the future. While the girl was daydreaming, Shu Hefeng had already paid the bill and booked a room. Led by the waiter and porter, we arrived at the luxurious suite on the top floor. Although this hotel is a 5-star hotel, it is not a high-end luxury brand, and the best suite on the top floor is not too expensive. But when Zhang Yaqiong looked at the invoice, she was stunned. "I was just daydreaming and didn't pay attention, but it's 8,999 renminbi a day. It's 10 days after opening. That's 89,990 renminbi? Nearly 9,000 a day for hotel room charges. Isn't it not worth it to make yourself playful?" She stood at the door, blushing and whispering, "Is it too expensive? How about we change to a normal one?" Shu Hefeng was calm and said softly, "No need. It's nothing to spend some money. We don't need it." Then he took Zhang Yaqiong's cold, soft and smooth little hand and said with a smile, "Let's go in and see what's going on inside." As soon as you enter the door, you will see a painting with a very artistic atmosphere, as if showing its unique charm to people. Entering the living room through the entrance hall, sunlight shines through the large floor-to-ceiling windows and pours into the room like a golden tide. The two were attracted by this and came to the floor-to-ceiling window first. Looking up, the beautiful sea view was like a painting slowly unfolding before their eyes. Not only is this hotel by the sea, it is also only 2 or 3 kilometers away from his BB, so it is very close. Passing through the spacious, bright and well-designed living room, you will see the spacious and tidy kitchen and dining room. A waiter said that the total area of this suite is more than 400 square meters, and the master bedroom alone is as big as a 2-bedroom apartment. In addition to the living room, kitchen, dining room, and 2 bedrooms, there is also a study, a bar for drinking, and a tea room for drinking tea. What Shu Hefeng liked most was the extra-large spa room. The spa room not only has spa facilities, but also a heart-shaped oversized Mandarin duck bath by the window, where you can take a bath while enjoying the sea view or night view, or watching TV or movies. Except for the cloakroom and kitchen, all rooms, including the bathroom, are designed with floor-to-ceiling windows, so you can enjoy the beautiful sea view while doing anything. Led by the waiter, the two came to the master bedroom again. The master bedroom is indeed spacious, with a European-style design. In addition to a large round bed that looks very valuable, there is also a small living room, a dressing table, 2 separate bathrooms, 2 cloakrooms, a full range of furniture and appliances including a television. On the south side, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, there are tables and chairs for drinking and tea, as well as a half-open small study room that can be used for working and studying. Shu Hefeng was very satisfied with this, but he directly ordered, "I would like to trouble you three with one favor." One of the waitresses smiled and said, "Sir, if you have anything to ask, please let us know. We will do our best to serve you." Shu Hefeng pointed around and said, "Turn off all the lights, draw the curtains, and then help me check carefully to see if there are any hidden cameras." "Oh, okay. The waitress was stunned for a moment and responded quickly. Shu Hefeng said, "Do you know how to check it?" The waitresses nodded and began to divide the work to turn off the lights and draw the curtains. Afterwards, he worked with Shu Hefeng to search everywhere. Zhang Yeqiong didn't know any of this and could only follow Shu Hefeng in a silly and cute manner, like a clinging follower, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. The waiter was very serious and worked for half an hour before finally finishing the inspection carefully. After confirming that there was nothing, Shu Hefeng did not let them work in vain and gave each of them a tip of 100 yuan. After they left, Shu Hefeng closed the door and turned around to see the pure and lovely girl standing behind him. The beautiful girl has lowered her head shyly, her snow-white cheeks are flushed, her face is full of shyness, and her skin is white and rosy, as beautiful as peach blossoms. Chapter 15. Do you regret? Although she had prepared herself mentally, the sudden hug still made Zhang Yeqiong's heart rise to her throat. She was so nervous that she almost forgot to breathe. That pure and beautiful face had already flushed its cheeks, making the already delicate and white face look even more rosy and bright as the morning glow. The 18-year-old girl, a pure female college student, is like a crabapple blossoming in March. From a distance, it looks like a piece of snow white and flawless, pure and clean. When you look closer, you will find that the white is pink, making the snow white look even more gorgeous. It is like the rosy skin of a young girl, delicate and shy, or intoxicated by spring. The snow-covered clothes dance in the wind, and the blushing guest is born. Especially at this moment, the girl's shy charm, coupled with her timid eyes, makes people intoxicated. At the same time, it inevitably evokes an unknown delusion. The girl was nervous and shy, and her clear eyes were filled with mist, rippling with beauty and charm. "Now, I bored you. Do you regret it?" Shu Hefeng asked. Zhang Yeqiong was stunned for a moment, raised her watery eyes and looked at Shu Hefeng, and quickly shook her head. Her voice was soft and her tone was particularly firm. "No regrets." Shu Hefeng raised a slight smile at the corner of his lips and gently stroked the pretty face that was flushed as if drunk. He didn't say any more stupid words like, "From now on you only belong to me." People's hearts are changeable and the world is even more unpredictable. Who can guarantee the future? How many couples have been together for lifetimes, months and years? In the end, isn't it still just a single tree standing at the top of the Yangguan Pass, surrounded by a sea of people? He no longer believed in promises, he only looked at actions and the present. After hesitating for a moment, Shu Hefeng did not take any further action. He let go of the frightened little deer and took her hand to sit down in the living room. Seeing Zhang Yeqiong clearly heaved a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I'll do something to you right now?" No. Zhang Yaqiong's pretty face flushed, and she quickly shook her head, and said shyly in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No, I'm not afraid. I did it willingly." Shu Hefeng smiled with satisfaction. This girl was obviously much simpler and cleaner than Zhang Yaqiong. I made a decision secretly in my heart. He also fought for the future. I know that she studied hard, and I also know that he worked so hard for so long just to change his fate in the end. So I decided to support her in pursuing her dream of attending Jiangnan University. Today is July 15th, which is still a long way from September 1st. There is still a lot of time to enjoy this beautiful sight. I'll take you to buy some replacement clothes, shoes, underwear and other daily necessities later. Shu Hefeng leaned back on the sofa, picked up a cigarette, lit it, exhaled a puff of smoke, and continued. As for you, just stay here for the next few days. I will come to see you every day. On September 1st, I will send you and Yang Yang off. Zhang Yaqiong blinked in a daze, her eyes brightening as if to say, Brother Hefeng, will you allow me to continue attending Jiang University? Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng pinched her small and delicate nose affectionately and said unhappily, Why? Still calling me like that? Zhang Yaqiong reacted immediately, lowered her head shyly again, hesitated for a moment, and said with her red lips, Husband tilde. Ahem tilde. The girl's shy voice was delicate and soft. It made him, a normal man who had been single for several years, feel very happy. He gently held the girl's slender, snow-white hand, feeling its soft, cool and smooth feeling. At the same time, he looked at that innocent and lovely little face and said seriously, Of course. I allow you to pursue your dreams. But let me make it clear first, our relationship will not change. Don't think that you can kick me out when you become powerful and rich. From now on, you are my girlfriend, and today is our wedding night. His meaning was very clear, and Zhang Yaqiong understood it, and the girl's cheeks immediately blushed again. But this surprise made her extremely excited, which was far greater than her shyness. She immediately looked at Shu Hefeng with tenderness in her eyes and said in a soft voice, Hubby, thank you tilde. I promise that I will love you forever and ever and will never leave you. The girl's love words and the vows she made in her youth, no matter whether they will be fulfilled in the end, at least at this moment, they are definitely sincere. Shu Hefeng looked at the girl's sincere eyes and smiled, I haven't finished yet. At Jiangda, I will also make sure that I can see you at any time. When I need you to accompany me, your future girlfriend or future wife must be there at any time. Good. Zhang Yaqiong agreed without any hesitation, and said with a smile, I will always be with you. Shu Hefeng nodded, and suddenly said, Also, there are some things I still need to tell you in advance. Before Shu Hefeng could continue, Zhang Yaqiong suddenly had an idea and spoke first. Husband wants to talk about Yang Yang, right? Tilde. Shu Hefeng looked into her eyes and said, As for Yang Yang, you have always been with her, so you should understand her feelings for me. If she really likes me, I won't give up on her. As for her, I think it's better to be honest with you. I'm very greedy right now. Chapter 16 Whatever you want, it's yours. Zhang Yaqiong had originally made up her mind to live a good life with Shu Hefeng, but now when it comes to an En, the beautiful girl who is as bright and brave as the sun, she suddenly feels unsure. But Shu Hefeng continued, I can promise that I will treat you all equally and love you well. Apart from this, I will never let you suffer any grievances again. Oh tilde. Zhang Yaqiong said softly, hesitated, and suddenly raised her eyes and said softly, I can see Yin Yin's feelings for you. I also know that the reason she hates me is because my sister stole her beloved before. As she spoke, she bit her thin lips with her pearly teeth, and said with a somewhat disappointed look on her face, I didn't expect that now my sister has brought it upon herself and can no longer snatch someone away, but it's me who has snatched her sweetheart away instead. On the way here just now, I was also struggling with this matter and didn't know what to do. Having said this, she saw Shu Hefeng looking at her and realized that she was just bought by the other party. She still begged him to buy her. Although the law would not recognize it, she had already accepted it in her heart. The other party could obviously just keep her by his side, treat her like a toy or a tool, have her give birth to children for him, do his laundry and cooking for him, and be a housewife. Yet he was so considerate and understanding of her that not only did he not get her immediately, he also allowed her to continue to complete her university studies. This alone is much better than having biased parents. Although it was a business deal, he was really gentle and caring. This made her, who had been subjected to domestic violence and lack of love since childhood, feel grateful, warm and safe. She suddenly smiled and said in a sweet voice, "Hubby, have you forgotten that you bought it?" Then she stuck out her pink tongue playfully and said coquettishly, "Of course, whatever you want to do. As long as Yang Yang doesn't object." Afterwards, she mustered up her courage, threw her soft body with a girlish fragrance into Shu Hefeng's arms, and buried her little head in his broad and soft arms. "I wish to win the heart of one person and stay together till we grow old together. I've said it before, I will love you well, and I hope you can love me well, too." Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, secretly pleasantly surprised, and gently stroked the silky jade back, saying softly, "Don't worry, Yang Yang is tough on the outside but soft on the inside, she won't embarrass you." The girl hesitated for a moment, then raised her beautiful face, pouted her pink and moist lips and asked, "Then, what about getting married in the future? There are also children. What will I do if I have children in the future?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "That's easy. Marry one first, hold the wedding, divorce 2 years later, and then marry another one. Just divorce, not leave home. When the time comes, I will build a big villa by the sea, buy a luxury car, and we will live our lives behind closed doors without anyone disturbing us. Let's live happily ever after." Zhang Yeqiong hesitated for a moment, and also felt that this method was feasible. Afterwards, Shu Hefeng took Zhang Yeqiong out of the hotel and drove to a nearby shopping mall. Zhang Yeqiong, who is tall and has a pure and sweet face, wore a school uniform skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender and long legs, which attracted a lot of attention. Especially when seeing her holding Shu Hefeng's hand and behaving intimately, many people were heartbroken. After walking a few steps, the two walked into a women's clothing store. Although this women's clothing brand is not an international brand, it is well known in China and can be considered a high-end domestic brand. When the waiter saw the two people come in, especially Zhang Yeqiong, his eyes were slightly surprised, and he came forward to greet them enthusiastically. "Hello, both of you, what kind of clothes do you want to see?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "We're not sure either. Is there anything suitable for her to wear? Can you recommend a few?" The waiter took a closer look at Zhang Yeqiong and said with a smile, "Your girlfriend is so young and beautiful, and has such a good figure. She must look good in anything she wears. How about trying on a skirt?" Then he led the two of them to a pink JK short skirt and said with a smile, "Girls nowadays like to wear JK with a shirt. Wearing it will show off your figure and make your legs look longer, which is also suitable for her age. Your girlfriend's long legs are so white and perfect. She will look great in it, like a celebrity." Shu Hefeng didn't waste any words and said directly, "I think it's very good too. I want this one. Let's try the size." Zhang Yeqiong saw the price at this time, hesitated, and said, "Honey, this set is too expensive, why don't we go to other places to have a look?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "No need, we are not short of money, just go ahead and try it, and we will buy it if it looks good." The waiter at the side also knew who was paying, and praised with a smile, "The beauty is really virtuous and sensible. Go and try it first. We are having a promotion now, so we can give you 20% off." Zhang Yeqiong was not a vain person, and she had been used to being simple since she was a child. She muttered quietly, even at an 80% discount, it would still be over 800 yuan. But with Shu Hefeng's encouragement, he turned around and walked into the fitting room. Shu Hefeng leaned against the door to prevent others from entering. Not long after, a beautiful figure walked out from inside. The snow-white shirt highlights the tender curves of the upper body, while the waist below is as slender as a willow, so thin that it cannot be grasped with one hand. Further down is the pink JK, revealing a pair of long, slender and white legs. Her skin is very fair and tender, and wearing a JK top makes her look pink, white, pure and especially sweet. The waiter had good taste and the size was just right. Shu Hefeng said directly, "I want this one, and I want the blue plaid one too." Zhang Yeqiong's beautiful eyes narrowed, "You want 2 sets?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "It looks good when I wear it, so I'll naturally order 2 more sets." The waiter also said with envy, "Yes, beautiful lady, big brother has good taste. You look really good in this outfit, it suits your temperament very well. Even a woman like me is moved when I see it." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Anything else? Recommend a few more sets." The waiter was naturally even more delighted when he heard this, and quickly recommended several more. For example, denim shorts with a white t-shirt, jeans with a waist-bearing light blue t-shirt, and lazy zen-style floor-length pants with solid-color short-sleeved shirts. The pants are loose and soft, but they make you look slimmer. The t-shirt dress paired with hot pants perfectly shows off a pair of long legs. After buying a few sets of replacement clothes, Shu Hefeng took her to a lingerie store and bought some bras and panties made of better quality. Later, I bought all the daily necessities such as shoes, socks, toiletries, etc. Finally, I bought her a mobile phone, the new Apple phone, iPhone 7 Plus, so it would be easier to contact her. He also wants to support domestic products, but now in 2016, Apple phones are still irreplaceable and the quality is absolutely impeccable. This was the first time in Zhang Yaqiong's life that she boldly went shopping in a mall. Although the products were not international brands, they were well known and expensive. She originally wanted to just buy 2 sets of replacement clothes, but she couldn't resist Shu Hefeng's insistence. But this feeling of shopping still made her very happy, and her smile along the way was particularly sweet and never disappeared. As soon as they returned to their hotel, the innocent and lovely girl stood on tiptoe, hugged Shu Hefeng's neck, and said timidly with a blushing face, "Hubby, I can drink something cold today." As she spoke, a blush spread to her ears, and she said in a trembling voice, "I want to reassure you and let you understand my feelings. I really want to be with you forever." Seeing the sweet girl taking such initiative, Shu Hefeng naturally felt obliged to follow her lead. Chapter 17. The joy here is like a fairyland. 2 hours later. Shu Hefeng lay on the chaise longue on the balcony, smoking silently. Since the divorce, he has been a normal man with a strong sense of vigor and vitality. Single for 6 years. Now that I am free, I feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Especially when facing such a pure and lovely beauty. A sweet and pretty face, fair and delicate skin, tall and slim figure, and a graceful and curvy figure. It is so beautiful that it is beyond description, and so tender that you can squeeze out water from it. Shu Hefeng suddenly thought that it was time to go back and talk to his grandparents. He and his grandparents depend on each other for survival, and generally speaking, he would not hide anything from the 2 elderly people. The 2 of them always wanted him to find a wife, get married and have children. Confessing the truth to them now can save the old man from being anxious, and also save him from having to force him to go on a blind date. Even though he couldn't bear to disturb the girl's sweet dream, he had to stand up and gently pat the pretty girl in his arms, saying softly, "Yaqiong, I need to go back." Zhang Yaqiong muttered and opened her eyes blankly. When she saw Shu Hefeng looking at her with a smile, she suddenly came to her senses and her pretty face flushed. She immediately let out another moan and hid her flushed face in the quilt. Shu Hefeng was moved when he saw the girl's coy attitude, but he was busy with other things, so he could only repeat, "Yaqiong, I have to go." Hearing that Shu Hefeng was leaving, Zhang Yaqiong no longer cared about being shy and poked her head out from under the quilt like a little turtle. Her beautiful eyes were filled with affection and tenderness as she looked at the man who had made her surrender physically and mentally, and she said tenderly and softly, "Where are you going, husband?" Her voice was originally soft and gentle, and now it was even softer and more pleasant to hear. Shu Hefeng said softly, "Go home." The woman is pure and innocent, and has never been held hand by a boy before. Now she is dependent and insecure, so of course she doesn't want the man she just got to leave. I hope he can stay with me and comfort my uneasy and frightened body and mind. But she was sensible since she was young, so she still said softly and obediently, "Oh, will my husband come today?" Shu Hefeng held the pretty face with a rosy complexion in his hands, lowered his head and gave it a gentle kiss, and said with a smile, "You go to sleep first, and when you wake up, I will be back." Zhang Yaqiong's cheeks flushed, she smiled sweetly, and nodded obediently. "Uncle, why did you just come back?" As soon as she returned to the villa, an Ian ran down from upstairs, her tone revealing a bit of resentment. "Do you know that people are very worried about you?" Shu Hefeng felt inexplicably guilty in front of her and smiled. "What are you worried about? Does the Zhang family dare to hit me?" An Ian saw Shu Hefeng holding some fruits, all of which she liked to eat, so she took them from him and asked curiously, "Is the money coming back?" Forehead. Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say, and said vaguely, "I guess I'm coming back." Sort of. And Ian blinked her beautiful, ethereal and clear eyes and asked in confusion, "What? Are you coming back or not?" As they were talking, they had already arrived at the living room on the first floor. Shu Hefeng lay down on the sofa and finally told her what happened at Zhang's house. After hearing the last part, Ian's heart was alarmed and she was dumbfounded and asked, "So, you spent 250,000 to buy her?" Shu Hefeng hesitated and said, "It's not considered buying. That's illegal." "Just, kind of." He didn't know how to describe it for a moment, and after a few breaths, he said, "It can be considered a rescue, or you can say it's a captive." Upon hearing this, Ian was speechless and started cursing in her heart. She was already feeling bad enough because she was intercepted by Zhang Yaqiong's sister. After waiting for a long time, I finally got the good news and found out that Zhang Yaqiong was a liar. Now Zhang Yaqiong has snatched it away again. She wondered if she owed these two sisters in her previous life. "What do you mean by rescue? It's clearly support." "Uncle, how can you do this?" Ian looked at him in disbelief. "You are too lustful, aren't you?" Hearing this, Shu Hefeng suddenly smiled noncommittally. "Maybe." He changed the subject and turned to look at Ian, who was pouting in anger. "Zhang Yaqiong is indeed young and beautiful. I am very greedy for her now. I admit this." As he spoke, he pulled the sulking girl to sit next to him and said with a smile, "But if I am really lustful, can you bear it with me around?" Chapter 18. Make an appointment with someone you are destined to know. "So what are you going to do?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly. "Let's put her in the hotel first." Ian said with a stern face, "You don't really plan to be with her, do you?" Shu Hefeng said, "Of course. After all, I spent nearly 300,000 yuan to buy her. She's young and pretty, with fair skin and beautiful looks. She's a rare beauty. If I don't enjoy her well, will I just put her there as a vase? Will she be sold to other men in the future? It's better for me to be happy than to make other men happy. My money didn't come from the wind." As he spoke, he slowly stood up and went to sit in the tea room in front of the French window. The old tea on the table had already gone cold. I tilted my head back and drank it all in one gulp. The bitterness immediately filled my mouth. At the same time, he sighed and said, "Alas, life is short, so we should enjoy it while we can." Ian was stunned for a moment, then sat down next to him and looked at Shu Hefeng at this moment. His eyes were filled with loneliness and ambition. His eyes were melancholy, but his edge was hidden. "Uncle, you seem to have changed." After looking for a long time, Ian suddenly spoke again. "Before, you were kind-hearted and had a positive outlook. Even if you felt sorry for Zhang Yaqiong and spent 300,000 yuan to buy her, you would not easily say that you were greedy for her body. In the 6 years since his divorce, Shu Hefeng has felt lost, sad, and decadent, but he has never casually looked for another woman outside." Shu Hefeng chuckled and said, "It's easy to change the hearts of old friends, but it's easy to change the hearts of old friends. You don't understand, and you don't know what I've been through. I've been heartbroken by women twice. How can I still believe in love? Now that we are middle-aged, what is there to talk about kindness and having a positive outlook? Yang, a person's life usually only lasts for 70 years. 10 years of youth are spent in ignorance, 10 years of old age and weakness are spent in illness and pain, and those who can enjoy themselves only have 50 years. It has been 6 years since my divorce, and I am 30 now. If you don't enjoy yourself, you'll get old." Hearing this, Ian muttered vaguely, "Who won't let you enjoy it? I've given you hints so many times, but you haven't responded. It's not in vain to call her a little vixen." Shu Hefeng didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion, "What are you mumbling about?" Ian glanced at him resentfully and said coquettishly, "Nothing. We have ABB at home, why spend money to send her to a hotel?" Shu Hefeng certainly wouldn't say that he did it for his own convenience. He just said lightly, "It's more convenient at the hotel." Ian said, "Then bring her here. This time, she would compete openly and honestly, and would never let that vixen get the better of her again." Shu Hefeng was surprised and asked, "Don't you hate her very much?" Ian rolled her eyes cutely and said unhappily, "Didn't someone say he wanted to raise that little vixen? What? You still want to keep it outside?" Shu Hefeng chuckled, and seeing that it was getting late, he drove back to his grandmother's house. After explaining the situation, I returned to the hotel and saw Zhang Yaqiong sleeping soundly. An hour later, Shu Hefeng leisurely finished smoking another cigarette. At this moment, a cigarette is really better than being a living god. Seeing the girl next to him eating potato noodles with a blushing pretty face, he couldn't help feeling a little proud and refreshed. The spiritual satisfaction of having such a beautiful girl is unimaginable. She is the goddess in the hearts of many young men and the white moonlight that many little boys long for but cannot obtain. But now, she is very well behaved in front of me. This girl hadn't had lunch yet and was obviously starving. While she was eating, Shu Hefeng went to the gym and started exercising. Although I didn't exercise much these 2 days, I ate diet meals. I lost 0.8 kilograms yesterday and today I successfully lost weight to 1.95 kilograms. Because the system rewards 1 million for every kilogram lost, so if I am 0.05 kilograms short, I can get 2 million. After exercising for half an hour, Shu Hefeng's clothes were already soaked with sweat. He went to the bedroom, took a shower, and went to the bathroom. The system's voice finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have lost 2 kilograms and will be rewarded 2 million. Shu Hefeng was delighted and opened his panel properties. Host, Shu Hefeng. Height, 188 centimeters. Age, 30. Weight, originally 131 kilograms, now 129 kilograms. Special abilities: 1. View the woman's faceplate. 2. Portable space 10M 10M 10M. Property, for units in Jiangcheng. Car, Wuling Magic Car. Total assets, 15,279, 000 plus. Sales balance, 4618. Bonus balance, for 6180. Consumption cashback balance, 0. Looking at his total assets and thinking about his Wuling car, Shu Hefeng felt that it was time to buy another car for commuting. At the same time, some industries should also be expanded. The current daily turnover of the BB is only about 2,000 yuan. Even during the peak season, it would probably only double that. This thing is next to the sea, and its main feature is the sea view. It only makes more money during the summer vacation. After the summer vacation, especially in winter, the number of tourists drops sharply and there is often no profit. There are not many choices before him now, including supermarkets, hotels, BBS, bars, internet cafes, and restaurants. Shu Hefeng suddenly turned his gaze and looked at Zhang Yaqiong outside through the glass wall of the gym. Why not open a store next to Jiangda? This way, I can make money and see Zhang Yaqiong at any time. In this way, by opening a shop near Jiangda University, I can not only make money, but also ask Zhang Yaqiong to accompany me whenever I need it. I can also accompany them and protect them. Don't end up in a long-distance relationship, which would give others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Those hot-blooded young men have a lot of free time. When they see beauties like Zhang Yaqiong and an Ian, they must have countless suitors and pesterers. Some people may even resort to underhanded tactics. Being around, I can also better protect them from harassment. As for them, they can help me in the store and keep me company in their spare time. It's the best of both worlds. Moreover, there is basically no shortage of passenger flow around Jiangda. If you open a supermarket, hotel, or internet cafe, you basically don't have to worry about losing money, and the turnover will definitely be considerable. Chapter 19: Cultivate Relationships. In the suite on the top floor of the hotel, Zhang Yaqiong was wearing her newly bought short-sleeved katun nightgown and was lying on the desk reading a romance novel. She is always very quiet, serious and focused at this time. She looks serious, quiet and elegant. A short-sleeved nightgown is a nightgown that looks like a long t-shirt. But the hem is very long and directly covers the hips. It looks like she is only wearing a t-shirt, revealing a pair of long legs. When people see it, they will always have endless imagination. Shu Hefeng on the other side was sitting in the tea room, drinking tea and watching TV series on mobile phone. Occasionally I get up and stretch, stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, look at the sea and feel the breeze. Or look through the transparent glass door at the quiet girl in the study on the other side. Neither of them affected the other, and the suite was quiet and warm. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded, and a crescent-shaped moon emerged from the sea in the east. Shu Hefeng went downstairs to get the takeaway. As soon as he entered the door, the girl rushed into his arms like a gust of fragrant wind and said delicately, "Honey, what delicious food did you buy?" For Zhang Yaqiong, Shu Hefeng is her first love in life. And when it comes to first love, we have just gotten together. Just gave my all. During this period of time, the girl is always very dependent on her lover. she really wanted to stay with Shu Hefeng forever. Although I appeared to be quietly reading a novel this afternoon, I secretly suppressed the urge to go find him and cuddle with him countless times. The girl was shy and felt embarrassed since they had just gotten together. Now that it was dinner time, she had a legitimate reason and couldn't wait to throw herself into Shu Hefeng's arms. Shu Hefeng put his arm around her slender waist, picked her up, and walked towards the restaurant, saying softly, "It's nothing, just 2 servings of sea cucumber porridge, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, with some fruit and vegetable salad." As she spoke, Zhang Yaqiong took the initiative to put her arms around Shu Hefeng's neck, and her 2 long, snow-white legs clung to him like an octopus. Letting Shu Hefeng carry her towards the restaurant, the girl just tilted her pretty face up and looked at him with her charming eyes. Shu Hefeng enjoyed the softness of the girl's body, and reminded her, "When I have time, I will take you to eat all the delicacies in Jiangcheng." Zhang Yaqiong's pink lips suddenly curved into a sweet arc, and she looked at Shu Hefeng with a drawn look, and said sweetly, "It doesn't matter if I eat a big meal or not, I just want to be with my husband every day and be with him all the time." In the past, she only had a good impression of Shu Hefeng, the kind of good impression she had for her brother. Later, the other person became his sister's fiancé, so he was directly treated as his brother-in-law. But now, she was sold out by her parents and had the most intimate relationship between a man and a woman with Shu Hefeng. This good impression has changed quietly. It becomes ambiguous, becomes charming, and then after several intimate moments, turns into love. The girl's mood changed slightly as she tasted love for the first time. It seemed as if their whole world was filled with pink bubbles. The look she gave Shu Hefeng was also full of admiration, as if she was about to melt. Shu Hefeng listened to the girl's attachment and couldn't help feeling a little proud. He threw the takeaway on the table, then lowered his head and gave the girl a deep kiss on her pink and tender lips, smiling and saying, "Well, after we have a good time here for a few days, come back home with me." As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "When the time comes, I will love you day and night." They say love grows over time, so we should take advantage of this time to cultivate our relationship. After these few words, the girl blushed and shyly buried her head in Shu Hefeng's hands. The following dinner was exceptionally beautiful and sweet. After dinner, Shu Hefeng carried Zhang Yaqiong's soft body to the balcony of the master bedroom, and they lay down on the chaise longue. Young girls crave the tenderness of men, and mature men covet the whiteness and tenderness of young girls. The moonlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on the 2 men and women who loved each other, making them look extremely beautiful. Chapter 20 Breakfast. The next morning, Zhang Yaqiong woke up slowly and turned around to see Shu Hefeng sleeping soundly. She climbed down from the mattress, took out her cell phone and saw that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. This was the first time she had slept in 3 years. He went to the kitchen refrigerator, took out a bottle of expensive mineral water, and started drinking it. It was not until the bottle was empty that a refreshing sound was heard. She returned to the bedroom and was shocked to see Shu Hefeng, who was still asleep with a smile on his lips. There was a refreshing sea breeze blowing in from the window. The man was handsome and steady as a mountain. The girl couldn't help but feel her eyes empty, her thoughts flying back to last night. Her pretty face, which was already as if drunk, became even more blushing. Her fair face was rosy, as bright as the first snow, as gorgeous as peach blossoms, pure and charming. She took a deep breath, carefully picked up her pajamas and put them on, then walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and pulled the curtains on both sides. Then he tiptoed out of the master bedroom, ate some fruit, drank a cup of yogurt, and went straight to the study to read. The good thing about such an expensive suite is that it has all kinds of books. "Hubby, you're awake, Tilda." At 12:30 in the afternoon, Shu Hefeng stretched and just got out of bed. He heard a soft and tender voice. Turning around, I saw Zhang Yaqiong running in like a gust of wind. She threw herself into his arms like a swallow. Shu Hefeng was happy last night and slept very soundly. "Yaqiong, what time did you wake up?" Zhang Yaqiong's pink lips were filled with a bright and sweet arc, and she said as if to take credit, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Really? Why don't you get more sleep?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly. Zhang Yaqiong nodded coquettishly and said, "Yeah, I'm not sleepy anymore." She pouted her lips and said in a delicate voice, "Hubby, I'm hungry." Since his young wife asked to be fed, Shu Hefeng naturally had to make good arrangements. He carefully selected some porridge and meat and vegetable dishes, and also ordered a fat-reducing meal for himself. After that, I washed up and went to the gym to exercise. He is still very fat now, so exercise needs to be gradual, and Shu Hefeng is not in a hurry for quick results. I did 40 minutes of brisk walking, jogging and aerobic exercise, and then the takeaway arrived. Shu Hefeng was not in a hurry to eat. He took Zhang Yaqiong to the spa room and did some aerobic exercises as a late breakfast. Then they started to eat lunch. After the fat-reducing meal, it's his next meal. He won't eat anything else until he loses weight to his target weight. After all, losing weight can not only restore his previous handsome appearance, but also improve his physical condition and make him tens of millions. He has no reason not to do it. Even motivated. After he loses weight and regains his peak appearance, he will try to sell Huang Mao to the parts disassembly area and enjoy his life. If you are rich and good looking, you should live your life to the fullest. But how to get that yellow-haired guy to the southeast to dismantle the parts is also a problem, which requires careful planning. Shu Hefeng thought about it for a long time and finally made up his mind to completely resolve the matter before Jiangcheng University started and then start a new life. Officially experience life in the Heavenly Palace. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we returned to the beach villa from their hotel. Seeing a white Mercedes-Benz convertible sports car parked in the yard, he knew that the second daughter of the Lin family had arrived. This Mercedes-Benz SL-Class AMG convertible coupe is said to cost 2 million yuan. It was a birthday gift given by Lin Jiyue's father when she turned 18 4 months ago. Shu Hefeng felt a little urgent to pee, so he rushed directly into the toilet on the first floor. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, I saw a girl with long wavy hair sitting on the toilet. Their white dress was lifted up. When Shu Hefeng saw the girl also saw him. R. Tilder. R. Both of them were startled and cried out at the same time. The girl saw Shu Hefeng looking at her in confusion, then looked down. She immediately reacted and hurriedly covered her face with the hem of her skirt. Her delicate cheeks, 3 points whiter than snow, turned red, and she said angrily, "Uncle. You're still looking." Sorry Tilder. Shu Hefeng finally reacted and quickly stepped out, but suddenly came back and closed the door. Forcefully delete the yellow Pikachu from your mind. I felt a strong urge to urinate at the moment, so I went straight to the second floor. Chapter 21. The second miss of the Lin family is shy. After relieving himself, he went downstairs and saw the girl who had just revealed her glory was now sitting on the sofa in the living room. Lin Jiyue. She was crossing her legs and looking at him calmly. When their eyes met, Shu Hefeng felt a little guilty and waved awkwardly, "Hi Tilder." After he finished speaking, he saw Lin Jiyue sitting there quietly, her face as calm as the lake's surface untouched by the sunlight in the early morning, and she still looked at him indifferently. Those eyes have no warmth and no emotions, they just stare at you quietly and without a trace of emotion. People can't help but feel an inexplicable pressure. Shu Hefeng took a deep breath, and for some reason his mind was suddenly filled with the scene of snow-white legs. After hesitating for a moment, he hurried back to his room awkwardly. As the door slammed shut, the beautiful girl sitting on the sofa blinked her long eyelashes. Thinking of Shu Hefeng's embarrassed look just now and his fleeing back, it was quite interesting. Finally, he couldn't help laughing and burst out in laughter. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, and her long hair moved slightly. The bright sunlight shone on her snow-white face, and her icy skin seemed to be glowing. Her eyes moved slightly, her cherry-red lips curled up in a playful expression, and she slowly stood up. Lin Jiyue has a tall figure, and her slender waist is straight yet soft as she moves with lotus steps. Her steps are light and graceful, like a breeze, leisurely and comfortable, giving people a sense of elegance and confidence. Dong 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 Tilder. There were 3 light knocks on the door. Shu Hefeng in the room frowned and said quickly, "Come in." As he finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open. Then a tall and graceful white figure walked in. Shu Hefeng quickly stood up and said with a wry smile, Jiyue, what's the matter?" Lin Jiyue curved her cherry lips into a sweet and elegant smile, but did not speak immediately. Instead, he looked around his room and then sat down on the gaming chair next to him. Turning his head to look at Shu Hefeng, he said with a smile, "When there are guests of the opposite sex at home, does an uncle not knock on the door when going to the bathroom?" Shu Hefeng quickly explained, "I thought you and Yang Yang were on the 3rd floor, so." "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." Hearing this, Lin Jiyue raised her eyebrows, and her clear and beautiful eyes, like a pool of spring water under the moon, stared at him, and said with a smile, "Really?" As she spoke, she suddenly stood up and came in front of Shu Hefeng, raised her beautiful face, and opened her red lips slightly. "Then tell me, uncle, what did you see just now?" Shu Hefeng looked at the beautiful face so close to him. The girl has an oval face, bright eyes, white teeth, picturesque eyebrows, a delicate nose, cherry red lips, and a small mouth shaped like petals. Looking closely, the skin is as white as ice and as smooth as jade, with almost no flaws, and even the pores are gone. Shu Hefeng wanted to say that he saw nothing. But Lin Jiyue seemed to see through his thoughts. She tilted her head, narrowed her beautiful eyes into a dangerous arc, and said with a smile in a gentle and soft voice, "If you don't tell the truth, I'll go to Yang and complain. Say you peeked at me when I went to the bathroom." Don't. Shu Hefeng hurriedly stopped him, hesitated, and said awkwardly, "I didn't see anything, I saw the legs and the yellow one." Lin Jiyue had a sweet and harmless smile on her pretty face. She didn't seem angry at all. She just asked, "Anything else?" And, "I only saw a little bit tilder. Like a mythical beast in the legend." Naturally, he didn't dare to say the following words. The snow-white, playful cheeks were covered with a layer of blush without knowing when. Lin Jiyue blushed and lowered her head, then turned away somewhat embarrassedly. The room fell into silence for a moment. The atmosphere was awkward. After a while, Lin Jiyue suddenly turned around again, seeming to have calmed down. The little face is quiet and elegant. When I look at Shu Hefeng inadvertently, her cheeks are still white with a hint of rosy pink. Well, tell me, how do we solve this problem? You've seen my body, you should at least show some appreciation, right? Chapter 22, Under Pressure. Show. How do you show this? Shu Hefeng pretended to be embarrassed and said, "How about I compensate you 10,000? A cent." He originally wanted to say 10,000 yuan. Suddenly I thought that 10,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for the beautiful, rich and white second daughter. 10,000 more is not too much, and 10,000 less is not too little. I feel a little sorry for myself. So I changed the unit to points. Of course, that was also a joke. After all, they have known each other for 5 or 6 years. Lin Jiyue didn't react for a moment and was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help feeling angry and amused. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him coquettishly, and said in a tender voice, "I need your 10,000, can I share it?" Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "That's right, a rich lady like you naturally doesn't need my money." Although it was unintentional, I did look at your body. If this happened in ancient times, it would be equivalent to ruining one's innocence. He was a little embarrassed and hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Then, I'll let you see it once, too. So we're even now." Lin Jiyue and an Ian have been desk mates since junior high school and have been inseparable. During holidays, he often comes to see an Ian, and even stays here for a few days when he has nothing to do. He is also naturally familiar with Shu Hefeng. Lin Jiyue was speechless for a moment after hearing this. She immediately crossed her arms over her chest, and her youthfulness began to form a graceful curve under her clothes. At the same time, she pouted and said unhappily, "That joke isn't funny at all." Shu Hefeng shrugged helplessly, "There's nothing I can do about it. You're not short of money. If I show it to you, you'll think I'm taking advantage of you. I don't know what to do, otherwise." Having said this, he suddenly paused and said with a chuckle, "Promise yourself to me." Lin Jiyue's beautiful eyes narrowed, but she was not angry. She just narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Uncle, are you teasing me? I'll go tell Yang." As she said this, she put her hands behind her back with a proud look on her face, which made her slender waist look even more prominent, and she raised her long legs to walk away. "Come on Jiyue, I'm just kidding." Seeing this, Shu Hefeng quickly grabbed her wrist. Lin Jiyue is in her prime, and she has already grown into a slender and graceful lady with a charming figure. She looks skinny and thin, with narrow shoulders, waist and hips. Holding her wrist at this moment, although it felt fleshy and soft, the bones were extremely thin. Lin Jiyue's wrist was grabbed. Perhaps in a hurry, Shu Hefeng used too much force. Or maybe Lin Jiyue's wrist is just too thin. I couldn't help but cry out in pain, Uncle, you hurt me." When Shu Hefeng heard this, he immediately let go of her hand as if he had received an electric shock, and quickly said, sorry, I really didn't mean it. Lin Jiyue moved her wrist and found that the red mark on her wrist was light and disappeared quickly. She couldn't help but glance at him. But I didn't go to complain again. She just crossed her arms and looked up at Shu Hefeng with her bright eyes. Shu Hefeng looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Like Lin Jiyue, and Yan and Zhang Yaqiong, the three girls all have fair skin, slim waists, long legs and a slender figure, and are pure and sweet. Even Yan, the shortest of the three, is 169 centimeters tall. The difference is that Zhang Yaqiong has a gentle personality. Her voice is always soft and gentle when she speaks to people, and her eyes are always gentle and smiling when she looks at people. He has tried on her slender waist, which is as soft as water and as gentle as if it has no bones. And Yan is a bit of a contrast. She has a pure and lovely appearance, a sweet look, a cute and cheerful personality, dares to love and hate, and is straightforward and honest. She was born in the year of the tiger, so she has some tiger energy in her. Not only does he not allow others to bully him, he also has a strong sense of justice. Lin Jiyue is 174 centimeters tall, with a thin waist and really long, white, straight and thin legs. Moreover, she has been learning piano, guzheng and dancing since she was young. The flexibility of the body is simply amazing. Anyone who has had a girlfriend who is a dancer knows how sweet it is. You can definitely use your intelligence and talents. The appearance is equally sweet, with fair skin, bright eyes and white teeth. Her body is the best among the three girls, curvy, graceful, tall and sexy. Full of pure desire. But for some reason, my health was not very good. I was weak and sickly, and often had fever and colds. His personality seems a little cold in front of strangers. For example, when Shu Hefeng first met her, she looked cool and elegant, quiet and intellectual, and had the temperament of a lady from a wealthy family. But after getting to know each other, this girl became much more lively in front of Yan and him, even a little crazy. She can be quiet, sentimental, coquettish and cute. He would tease Shu Hefeng from time to time and make jokes with him. Okay, then how do you solve it? Whatever you say, we'll do it. Real. Lin Jiyue's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with little stars, and her snow-white face had shallow dimples, making her look particularly bright and sweet. Seeing Shu Hefeng nod, he suddenly felt a little proud. She looked up at Shu Hefeng, hesitated, and her charming eyes suddenly showed a sly look. She opened her mouth to speak, but her cheeks naturally turned red before she said anything. She bit her cherry lips with her pearly teeth, finally made up her mind, and said with a wicked smile. Yang Yang is taking a nap upstairs, go and get her. Take down. What do you mean? Shu Hefeng frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Lin Jiyue naturally knew that her best friend had always had a crush on Shu Hefeng. Seeing that the two of them hadn't made any further progress in all these years, he decided to take the opportunity to help her. That's what I meant. She likes you anyway. No tilde. Shu Hefeng firmly refused. Lin Jiyue was anxious and asked in confusion, why not? She obviously likes you so much. Shu Hefeng shook his head and said firmly, some things cannot be done just by liking them. She is the daughter of my friend. He saved my life and entrusted his daughter to me before he died. You want me to take her down? Lin Jiyue said unhappily, so what? As long as we truly love each other, it's fine. It's a different era now, and you're still so old-fashioned. Then he urged, go quickly, she is already an adult, waiting to be your wife. As a man, Shu Hefeng naturally thought about it, but he felt that he still needed to wait for an opportunity to talk about it after the two of them had opened their hearts to each other. Seeing that he was still indifferent, Lin Jiyue, who wanted to see a good show, suddenly became anxious and provoked him. Hey, I've been secretly in love with you for so long, why are you so cowardly? Are you a man? As soon as she said this, she regretted it. What she didn't expect was that Shu Hefeng suddenly hugged her slender waist, took her to fall on the cement mattress, and said in a deep voice, then let you verify for yourself whether I am a man or not. Chapter 23, Pale Face. Looking down, Lin Jiyue was frightened by this sudden action and looked at a loss. Shu Hefeng wanted to make fun of this outspoken young lady, so he simply gave up his hands and pressed his entire body on her. In this way, their bodies were pressed tightly together. The two of them were facing each other, and that pure and beautiful face was also within reach. Snow-like skin, picturesque eyebrows, beautiful nose, and tempting cherry lips. The delicate facial features are stunning. The girl's breath was as fragrant as orchid, blowing on his face. The faint body fragrance and the elegant floral scent filled his mouth and nose, which made him particularly enjoyable. Ouch! You're so heavy. Lin Jiyue felt suffocated for a moment, but only for a moment. Seeing Shu Hefeng's south face so close to him, Lin Jiyue struggled, but found it was of no use and she was unable to break free. What do you want to do? Shu Hefeng said with a sly smile, a man and a girl, alone in a room, what do you want to do? Lin Jiyue said awkwardly, if you dare to touch me, you will be dead. My brother will not let you go. Shu Hefeng sneered, who cares? I can get you, the youngest daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, the pure and innocent second daughter of the Lin family with fair skin, beautiful face, slim waist and long legs. It's not a loss to die. Isn't there a saying that goes, to die under the peony flowers is as romantic as a ghost? He then ripped open his shirt and said with a sly smile, it's a good opportunity for you, a pure, white, rich and beautiful woman, to see if I am a man or not. Having said that, he doesn't want to go to jail. This was just to scare her. Lin Jiyue immediately closed her eyes, her features tightened in fear. Well, uncle, don't. I'm just joking, you don't take it seriously, okay? Shu Hefeng came close to her, and stopped only when their noses were about to touch. He smiled and said, some jokes are not allowed. Don't you know that? The man's breath hit her face, and the oppressive feeling made Lin Jiyue feel inexplicably comfortable. After hesitating for a moment, she begged for mercy, I won't dare to do it again, Tilda. Good uncle, I'm almost crushed by you. Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, then supported himself on the bed with his hands reluctantly. Just getting ready. A slender, snow-white hand suddenly grabbed his hand. Don't move. Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment and looked down in confusion. Lin Jiyue's soft and clear voice trembled slightly, and an unnatural look of drunkenness appeared on her face. Wait, you can get up later. That's fine, too. The oppressive feeling just now suddenly disappeared, and she suddenly felt empty. Shu Hefeng looked at her strangely, hesitated, and tentatively let go of her hand again, pressing the weight of his entire body on that petite, snow-white body. The familiar feeling of oppression came over me again, but this time for some reason, I didn't feel any discomfort. The other person's weight and body temperature also made her feel surrounded by comfort and warmth. I feel inexplicably at ease. Shu Hefeng felt a little strange. It seemed that when she was with Zhang Yaqiong before, she also liked to be on top of herself. She often acts coquettishly and expectantly asks for pressure. Could it be that some girls just like this? Don't you feel uncomfortable? However, since the other party had such a strange request, he was happy to serve. The two of them hugged each other in this weird way. Sometimes Lin Jiyue twisted her body, and sometimes Shu Hefeng moved around. The room fell silent. The only sounds were the two people's breathing in close proximity and the ticking of the electronic clock on the wall. As the sun set in the evening, Shu Hefeng had a delicious diet meal prepared by the Lin family's nanny and rested for half an hour in the pavilion, smoking a cigarette and drinking a little wine. I went straight upstairs to the gym to exercise. Lin Jiyue and an Ian held hands, skipped through the back garden of the villa, and played on the beach. The sea breeze in June is no longer cold. The two girls seemed very happy, and their cheerful laughter and playfulness, as hearty as silver bells, could be heard from afar. When they were tired from playing, they just lay down on the beach chairs, quietly looking at the bright moon on the sea, enjoying the rare comfort. Lin Jiyue hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, Yang Yang, I see that uncle is smoking and drinking, why don't you do anything about him? Chapter 24, Deep in the forest, no one knows, the bright moon shines. Manage? How do you manage? Hearing this, an Ian lifted her hair and said helplessly, he didn't smoke originally. After what happened with that bitch, he has been completely devastated. I didn't say a word every day, never left the house, and only knew how to drink, smoke, and eat barbecue like crazy, so I gained 100 pounds. Lin Jiyue said in a tender voice, isn't he feeling much better now? Since he has made up his mind to lose weight, he should also quit smoking and drinking. It's not good for his health. And Ian's eyes flashed with confusion. She didn't understand why her best friend suddenly cared about the uncle, but she still said, I know it's not good, but I can't stop. He looks better, but he must still be very tired and upset. It's good to smoke a cigarette and drink a little wine to relieve his stress. Lin Jiyue said unhappily, you just spoil him. And Ian smiled shyly, he spoiled me when I was a child. Now that I'm grown up, it's natural for me to spoil him. As he spoke, he curled up his legs and held them with his hands. He said in a faint voice, before, apart from smoking, drinking, and looking after the BB, he would go fishing, drink tea, and read books every day, just like that ancient hermit. My grandma asked him to go on a blind date, but he refused. At this point, under the moonlight, and Ian's pretty face suddenly blushed, and she continued shyly, I was so proactive, but he played dumb and didn't respond. It seems like I was heartbroken by a woman. We were all afraid that he would become a monk. Then Zhang Yaqing's incident happened. I thought he liked his white moonlight and didn't like me. Who would have known that he had already known her plot and was just taking advantage of it? Now there's Zhang Yaqing involved. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a little interested in that little vixen. Lin Jiyue frowned and asked in confusion, what's so good about that little vixen? Why are so many men chasing after her? She was also surprised. I was a famous beauty in school before, and I had a good family background. My family was one of the richest families in Jiancheng. I could say that I was the richest person in Jiancheng. As the daughter of the richest man in Jiancheng, she can dance, play the piano, and play the guzheng. She is both talented and beautiful, and she is no less beautiful than Zhang Yaqing. Why are there so many people chasing Zhang Yaqing, and many chasing an Ian, but only a few chasing me? If there are any, they are just a few pretentious second generations. And Ian rolled her eyes cutely and said sourly, who knows? Maybe men like the way she acts delicate, gentle, and sympathetic all day long. Lin Jiyue said, then you better hold on tight, don't let her snatch your uncle away. And Ian curled her lips, sighed, and said distressedly, Uncle's attitude towards me is weird now, so distant. I can feel that he has feelings for me, but he always backs down at the last minute. Lin Jiyue chuckled and said, that means your skills in flirting with men are not good enough. And Ian rolled her eyes cutely and said with a smile, you have good skills, so why don't you come? You've been teaching me how to flirt with an uncle all day long, but you yourself have never been in a relationship or flirted with a man before, right? Why don't you test your skills on an uncle? Lin Jiyue said unhappily, he's your man, how can I try? As he spoke, the ambiguity in the afternoon came to his mind. Just thinking about it makes me blush and my heart beat faster. And Ian said generously, it's okay, we are sisters, you can try whatever you want. Just come back after you try it. Having said this, the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise, and she patted Lin Jiyue's shoulder and encouraged, seduce the uncle well, let him see the charm of you, a white, rich and beautiful campus goddess. Just in time to beat that little vixen. Lin Jiyue hesitated for a moment, and recalled that ambiguous and pressing feeling again. The indescribable feeling of comfort and the inexplicable sense of security made her say, okay, let's give it a try. Don't regret it. And Ian didn't care at all. She turned over and laid her slender body on the beach chair, enjoying the cool sea breeze. She couldn't help but ask, aren't your parents coming back yet? Lin Jiyue shrugged helplessly, pouted her lips, and said with a depressed mood, if you don't come back, let me go to the capital to find them. His family started out in Jiancheng with real estate. Now, except for real estate, most of the family's businesses have basically moved to the capital. Doing business there, he is well known in the fields of trade, manufacturing, etc. Since she was 10 years old, her parents rarely came back. Her brothers and sisters later graduated from college and joined the family company. They were also busy and seldom came home. She is the only one living with her grandparents in Jiancheng. And Ian said, it would have been great if you had appeared in the first photo shoot, so you could have been reunited with them. With your looks and figure, you will definitely be able to dominate the entertainment industry in the future and become a popular star. I've become someone who knows big stars. No way. Lin Jiyue shook her head and said firmly, at first they wanted me to study abroad. My grandparents are old, and they want to live in their hometown, Jiancheng. What will they do if I leave? Stay in Jiancheng, so I can come back to visit them often. All old people want to return to their roots, and her grandparents are no exception. Her parents, brothers and sisters are not at home all year round, so she basically grew up with her grandparents and naturally doesn't want to leave them. Leave the old couple alone. And Ian smiled and said, that's good too. We can stay in Jiangcheng together so that we can always be together. The two girls chatted for a while, and as it was getting dark, they returned to the villa together. The nanny was still cleaning the room, while Shu Hefeng had finished his exercise and was sitting on the terrace drinking. The two beautiful girls looked at each other, and tiptoed to behind Shu Hefeng. And Ian gave Lin Jiyue a wink. The latter immediately understood and reached out to cover Shu Hefeng's eyes. Shu Hefeng had heard the voice behind him before, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now his eyes were covered by a pair of cold and soft hands. Naturally, he knew that the other party was just being naughty and making him guess. The night breeze blew gently, bringing coolness and the familiar body fragrance of a young girl. The elegant and charming flavor, like the melodious sound of a piano, lingered in his heart, leaving him with endless aftertastes to this day. Shu Hefeng grabbed the girl's hand and said with a smile, "No one knows in the deep forest, the bright moon is here to shine on us." "Jiyue, your old man is really good at naming." "Huh." Lin Jiyue made a surprised sound, let go of his hand, and sat down beside him with an en. Then he asked curiously, "Uncle, how do you know it's someone else?" And en also blinked her clear eyes, full of confusion. Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "You girls always smell good even if you don't wear perfume, and the scents are different, so they can be easily distinguished." "That's awesome, Uncle." Chapter 25, Acting Like a Spoiled Child. Lin Jiyue blinked her bright eyes and said in disbelief, "Are you the legendary scent-scented woman?" Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that mysterious. It's because I smelled your body fragrance, so I remember it." "Oh." An en, who was standing by, raised her eyebrows immediately, looked at Shu Hefeng and Lin Jiyue suspiciously, and said with a smile, "Uncle knows Jiyue so well that he can even smell her scent." "You haven't seen her for 2 months, right? Her sister brought this perfume from abroad a few days ago. When did you smell it?" Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, "This afternoon, when you were having lunch break, I came back and saw Jiyue. I said a few words to her, and then I smelled it." And en nodded and said in a long tone, "Oh, so that's how it is." As she spoke, she looked at her best friend Lin Jiyue and smiled, "Really? Jiyue?" Thinking of the lovely moments in the afternoon, Lin Jiyue felt obviously guilty and nodded blankly. And en didn't have any more doubts. Shu Hefeng then asked, "I want to buy another car. What car do you think is better?" And en's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked in surprise, "Uncle wants to buy a car? What car?" Shu Hefeng said unhappily, "Isn't this asking you?" Lin Jiyue asked curiously, "What about Uncle? What kind of car do you want to buy? What's your budget?" Shu Hefeng said calmly, "A sedan or an off-road vehicle, the budget is about 2 to 3 million. And en was surprised and asked, 2 or 3 million? So much?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Yes, you are already in college, it's not good to drive that Wuling magic car to pick you up and send you off. Driving a nice car makes you look more prestigious." And en couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. Although she didn't care much about this, it would be great if she could take a good car to school. Lin Jiyue hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle, with your height, temperament, and budget, I think the Mercedes-Benz G or Maybach are very suitable for you. The G63 and Maybach S600 are both fine. She has many cars at home. Her family has 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars, one for her brother, a G63, and one for her sister, a G65. However, the Mercedes-Benz G65 is more than 1 million yuan more expensive than the G63, which can be said to be as expensive as a BMW. Although it is indeed luxurious and has good performance, Lin Jiyue feels that the G63 is good enough and there is no need to pursue limits. Big Benz." And en's eyes lit up, she also liked it very much, and immediately nodded and praised, "The Big Benz is good, it looks domineering." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look tomorrow. If it's similar, I'll just pick one up." "Really?" And en's heart moved, and she raised her hand and said, "Uncle, we want to go too, please take us with you." Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, "It's just buying a car, why are you two girls joining in the fun?" Hearing this, an en immediately grabbed Shu Hefeng's hand and started to act coquettishly, "Oh, Uncle, it will only take a moment, it's okay. Please, let us go." Lin Jiyue, who was standing by, pouted her pink and tender lips, grabbed Shu Hefeng's other hand and shook it, saying coquettishly, "That's right, Uncle, take us with you. We want to play, too. He he he." Shu Hefeng was being pulled by the hands of two beautiful girls and was being rocked and acted like a spoiled child. The corners of his old face were harder to suppress than Barrett's. In the end, the two little girls simply hugged his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Shu Hefeng has just started eating meat recently, and the meat he eats is so fresh and delicious that many people will never get to eat it in their entire lives, so he is now in a state of greed. How could he bear this? In order not to make a fool of himself, he quickly stopped and said, "Stop. Okay, I'll take you there, okay. Tomorrow morning you can sleep in as usual. We will set off on time at 8 a.m. The tourist season is about to begin. Let's first buy some toiletries and new bed sheets, and then go buy a car. Okay." Then he waved his hand and said, "Okay, go and have a rest, otherwise I won't take you with me tomorrow." "Uncle, I have something else to discuss with you." Lin Jiyue raised her hand, looking like she was going to speak. Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "If you have something to say, just say it. This is not a school." Lin Jiyue stuck out her tongue cutely. The little tongue is thin and pink, so cute. I've seen her use her tongue to curl before, and she's very flexible. My parents want me to go to Beijing, and I also want to relax, but I also want to stay at home with my grandparents and can't go far. As she spoke, she tilted her head to look at Shu Hefeng and said in a tender voice, "So from now on, until the end of August, can you give me your homestay?" "Huh? You want to book a homestay?" Shu Hefeng frowned. Lin Jiyue said seriously, "Yes, I am serious. This way, I can find a place to relax and be free, and I can go back to visit my grandparents every now and then without any delay." As the girl spoke, a sweet and yearning smile appeared on her beautiful white face, and she continued, "You don't have to give me a discount or anything, just follow the normal price. You can charge whatever income your BB can normally earn during the summer vacation. Uncle, your homestay is very clean and hygienic. You and Yang Yang are right next to us. We can play together when we are free. I don't have to worry about safety, and I won't be lonely. I wouldn't feel safe in other places." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Why don't you just stay here? Why do you have to book a BB and spend that money? Hey, no matter how good our relationship is, we can't keep disturbing each other. And it's better to book a BB." "That's it, uncle, what's the price?" Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment and said, "My homestay has 6 suites, of different sizes and styles. In the winter, there are usually few customers. Summer is the peak season, and the combined daily revenue is around 5,000. In spring and autumn, it's average. Since you want to book it, please just tell me how much you think is appropriate. I will never say more." Although Jiangcheng is a tourist city, there are too many homestays around it. Although there are tourists in spring, autumn and winter, they are very few. Each person gets a share, and the leftovers are very little, which is not enough to cover the operating costs. His homestay is located in a scenic mountain area and close to the sea, with a good geographical location. Whether in terms of decoration, style, hygiene or environment, it is considered a high-end BB and the price is also very high. The income from April to October is basically the income for the whole year. The summer vacation is better, I can almost fill up the house in one day. During these 3 months, I can earn about 5,000 yuan a day. Chapter 26 Bite You. Lin Jiyue smiled brightly, No, how about this, I'll give you 10,000. 10,000? I mean about 5,000 a day. Are you raising the price? Shu Hefeng was surprised when he heard this. No matter how rich your family is, and no matter how little you care about, this wouldn't happen, right? He knew that this girl had a lot of money. It is estimated that the red envelopes he receives on his birthday or during the Chinese New Year will be equivalent to the annual income of at least 10 homestays. This would cost 10,000 a day, and for 45 days, that would be 450,000. This is considered operating income, plus 10 times the gift money, which is 4.5 million. After consumption, there is another 10 times the consumption rebate, which is another 4.5 million, equivalent to an income of 9.45 million. So cool. Lin Jiyue chuckled and said, I have some more requirements, so I'll increase the price. That's it. Bank transfer or cash? Shu Hefeng said, whatever. Okay, uncle, give me your bank card number and I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. Lin Jiyue suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes moved, and she said with a smile, but uncle, I have a request. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Tell me what the conditions are. As long as it's not about marrying me, I'll agree to it." Lin Jiyue glared at him unhappily and said in her soft and ethereal voice, "First, I will not allow anyone else to stay at the BB I booked, and I don't want any staff either." Shu Hefeng frowned and said, "No staff. Who will clean the place? Who will change the sheets and blankets?" Lin Jiyue flipped through the pages and said unhappily, "No matter. We don't need any staff anyway. How about this, have them come to clean every 3 days, and change the 4 sets of bedding every 3 days. They must be new and washed." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Okay, no problem." Lin Jiyue smiled complacently and added, "Second, I'm afraid to sleep alone at night, so I don't want any staff, but I want you." "Want me?" Shu Hefeng looked at her in confusion. Even An Ian, who was standing beside her, narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at her in confusion. Lin Jiyue blinked at An Ian, then nodded and said, "Yes, I want you. You have to live with me in the BB. This way I will feel safe and not afraid." Shu Hefeng said, "I don't have that much time. I have a lot of things to do. Let Yang Yang stay with you in the BB. It's not convenient for us to be alone." Lin Jiyue said coquettishly, "What's the inconvenience? Are you afraid that someone will do something to you? You wish Tilder. As for Yang Yang, hey, I'm a customer, and she's the financier behind this BB. It's inappropriate for me to spend money to invite her, the financier behind the scenes, to live with me, right? If I live with her, do I still have to spend money?" Shu Hefeng hesitated, then said helplessly, "Okay, I will stay at the BB tonight, but I can't guarantee that I will stay there every day. If you have something urgent to do, let Yang Yang accompany you." "Okay. It's a deal." Lin Jiyue achieved her goal and was very happy, like a child who got candy. The sweet and bright smile is as charming as peach blossoms. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said, "Okay, it's 10 o'clock, let's go to bed quickly." Upon hearing this, the 2 women gave him a resentful look, then stood up and left. Lin Jiyue looked at An Ian's back, suddenly stopped, leaned close to Shu Hefeng's ear, and whispered a few words in a soft and seductive voice. After saying that, he quickly followed, leaving behind an intoxicating fragrance. Shu Hefeng looked at the slim and graceful figure from behind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Life is short, why should we be bound by so many rules and regulations? The right answer is to enjoy life while you can, please yourself and have no regrets in this life. In a blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and Mingyu finally had the chance to skip work, so she slipped away immediately. Not long after the strong wind stopped, heavy rain poured down, like beads that had broken off the string, dense and dense. In the distance, waves are surging on the sea, and the sound of waves is as loud as thunder. Shu Hefeng returned to the living room and went to the 3rd floor to take a look at An Ian's bedroom. Seeing that the door was closed and there was no light inside, he knew that she was asleep, so he closed the doors and windows of the living room outside. After going down to the 2nd floor, Lin Jiyue's room was also pitch black, so he closed the doors and windows and went downstairs. "I went to the kitchen, got some peanuts, got a bottle of wine, and went back to the tea room. We had a drink with some peanuts and listened to the sound of wind and rain outside. In a blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Seeing that the rain was still falling, I was already a little tipsy." Shu Hefeng's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message. The person with the note, Jiyue, sent a message, "Uncle, aren't you asleep yet?" Shu Hefeng replied directly, "Right away, go to bed early." After replying the message, something suddenly occurred to him and he clicked on Lin Jiyue's profile picture. I saw Lin Jiyue's WeChat information page. Lin Jiyue's nickname is Yi Ju. In her circle of friends, there are many of her daily sharings. I flipped through a few more pages, but didn't see any beautiful photos, and my eyelids became heavier and heavier. He put away the remaining peanuts and wine, went back to the bedroom, took off all his clothes, and fell on the bed. Suddenly I felt something move in my left hand. He was caught off guard and startled. He pulled back his left hand as if he had been electrocuted and bounced up. "Who?" In the dark room, Shu Hefeng's eyes were as bright as lightning. "We." Har 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 har. A naughty girl's giggle suddenly sounded, followed by a loud laugh. The voice was not loud and was deliberately lowered a lot, but the mischief and pride in it was particularly clear. Shu Hefeng listened to the familiar voice and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He asked in confusion, Jiyu. Lin Jiyue immediately sat up from the Simmons mattress and said with a smug smile, Hey, uncle, you're scared, right? Shu Hefeng said unhappily, Why are you hiding in my room so late at night instead of going back to sleep? Shu Tilder. Keep your voice down, Tilder. Lin Jiyue hissed and said in a tender voice, I'm afraid of the dark, Tilder. It's raining and rough outside, I'm scared and want to be with you. Is that okay, uncle? The beautiful girl acted coquettishly with a sweet voice, and especially this request, it was difficult for the man to refuse. He was a little confused and didn't understand why this beautiful, wealthy young lady suddenly became so intimate with him. You, a rich and beautiful girl, suddenly asks me to stay in the same room with you at night. I definitely won't refuse. Shu Hefeng touched his chin and smiled, but if I can't help myself and do something that normal men like to do, you can't blame me. What do normal men like to do? What is that? Lin Jiyue asked curiously, looking like a pure and innocent girl who didn't know much about the world. Shu Hefeng said, It's the legendary beast thing. Oh Tilder. Lin Jiyue suddenly realized, is it the one about beasts being worse than beasts in that joke? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, Yes, that's right. My ability is very powerful. Are you afraid? Snort. Lin Jiyue snorted and said a little arrogantly, I'm not afraid, Tilder. If you dare to bully me, I will bite you. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. Although the bedroom was dark without the moonlight, she could still vaguely see something. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. Uncle, why are you being a hooligan, Tilder? Chapter 27 Uncle, don't come over here. When Shu Hefeng heard the girl's shy anger, he was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. But he is very thick-skinned. Instead, he moved directly in front of the girl. He couldn't see the girl's appearance at this moment. But you can see the shy girl covering her face with her hands. Thinking back to the usual days, the girl's immature body, charming face, soft voice, and clear laughter are full of youthfulness. This made him, a 30-year-old middle-aged man, secretly fascinated. Lin Jiyue naturally also felt Shu Hefeng approaching, and her body straightened nervously. She covered her eyes with her hands and quietly opened them a little. She saw that Shu Hefeng was very close to her, and her heart began to beat fast with nervousness. Whether it was to follow orders or verify her skills in flirting with men. I still really like the feeling of being close to Shu Hefeng. When the critical moment really came, she was still a young girl who had never been in love or close to a man. It's okay to talk big, but when you're really in the situation, you immediately become scared. I began to lose control of my blushing and heartbeat. Especially, Shu Hefeng was still honest with each other at this moment. Uncle, don't get so close, Tilder. Seeing the girl admit defeat, Shu Hefeng said with a smile, You came here on your own, do you regret it now? Press. The sudden weight made the girl groan. Shu Hefeng never wants any restraints when sleeping. Lin Jiyue got her nightgown dirty while playing at the beach, so she changed into a new silk suspender mini nightgown. The suspender skirt is made of high-end genuine silk, which is extremely thin, extremely silky, and extremely soft as if it were nothing. Shu Hefeng noticed the girl's nervousness and felt a little amused. Jiyue, you smell so good, I like it very much. Having said that, he simply stopped using his hands and legs to support his body. The familiar weight, the familiar feeling of oppression, the familiar warmth, and even more intimate than last time. After a brief period of discomfort, she began to like the feeling again. This feeling of oppression and warmth, this feeling of discomfort and security. It made her, who was always afraid of the dark but slept alone, feel safe and comforted. She felt very ashamed and didn't understand why she liked this feeling. But it really made her feel comfortable. What Yang Yang said is true. The uncle's embrace is really warm. It makes people feel at ease and safe. It seems that the smell of cigarettes on my body is not so bad anymore. If I could be with him holding me like this every night, and staying in his arms for the rest of my life, it wouldn't be bad. She covered her face with her hands in shame, thinking secretly about her own little thoughts. Shu Hefeng suddenly grabbed her hands, and then easily opened her hands that were covering her face. The wind and rain are howling outside the window. In the dark room, the girl's beautiful face was vague and hazy. Yet there is a kind of beauty that is like a woman holding a peeper, with her face half covered. Lin Jiyue's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were misty with shame, and she looked at Shu Hefeng timidly. Although I couldn't see anything, I still couldn't help but feel my heart pounding. I hurriedly lowered my eyelids, not daring to look. Somehow, she suddenly pulled her hands away from Shu Hefeng's hands and hugged Shu Hefeng instead. Shu Hefeng also lowered his head to hug him. But the room was pitch black at that moment, and I don't know whether intentionally or unintentionally, I failed to keep the distance right. Then, the nose tip was offset from the nose tip. Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment. Chapter 28. You provoked me. I don't know how long it took, but the wind outside gradually died down and the rain slowed down. The drizzle fell on the puddles on the ground, creating ripples. In the dark room, Shu Hefeng put out the cigarette and turned his head. I saw a little kitten curled up beside me, still shivering. The youngest daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, the second young lady of the Lin family, is a school beauty with a slim waist and long legs, white, rich and beautiful. After all, I am still confused and can't help myself. Shu Hefeng was a little excited, but also a little worried. It's not easy to comfort the beautiful, rich and pretty school girl after making her cry. He didn't say anything to comfort her, he just hugged her quietly to comfort her. Feeling Shu Hefeng's hug from behind, Lin Jiyue paused, her tearful eyes rolled back and forth, and where Shu Hefeng couldn't see, a cunning flashed across her beautiful eyes. She suddenly turned over. In the silent room, the sad and choking voice of a young girl was heard at the same time. Woo woo woo, bad uncle. It's all your fault. She felt very aggrieved. It's bad enough that you've been procrastinating, but you're so bold. Shu Hefeng coughed dryly, feeling helpless. He was really wronged. Finally, it wasn't you who took the initiative, so why are you putting the blame on others? They hesitated for a moment, but decided to explain her. This is not my fault, it's you. Don't say that, Tilda. Lin Jiyue's face instantly turned red with shame. Without waiting for Shu Hefeng to finish speaking, she stretched out her hand to cover Shu Hefeng's mouth to prevent him from continuing. The girl also started to show her savage temper and said, It's all your fault, it's all your fault. You are the one who teased them. How can I bear it, Tilda? Seeing the girl being so coquettish and now crying, Shu Hefeng felt amused and helpless. He could only take her hand away and comfort her softly. Okay, stop crying. Just cry. Just cry. Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, her eyes red and her lips pouted. Then he complained, hateful. Not able to comfort anyone at all. Shu Hefeng felt amused and said helplessly, Then tell me, what should I do to make you stop crying? The girl pouted her cherry lips again and said aggrievedly, I don't know what to do. What do you think we should do? Faced with the girl's counter-accusation, Shu Hefeng was a little hesitant. Girls nowadays are not the type that would stay with you forever once they are together. Seeing that his chest was wet with tears, he immediately asked tentatively, It's very simple, just be with me. Lin Jiyue's whimpering voice stopped instantly, and she raised her tearful eyes, With you? Shu Hefeng said seriously, Yes, be my girlfriend, and just marry me in the future. Lin Jiyue's data panel showed that she was as pure as the Qianshan snow lotus, untainted by anything. No. Shu Hefeng raised his eyebrows and asked, Why? You don't like me? Then he laughed and said, That's right, you are rich, beautiful, and young. I'm a 30-year-old divorced middle-aged uncle, a fat man, so I'm naturally not worthy of you. Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, wiped her nose and tears with her hands, and then wiped Shu Hefeng's face in angrily. He frowned and said, Uncle, why do you say that? That's not what I meant. If I meant that, I wouldn't be here. It's just that we are together. What about Yang Yang? You know what she's been thinking for so many years. If I snatch you away, wouldn't that be stabbing my best friend in the back? Shu Hefeng thought to himself, What did you do earlier? Why didn't you think about your best friend before? Seeing that Lin Jiyue disagreed, Shu Hefeng shrugged and said with a little disappointment, Then there is nothing we can do. How about we just pretend nothing happened? Lin Jiyue's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed, and she said angrily, How can you pretend that nothing happened? Then I'll give you a bargain for nothing, I'm not a casual person. Then he became unwilling, No matter what, we must find a way. Shu Hefeng frowned, and while the girl was stunned, he pinched her chin and said, Lin Jiyue, you took the initiative to provoke me. Now that it has happened, I will take responsibility for you. As for Yang Yang, I will take care of it myself. Oh Tilda. Lin Jiyue stared at the man on her body in a daze, and listened to the unquestionable tone, and could not help but nodded blankly. How to be responsible? Lin Jiyue raised the question of the soul again. Shu Hefeng paused. He felt that he was too fat, not handsome anymore, had no money, and had no advantages. The other party might look down on him. But now, he wants to try again. What if he succeeds? If a toad wants to eat swan meat, how can he know that he can't eat it if he doesn't try? Thinking of this, he said directly, without considering any factors, right now, are you willing to be with me? Or, are you willing to marry me and stay with me forever? Lin Jiyue raised her long eyelashes and looked at the man in front of her with her clear and beautiful eyes. If you don't consider any factors. She suddenly blushed and whispered, Tilder. When Shu Hefeng heard this, he suddenly felt proud and excited. At the same time, I feel a little excited. Is the aesthetic so weird in this era? Why do young girls like fat men? I can make the young and beautiful rich girl and school belle willing to be with me and marry me. Naturally, it excited him. That's good. Then be my girlfriend now. When you graduate, we can get married. After hearing Shu Hefeng's words, Lin Jiyue couldn't help but remain silent, and at the same time, an inexplicable strong feeling of joy surged in her heart. But thinking of her best friend, she hesitated and said in a pleading tone, Then, can you keep our relationship a secret for now? Just, when there are other people around, I am still Yin Yan's best friend, and we can still get along as usual. When there is no one around, then, I will be your girlfriend again, okay? If Yang Yang knew, she would definitely be sad and angry with me. I don't want to lose her as my best friend. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, Of course. Aha! Hearing this, Lin Jiyue was immediately delighted and couldn't help but offer her cherry lips, saying, Uncle, Yang Yang is right, you are so nice. After the two of them had discussed it, they were both very happy, and they started to show affection to each other like normal couples in love. Lin Jiyue narrowed her eyes slightly, and the smile in her eyes deepened a lot. He, Uncle, from now on, you are mine. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said lovingly, Okay, yes, I am yours and you are mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue suddenly propped herself up and sat up, looking down at Shu Hefeng. The girl's eyes were as bright as water, but the tears had long disappeared, replaced by a feeling of excitement, surprise and excitement. From now on, you should stay away from all women. Don't give any woman the chance to get close to you or fantasize about you. You should understand the term distance, right? Otherwise, people will be jealous. Shu Hefeng looked at the girl who was excited, surprised and a little cunning, and suddenly felt that he had been cheated. Chapter 29 Mr. Feng and Miss Yu. You're jealous of your sister. Shu Hefeng pulled her off his body and said unhappily, Go back to sleep quickly, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Lin Jiyue giggled, completely losing her tearful look from before. The little head was resting on Shu Hefeng's arm, and the right hand was placed on Shu Hefeng's stomach, as if trying to help him digest the food. At the same time, she said in a tender voice, Also, you need to lose weight quickly. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, Why? Do you think I'm fat? It's too late. Lin Jiyue said in a soft and gentle voice, No, if I disliked your fatness, I wouldn't let you take advantage of me like that. Although it's a little chubby now, people still like it very much. But being too fat is bad for your health and can easily lead to cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases or diabetes. I hope the man I love can be tall, handsome and healthy, so that we can stay together better. Yes or no? Shu Hefeng said noncommittally, losing weight is for sure, that goes without saying. Shu Hefeng was not trying to please Lin Jiyue, but he really felt that being too fat was bad for the body. Now that he has the opportunity to make a lot of money by losing weight, he naturally won't let it go. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue couldn't help but smile sweetly, and tried hard to squeeze into Shu Hefeng's arms. In the dark room, where Shu Hefeng couldn't see clearly, those eyes, as clear as water, flickered with an inexplicable light. She and Ian met after they were divided into different classes in the first semester of junior high school. They became desk mates, had similar interests, were both beautiful, and had nice personalities, so they gradually became close. The girl's mind is as poetic as a painting. At that time, Ian was just beginning to fall in love, and she already had a special affection for Shu Hefeng. He kept calling Shu Hefeng uncle in front of her all day long, saying how good, powerful and handsome he was. He is the face of the district party committee compound and has countless fans. Shu Hefeng was praised as the best in the world. I also treasure Shu Hefeng's handsome photos. She looked. He is indeed tall and handsome, with a sunny and charming smile. Just like the idols in movies and TV dramas. As she looked at the photo, she was attracted to the man whom she had never heard of but had never seen before, and gradually developed admiration and love for him. Not only her, but many girls in the class, like an En, became his fans. She even specifically asked an En for a few handsome photos for her collection. Deep down, I have always been looking forward to meeting my idol. Later on the weekend, I successfully met Shu Hefeng. She was greatly disappointed. It turned out to be a tall and fat man. She is indeed white, has good facial features, a good personality, and good conversation. Even the slightly melancholy and vicissitudes of life in his eyes are charming. But being fat ruins everything. The male god just turned into a fat guy. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Later, although I learned that the reason he became fat was because his wife had changed her mind, I felt a little sympathetic. But there is no longer the same admiration and worship as before. But later, as his relationship with an En became closer, he often went to her house to play and stay. We've seen each other more and have been together for a long time. I found that the other person is indeed very charismatic. He was gentle and kind, well-spoken, graduated from a prestigious university, and had great literary talent. The ancient poems he wrote amazed and impressed her. He has unique insights into everything. He didn't care even if they were naughty and willful. And he acts like a hermit all day long. He smokes, drinks tea, reads books, and grows some flowers and plants when he has nothing to do. He is usually indifferent, but occasionally reveals his melancholy and vicissitudes. His calmness and the vicissitudes in his eyes made her very curious. She wanted to understand this man and enter his inner world. In this way, he was shrouded in a veil of mystery in her heart. It made her secretly fascinated without realizing it. I couldn't help but admire his previous handsome photos. Just like that, I looked at the photos and thought about that man with such fascinating temperament. Somehow, she combined the handsome looks in the photo with the calm and relaxed temperament and amazing talent in real life. At an ignorant age, she seemed to fall in love with someone who both existed and did not exist. His name is Shu Hefeng, and her name is Lin Jiyue. She specially found relevant poems: The wind rustles the leaves on both sides, and the moon shines on a lonely boat. Her WeChat nickname, QQ name, and online name are taken from the last character of these two lines of poetry Yi Ju. She often fantasized and constructed various scenes, conversations and plots with that him in her mind. Imagine them traveling together. Dinner together. Share each other's thoughts. Walking hand in hand on the beach. Hug and show affection in the park, enjoying everyone's envy and blessings. First kiss on the top of Mount Tai. Even when love is strong, love will come naturally. Besides, I took him to meet his grandparents, parents, and siblings. They all liked him very much. Then get engaged to him and have a romantic wedding. I even thought of the names of my son and daughter. And the more you think about it, the deeper your love becomes. Gradually, she didn't even realize that she was becoming a little paranoid. For the sake of her lover, she ignored all the young boys who showed interest in her. She has always had a plan in her mind, wanting to transform Shu Hefeng, to make him return to the peak of his looks and become the man in her heart. Later, when she heard that Shu Hefeng was going to marry Zhang Yaoqing, she was sad for a long time. Now that I heard the good news that the other party had broken up, I couldn't help but want to get closer to him. Otherwise, no matter how much she likes being pressed, no matter how much she likes the warmth and sense of security, how could she easily let herself be pressed by a fat man she doesn't love? Or did you ask for it yourself? But I always feel conflicted. Because she has a good sister. I can't let her down and stab her in the back. Their heart is like a double silk net, with thousands of knots in it. It's okay now. He was finally hers. He also happened to decide to lose weight. Then he will become the him in her heart. This, she felt, they were a match made in heaven, a couple made in heaven. As for an En, this good friend. All she could say was sorry. But she wants love and she also wants the friendship of best friends. It's difficult to solve it right now. That's a matter for the future, we'll talk about it later. If it doesn't work, it's a big deal. Lin Jiyue just hugged Shu Hefeng and snuggled in his arms. The warm embrace gave her an infatuated sense of security, and she soon felt sleepy. She was very tired, sleepy, and exhausted all over, as if she was falling apart and collapsed. Go back. If you sleep until dawn, Yang Yang might find you. Shu Hefeng noticed her sleepiness and reminded her at the right time. No. Lin Jiyue snuggled into Shu Hefeng's arms like a spoiled child. I want to sleep with Mr. Feng in my arms. Mr. Feng? Why is this another name change? Without waiting for Shu Hefeng to speak, Lin Jiyue laughed and said a little arrogantly, from now on, you are my Mr. Feng, and I am your Miss Yu. After saying that, he finally mustered up the courage, left the warm embrace, and got off the Simmons mattress. Chapter 30, Beautiful and Bright. The lights were not on before, so I couldn't see the girl's face. Looking closely at this moment, the girl has bright eyes, white teeth, cold white skin, a slim waist and long legs, and is pure and beautiful. At this moment, the pretty snow-white face was flushed, and the cheeks were rosy and white. Her whole face was shiny and smooth, radiant with glory and extremely bright. Those beautiful eyes, as pure and clear as a pool of spring water under the moon, are now even more sparkling and rippling. Her overall state is that her pretty face is full of life, her eyes are charming, bright as the first snow, beautiful as peach blossoms, yet with a bit of purity. Besides, the girl was as naked as he was. She has a thin waist, long legs and a body as white as jade. She really has a fair complexion, pure and beautiful. It's really amazing. Seeing Shu Hefeng's state, Lin Jiyue felt timid and her pretty face turned red. She couldn't help but glare at Shu Hefeng shyly, put on her clothes in a hurry, and tiptoed back to her room. Thinking about what happened tonight, at the last moment, it was indeed my brain that was out of control. I took the first step and was proactive and motivated. I couldn't help feeling shy in my heart. At the same time, thinking secretly. It was agreed that it was just seduction, just temptation, and to use her special skills to seduce men. How come you got yourself into trouble in less than half a day? Is this love? Hey, he's mine. The next morning, Shu Hefeng got up early. Although I slept very late last night, I didn't feel tired at all at this moment. Instead, I felt relaxed and refreshed. I got up early and exercised for an hour. Then I weighed myself on the electronic scale and found I weighed 128 kilograms, having lost more than 2 kilograms again. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have lost 1 kilogram and are now 128 kilograms. The bonus is 1 million. Looking at my total assets, including the bonus, it is almost 16.3 million. Now let us add in the 450,000 yuan that Lin Jiyue will give us for accommodation today. After consumption, you will get more than 9 million from the cashback and bonus. By that time, the total assets will be more than 25 million. Spending 2 or 3 million to buy a car is not a big deal. After exercising, I took a shower while humming a song, changed my clothes and came out. I saw an Ian had woken up and was standing on the terrace on the 3rd floor doing rope skipping exercise. But there was no movement on the 2nd floor. Seeing that it was already past 7 o'clock, Shu Hefeng came to the kitchen. The nanny that Lin Jiyue brought with her went back home to live at night because she also had family and children. And because the journey was a bit far and the nanny didn't have a car, she was only responsible for lunch and dinner. I didn't want to eat anything in the morning, so I just boiled 3 eggs, poured 3 cups of yogurt, took 3 bananas, and went straight to the 3rd floor. Uncle, is it time to eat? As soon as she saw Shu Hefeng coming up, and Ian stopped tuning and sat down happily at the table on the terrace. Well, eat, then you guys wash up, and we'll be off. Shu Hefeng said as he put breakfast on the table, then pretended to be confused and asked, Where's Jiyue? Why can't I see her? And Ian peeled the eggs with her small hands and said, It was windy and rainy last night, and the noise was too loud. She didn't sleep well the whole night, so she is catching up on her sleep. Tilde. Shu Hefeng laughed and said, The wind and rain last night were indeed quite loud. Then he asked, Will she still go with you? Does she want to rest at home? Go. Of course. Shu Hefeng nodded slightly, then started eating. Eggs, bananas and milk could not fill his stomach at all. The hunger made him feel very uncomfortable and he wanted to have a big meal. But when he thought of the huge sum of 1 million, he immediately endured it. Faced with such high returns, Shu Hefeng is very motivated. After dinner, Shu Hefeng asked an Ian to hurry up and eat and wash up, and set off on time at 8 o'clock. He went to the second floor and saw that Lin Jiyue's door was ajar, so he pushed it open and walked in. As June came, the weather gradually became hotter. The girl changed into a set of pajamas consisting of a t-shirt and shorts, and was sleeping soundly while hugging a big stuffed bear. Shu Hefeng closed the door gently, then walked directly to the girl and embraced her slender waist from behind. He leaned close to the girl's ear and said, "Miss you, it's almost 8 o'clock. If you don't get up, we'll leave." Lin Jiyue was sleeping in a daze. They had just confirmed their relationship and she had not yet adapted to it. Suddenly hearing a man's voice in the bedroom, I was startled and opened my eyes immediately. Seeing Shu Hefeng hugging her, a hint of doubt flashed across her sleepy eyes. After being confused for a moment, I realized that this man was my boyfriend and they had already had the most intimate relationship. Her pretty face instantly turned red. After being frightened by this incident, she was no longer sleepy. She hugged Shu Hefeng's neck like a spoiled child and said in a tender voice, "Hey, dear Mr. Di-phone, do you miss me?" Shu Hefeng slapped the part of her back that was raised, and said unhappily, "Get up quickly. You only have 10 minutes to wash and change clothes." Lin Jiyue pouted, as if blaming the man for not understanding romance, but she still sat up and said, "I still have to put on makeup. 10 minutes is not enough. How about we leave at 8:30? Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, "You are so beautiful, why do you need to wear makeup? Just go without makeup." After saying that, he went back to his room to pack his things. Time passed quickly, and a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Shu Hefeng and an Ian were waiting and watching TV on the first floor, footsteps were finally heard on the stairs. They both turned their heads and saw Lin Jiyue coming down. Lin Jiyue was still wearing a skirt today, but the style was no longer as noble and elegant as yesterday, but rather a bit casual and lazy. She wore a plain white blended long skirt with a loose blue short-sleeved top. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes, with the bottom of her short-sleeved shirt tucked into her waist, and carried a canvas bag. She is dressed simply like a girl next door or a pure girl. But she was born with natural beauty, with a slim waist and long legs, and her skin was fair, her teeth were white and her eyes were bright. At this moment, she was wearing a light makeup, and even with a simple outfit, she still looked exceptionally outstanding and beautiful. Once you take a look at it, you won't want to look away. Lin Jiyue smiled as she walked downstairs. She came to Shu Hefeng, raised her hand proudly and turned around, saying in a tender voice, "Uncle, does this dress look good on me?" Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "It looks good." After that, he said directly, "It's getting late, shall we go?" Lin Jiyue gave Shu Hefeng a coquettish look and said delicately, "So, is the clothes pretty, or is the person pretty?" Even if she didn't reveal their current boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she could still flirt with the man in front of an Ian without restraint. Because this is an order. It was an Ian who asked her to seduce and tease. Chapter 31 Self-Discipline. Shu Hefeng. On the sidewalk outside the Jiangcheng Walmart shopping mall, Shu Hefeng bought many bags of things and was loading them into the trunk. Suddenly a surprised voice came from the side and behind. Shu Hefeng looked back and saw an OL-style woman in black stockings standing behind him, looking at him in surprise. When Shu Hefeng saw the woman, his eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect to meet his ex-wife Wang Jieshue here. He was previously working in the district party committee compound, and this woman was working in a bank. The two of them are a loving and harmonious couple. But ever since his parents died in a car accident and the family was in debt, this woman started to act like a spoiled child and was disrespectful to him. In the end, she cheated on a white high school foreign teacher and aborted his child secretly. He also said, "How could one raise a child without money?" and put all the blame on her. "My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't." Shu Hefeng was furious and beat her and the man severely. Because it involves foreign friends, Hatsa taken very seriously. In the end, he was put in detention and paid the other party 58,000 yuan in compensation. I also lost my staffing job. But now he no longer had any feelings for this powerful, cold and selfish woman, so naturally he was too lazy to care about her anymore. Just ignore it to avoid wasting time. He quickly regained his composure and continued loading the trunk. Their homestay package was given to Lin Jiyue, and 450,000 in sales and 4.5 million in bonuses had already been received. She was the one who lived there for the next 3 months. So the dozen or so sets of bedding sets I bought this time were all picked by Lin Jiyue. In addition, he also bought several boxes of various drinks and snacks, all of which were Lin Jiyue's favorites. Shu Hefeng ignored Wang Jieshue, but Wang Jieshue didn't seem to know how to leave. Instead, he walked around to Shu Hefeng's side and said with a smile, "It's really you. I can't believe it." Then he crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "I heard that you've gained a lot of weight and become uglier. I didn't expect you to be so fat. Almost 300 kilograms, right?" Seeing that Shu Hefeng still ignored her, she had no intention of leaving. Thinking of the tall, thin and handsome guy back then, compared with the fat guy now, she couldn't help but say harshly, TSK, compared to before, it's really different." Then he sighed and said, "Alas, Chinese men are all like this. Once they get married, they gain weight, have no self-discipline, and don't know how to manage their body shape. European and American men do this very well. They lift weights and work out every day. They are tall, handsome, and very self-disciplined. They are much more manly than you. Look at you all, with your bellies full of fat." Shu Hefeng didn't want to pay attention to her, but since it involved his compatriots, he had to speak up. He looked at the woman in front of him with indifference. A black OL outfit, a suit, a white chiffon shirt, a short skirt, black stockings, high heels and a bag. Her figure has become much fuller and her appearance seems to have changed a lot. His lips have become thicker and he has crow's feet on his face. It seems that he is not living a good life. Then you are wrong. European and American men are not self-disciplined, they are happy. My man is so lucky. He put down the bags in his hands and sneered, "When men and women eat out, they don't need men to pay. When they go on a date, no woman asks a man for an LV bag, a gold ring, gold jewelry, or an iPhone. No woman asks for a house when getting married, no woman asks for a sky-high gift, no hardware, no car. Not only does it cost nothing, there are even easy girl sheepdogs like you who pay for it. If one person is well fed, their whole family will not be hungry. After work, there is plenty of time to have fun and be self-disciplined. I am free from worries all day long. We Chinese men are different. Before we fall in love, we have to pay for meals, movies, and shopping. When you're in a relationship, they ask you to buy a mobile phone, a necklace, give you red envelopes, and buy cigarettes, alcohol, cosmetics, and health products for your parents. Every festival is about helping the poor, and the only thing missing is gifts for Qingming festival. To get married, not only do you have to spend hundreds of thousands, millions or even tens of millions to buy a house, you also have to give hundreds of thousands of gifts, hardware, diamond rings, and cars. All I know is to work like a slave, to help the poor and needy, to satisfy women like you who suck blood like leeches, and to help independent women of the new era like you. I don't have any free time at all. Where do I find the time to exercise on my own?" Wang Jieshue's face darkened when she heard this, and she sneered, "Don't make excuses. I've never seen you exercise during your rest time after work before. You are just lazy, and you want to blame us women? How shameless." Shu Hefeng said disdainfully, "Whoever is below knows." After saying that, he didn't bother to pay attention to her and continued to stuff things into the trunk. Wang Jieshue saw this, and there was even more anger in her eyes, but she chuckled and said sarcastically, 6 years have passed, and you are still driving your broken wooden car." Before Shu Hefeng could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from the other side. "What's wrong with the wooden magic car? No matter how broken the car is, it's better than a slut." Shu Hefeng and Wang Jieshue turned their heads and saw two pure and beautiful girls appear beside them without them knowing when. An Yen was wearing ripped jeans and a blue t-shirt, showing off her slender, straight long legs and her snow-white, slender waist. Lin Jiyue is also dressed in a pure and lovely way. When Wang Jieshue saw an Yen, her expression suddenly changed. But an Yen and Lin Jiyue came forward and put the things they had just bought into the car. Then they came to Shu Hefeng together, one on the left and one on the right, and without any discussion, they put their arms around Shu Hefeng's arms almost at the same time, behaving intimately and ambiguously. Wang Jieshue snorted coldly and said, "Yen, huh? You've grown up so much. Children, don't interrupt when adults are talking." Without waiting for an Yen to speak, Lin Jiyue, who was hugging Shu Hefeng's arm, blinked her innocent eyes and asked in confusion, "Dear, who is this auntie?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said lightly, "My ex-wife." "Oh, so it's her. Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "My dear, your taste was really too bad before, wasn't it? You like aunties like this?" Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "I did have a bad taste at that time, but I didn't like her at that time." Lin Jiyue said delicately, "So who is prettier, me or this lady?" Shu Hefeng joked, "Don't belittle yourself. How can she compare to you? You are a real white, rich and beautiful woman, and she is just a gold digger." Hearing the two people's open sarcasm and ridicule, Wang Jiashue suddenly became angry. She put her hands on her waist and took a step forward, saying angrily, "Little bitch, why don't you scream?" And Ian stepped forward to block Lin Jiyue and said sharply, "What's the matter? Do you want to fight? Why don't you try to touch her?" As he spoke, he also laughed and said, "She is 18 years old, a freshman, and you are 29. Isn't it normal for me to call you auntie?" When Shu Hefeng was arrested, Wang Jiashue was hit with a brick by an Ian. But she was still young at the time, and there were protection laws, so the police just gave her some education. Wang Jiashue still remembers it clearly. She knew she was really brave enough to beat someone up. She was timid for a moment, but then she changed her target and said sarcastically, "Shu Hefeng, are you low enough to find two girls to pretend to be my boyfriends to deliberately piss me off? Why would anyone fall for a poor fat guy like you?" Lin Jiyue suddenly stood on tiptoe and hugged Shu Hefeng's neck. Her pure and beautiful face said coquettishly, "Honey, I want a kiss." Shu Hefeng knew the girl's good intentions. Looking at her pretty and bright face, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her tender and rosy cherry lips. With the experience of last night, Lin Jiyue responded, although a little awkward and unskilled. Seeing the two of them arguing with each other, Wang Jiashue was dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. And Ian, who was standing beside her, also had her beautiful eyes narrowed. When Wang Jiashue saw the two of them showing affection in public, she snorted immediately, still feeling a little unconvinced. Why could he find these young and beautiful girls after being divorced? He immediately started to mock in a sarcastic tone, "Nowadays little bitches are so shameless, blind and idiotic. They know how to seduce men at such a young age, and they are attracted to fat and useless guys. They are really indifferent." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue immediately pushed Shu Hefeng away, put on a cold face, and slapped him without saying a word. There was a crisp sound, and a red mark immediately appeared on Wang Jiashue's face. And Ian also said with cold eyes, "You are asking for it, get out. If you don't get out, I will beat you to death." Wang Jiashue was so scared that she took a step back. Seeing that Lin Jiyue was still unwilling to give up and grabbed the small fire extinguisher in the trunk of the car and wanted to hit her, she was so scared that she quickly took a few steps back, said a few harsh words, and ran away in a hurry. Shu Hefeng chuckled, and seeing that the two little girls were still angry, he comforted them, "Okay, there's no need to argue with her, just ignore her." He slammed the trunk door shut, clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to the 4S store to pick up the car." "Hello, sir and madam, welcome to Jiangcheng Star Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Hello, is there a sales consultant?" Shu Hefeng brought an Ian and Lin Jiyue to the front desk of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Jiangcheng High-Tech Zone and asked. The receptionist had a standard smile on her face and said softly, "Excuse me, sir, which car are you looking at?" Shu Hefeng said calmly, "Mercedes-Benz G or Maybach." The receptionist was stunned when she heard this. She glanced at the two beautiful girls standing next to Shu Hefeng, and then she realized something. She smiled and said, "Sir, please sit here for a while. I'm really sorry, there are many people looking at cars today. I'll ask the sales consultant to come and serve you." Under the guidance of the front desk, Shu Hefeng came to the lounge area and sat down. Someone immediately brought hot water and fruit. The three of them didn't do anything. They just sat on their chairs and played with their phones. After a while, a gentle and sweet voice came from behind. "Hello sir, is this the Mercedes-Benz G you want to see? I'm the salesperson here." The woman paused halfway through her words and asked, "Why you?" Shu Hefeng suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, stood up and looked at the woman behind him, and asked in surprise, "Wang Jiashue, don't you work in a bank? Why are you doing sales?" The sales consultant invited by the front desk was the woman they had met before, Wang Jiashue. "None of your business," Wang Jiashue retorted, and said with a sullen face, "Shu Hefeng, what are you doing here?" The receptionist noticed something was wrong and whispered, "Jiashue, do you know this person?" Wang Jiashue sneered and said, "Yes, of course I know her. She is very familiar with me. She had just been slapped in the face and was in a bad mood. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted her cowardice. When he saw the three people again at this moment, anger suddenly surged in his heart. Shu Hefeng sneered and said, "Of course I came here to buy a car." Then he said to the front desk clerk, "Please change the salesperson for me. I don't want to give sales to this cheap bastard." "Who the hell are you calling a bitch?" Wang Jieshue was furious when she heard this and shouted, "Shu Hefeng, have you become more capable?" The commotion here soon attracted nearby customers and staff, and everyone gathered around out of curiosity. Seeing so many people, Wang Jieshue also got angry and cursed. "A poor loser like you who drives a broken Wuling is worthy of seeing a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Get out of here now. Don't waste my time here." Chapter 32 Weird Lin Jiyue. What's going on? What's the noise? What's going on? There was a lot of noise and cursing here, and many people were watching, making a lot of noise. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a slightly bald head, came over and scolded with an unhappy look on his face. As soon as Wang Jieshue saw the man, she curled her red lips and started to cry in grievance. She held the man's hand and said, "Director Liu, this is not my fault." Then he pointed at Shu Hefeng and the other two and said, "They were the ones who came here to cause trouble and even beat me up." Seeing the beauty he usually liked being treated so unfairly, Liu Liang's face suddenly darkened and he angrily said, "You are so rebellious. Are you here to cause trouble?" After saying this, he glanced at an Yen and Lin Jiyue, and was slightly startled, but then turned his gaze and looked at Shu Hefeng and said, "I am Liu Liang, the sales director here. Boy, you are the one who came here to cause trouble and beat up our employees." Shu Hefeng sneered, "Which I of yours saw me causing trouble? Which I saw me hitting her?" Liu Liang said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Come on, follow me to the monitoring room and you'll know." Seeing that Wang Jieshue's face was indeed swollen, he guessed that the other party must have taken action, and immediately pointed at Shu Hefeng and said harshly, "We will talk it over when the time comes." When she heard that she had to watch the surveillance video, Wang Jieshue immediately became anxious and cried, "What surveillance video are you watching? My face is swollen, can it be fake? He's just a poor guy driving a Wuling Hongguang, wandering around here to cause trouble. Why waste time with them? Let the security guards arrest them directly." Tilder. After saying that, his eyes widened and he glared at Liu Liang fiercely. Liu Liang frowned when he heard this, but he felt slightly relieved in his heart. This kid is a fat guy with an unattractive appearance, and his clothes are not high-end brands. There were two little girls around him, both of whom were beautiful women with fair skin, slim waists, and long legs. The three of them came to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, and he thought they were rich second generations. "So you're just a poor bastard pretending to be poor?" Seeing Wang Jieshue beside him staring at him, her eyes were full of warnings. The two of them had a close relationship, so naturally he wanted to vent his anger on the beauty's behalf. He immediately put his hands in his pockets and said with great authority, "Come on, security, bring them to my office." Then he instructed the other sales consultants, all right, go away and take care of your distinguished guests." Following his order, 7 security guards of varying sizes immediately surrounded him. One of them was a fat man in his 30s with pimples all over his face. He came up and tried to grab an Ian's shoulders. An Ian suddenly pulled her right hand out of her pocket, revealing a small utility knife. The utility knife is only the size of an egg, flat, and the blade is only 1 or 2 centimeters long. Although she is a girl with a thin and weak body, she was very flexible and moved to the side, easily dodged, pointed the utility knife at the fat man and said, "Try to touch me." Oh, the little girl is quite fierce. Seeing this, the fat man was not afraid at all and could not help but smile at his colleagues on both sides. Shu Hefeng grabbed an Ian's hand and motioned her to put the knife back. He looked at the fat man and said, "Go to his office if you want to. Don't do anything." The fat man snorted and took a step forward, saying arrogantly, "I'm going to do it, what can you do?" Shu Hefeng said calmly, "Brother, judging from your age, you must have elderly parents and young children to take care of, so don't be so angry. If you think it's worth it, feel free to try." Fatty sneered in front of the leader and so many people, not wanting to be outdone. "Boy, are you threatening me?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, and the meaning was self-evident. Seeing that everyone was still watching and no one was leaving, Liu Liang was worried that the general manager would come over to criticize him, so he said impatiently, all right, let's go to the office first. After saying that, he took Wang Jieshue's arm and walked towards his director's office. Wang Jieshue's face was long, she pulled his hand away, snorted and whispered, "You bastard, if you don't teach them a lesson for me, don't come to me again." Hearing this, Liu Liang turned around and glanced at the people behind him, then quickly lowered his voice and said, Okay, I'll definitely help you vent your anger later. Then he asked curiously, "Do you know these people?" Wang Jieshue's face looked much better. She crossed her arms, her chest puffed out, and said angrily, "Of course I know him. That fat guy is my ex-husband. I gave him my first love, first kiss, first time, everything, but he didn't let me go even after the divorce. Bring two little bitches to disgust me and beat me up." When Liu Liang heard this, he thought of the two beautiful girls beside Shu Hefeng, and felt envious of the boy behind him. But his face was filled with anger, and he assured, "Don't worry, if anyone dares to come to our territory to cause trouble, we will definitely deal with him today, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Wang Jieshue hummed, looked back at Shu Hefeng and the other two fiercely, and said with a slightly relaxed expression, "That's more like it." Liu Liang grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said with a chuckle, "I'll take you there tonight, and we can go for a ride on the Ring Coast Highway." Wang Jieshue shook her head and said, "Let's talk about it later. I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. I'm upset." That expression clearly meant he was waiting to see how you would perform next, and Liu Liang naturally understood that. After the group of people entered the office one after another, Liu Liang sat down in his office chair, took out a cigarette from the table and took a puff, acting like a real boss. "Lao Ju, close the door, don't let the customers outside laugh at you." The fat man with pimples all over his face immediately laughed sinisterly, slammed the door, and then leaned his fat body against the door. With his arms folded across his chest, he stared at Shu Hefeng with a playful look on his face. The remaining 6 security guards also stood directly behind Shu Hefeng, blocking the door, as if to prevent Shu Hefeng and the other two from escaping. The office is not big, and with more than 10 people coming in at once, it was a bit crowded for a while. Liu Liang puffed out a cigarette and said slowly, "Tell me, brother, how do we solve this problem?" Shu Hefeng saw a leather sofa, so he pulled an Ian and Lin Jiyue to sit down, and said with a smile, "It's very simple, just ask her to apologize to me." "What?" Liu Liang looked at Shu Hefeng with surprise and amusement. "You beat up our people, and you asked her to apologize to you?" Shu Hefeng said coldly, "She has a dirty mouth and spews shit everywhere. Doesn't she deserve to be beaten?" Wang Jieshue immediately yelled, "You have a dirty mouth full of shit. Shu Hefeng, you are just a lazy, unmotivated loser who is in debt. Why are you pretending to be your mother?" When Liu Liang saw Shu Hefeng acting fearlessly in front of so many people, he frowned and felt a little confused, but he still chose to believe Wang Jieshue. He sneered directly, "Boy, let me talk to you properly. If you want to show off to me again, don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome." Shu Hefeng raised his eyebrows. He was no longer in the mood to buy a car. He said coldly, "What can you do to me?" Liu Liang laughed and said to the security guards, "They came to our house to cause trouble and beat people up, but they still look down on you. What are you doing standing there? Hold. Get him." Upon hearing this, several security guards immediately stepped forward to arrest Shu Hefeng. Lin Jiyue, who was standing by, suddenly said coldly, "Why don't you try to touch him?" She said with cold eyes, looking at the security guard who came forward and said, "If you dare to touch him, I will make you bankrupt." Yo-ho! Liu Liang had already been amazed by the two little beauties. Hearing this, he sneered, stood up and walked forward, saying with a smile, "Little beauties, you are so arrogant tilde. Very fierce." He turned around and told the others, "There's no surveillance in the inner room either. Take this kid to the inner room. I'll have a good chat with these two beauties." Without waiting for the security guards to take action, he said with a smile, "Two beautiful girls, what's the point of following this poor fat guy? Come with me from now on. How about I give you 10,000 yuan a month? 10,000 yuan per person." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Hefeng suddenly stood up. With his waist, back and arms together, he threw his big hand, like a cushion, directly over to Fan over. Par tilde. The fat on Liu Liang's chubby face was surging like waves. Liu Liang opened his mouth and red liquid immediately flowed out. "Oh my god. His tone was full of disbelief, and he seemed a little confused. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Hefeng raised his hand again and slapped him quickly. The fat on his face began to ripple again. Oh my god! Liu Liang reacted suddenly, swore, and jumped up to slap Shu Hefeng in the face. He is only about 1.5 meters tall. Although he is not fat, he has a bald head and fat on his face. In front of Shu Hefeng, it was indeed a little low. Shu Hefeng reached out and grabbed his neck, then exerted force, pushed him forward a few steps, and pressed him directly onto his desk. It was then that several security guards reacted and came forward, some pulling at his arms, some hugging his waist. But Shu Hefeng was tall and strong, and the four people couldn't move him at all. The fat old Jew even wanted to strangle Shu Hefeng from behind. An Ian was quick-witted and picked up the ashtray on the table in front of the sofa and threw it directly at him. Old Jew screamed on the spot. The situation here seems to be out of control. The door of the office suddenly opened, and a man wearing black suit pants and a blue shirt walked in. Seeing that everyone inside had started fighting, he immediately shouted coldly, "What are you doing? Stop it, everyone!" Everyone looked over and saw a tall, thin man who looked to be in his 30s with a gloomy face. When several security guards saw him, they immediately let go of their hands and lowered their heads in fear and guilt. Seeing this, Shu Hefeng also let go of his hand. The left side of Liu Liang's fat face was already swollen, and his face was flushed red from being pinched by the neck. "It's a draft." He suddenly lost control and wanted to raise his hand to hit. But he was grabbed by the man in blue. He cursed in a deep voice, "Fuck Liu Liang. Stop it. What are you doing?" Liu Liang was slapped twice in front of so many of his men. He was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. He had already lost his mind and spitted everywhere, saying, "Boss Zhao, please get out of the way. I'm going to kill this guy today. How dare you slap me?" Zhao Lei pushed him hard and said angrily, "Liu Liang, do you still want to do this? Where is this place where you start?" He glanced at Shu Hefeng and the other two, then turned back and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly fixed, as if he had thought of something. He turned around and looked at Shu Hefeng and the other two, and finally his eyes were fixed on Lin Jiue's face. Zhao Lei pushed his glasses and asked in surprise, "Beauty, are you the second daughter of the Lin family?" Liu Liang looked confused. "The second lady of the Lin family? Which Lin family?" At this time, Lin Jiue, who had been sitting on the sofa without moving, stood up and came to Shu Hefeng. Then she took Shu Hefeng's arm intimately, with a plain face and cold eyes, ethereal and clear. At a young age, she had a strong aura, and said coldly, "Boss Zhao is a forgetful person. I thought you didn't remember me." As soon as he heard her speak, Zhao Lei immediately confirmed the other party's identity. A few months ago, the second young lady of the Lin family held her coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18. Her father, the richest man in Jiangcheng, not only gave her a villa in Beijing, but also a jade bracelet worth tens of millions. He also bought a Mercedes-Benz supercar worth more than 2 million yuan for his beloved daughter. At that time, Lin Jiue had just obtained his driver's license. People clearly said that it was for their daughter to practice. Because of the gift of a car, he was fortunate enough to be invited to attend the coming-of-age ceremony with the group's directors. So I have some impression of Lin Jiue. But at that time, Lin Jiue's dress cost hundreds of thousands, and she dressed like a princess. Now she has a simple look like a girl next door, so I didn't recognize her at first glance. Har har, Miss Lin is joking. Zhao Lei could naturally hear Lin Jiue's sarcasm, but he didn't dare to get angry. He quickly smiled and said, "Ms. Lin, why did you suddenly come to our 4S store?" Liu Lei, Wang Jiashue, Lao Ju and others were all dumbfounded and looked at Lin Jiue in disbelief. Their general manager Zhao Lei rarely speaks like this. "Who is this girl? Her last name is Lin, could it be?" Lin Jiue rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "What else can I do here? I came here with my boyfriend to buy a car." Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment, looked at Shu Hefeng in surprise, and said quickly, Oh, hi, you are going to accompany this gentleman to look at cars, why don't you say hello in advance, so that I can prepare in advance and welcome you grandly?" Lin Jiue asked calmly, "So, you blame me?" Zhao Lei didn't expect Miss Lin to be so difficult to deal with. He suddenly had a headache and said with a smile, "Miss Lin, what you said is true. You're coming to our store will bring honor to our store. Lin Jiyu sneered, glanced coldly at Liu Liang and Wang Jieshue, and said in a deep voice, I dare not bring glory to my humble home. Your 4S store is really awesome. We came here to buy a car, but first we were insulted by her and told to get out. Then he turned his head and looked at Liu Liang, and this fat pig. Not only did he order these security guards to beat up my boyfriend, he also directly asked to support me. Boss Zhao, your 4S shop is really a den of dragons and tigers. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei turned around and looked at Liu Liang in disbelief, feeling speechless. Liu Liang seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and said with a bitter look on his face, Mr. Zhao, I was just joking. You're kidding me? Zhao Lei roared angrily. The Lin family is a famous family in Jiangcheng. There were 4 Jinsher in their ancestors. The old man even participated in the war to eliminate bandits. They have a good family background. Their investment bosses have to act like juniors in front of Lin Jiyue's father. Do you still want to support someone else's daughter? Zhao Lei loosened his tie in anger and said gloomily, Get lost. From today on, you are no longer the sales director of this store. Chapter 33 Rolls-Royce. When Liu Liang heard that Zhao Lei wanted to chase him away, he became even more furious, his face flushed and he said, Zhao Lei, are you really pretending to be your mother? The owner of this store is my nephew. You are just a lousy worker. What right do you have to chase me away? Zhao Lei snorted and said disdainfully, You still have the nerve to mention the boss. With a loser like you here, you can't do anything, you can only make trouble, you can only offend customers, and you will lose money sooner or later. Then he pointed at Liu Liang and said, Well, since you are not convinced, let's go see the boss later and see if he will let you go. Liu Liang was completely upset and yelled, Go ahead, I'm not afraid of you. After saying that, he left angrily. Watching Liu Liang slam the door and leave, Wang Jieshue turned pale with fright and stared blankly at Shu Hefeng and Lin Jiyue. She couldn't understand why a little girl dressed as a student was actually the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng. It's worth 1,000 gold, but you look less than 20 years old. She is young and beautiful, and her family is super rich, a true white, rich and beautiful woman. Why did you fall for Shu Hefeng? A fat, divorced, and in-debt loser. What are you most afraid of after divorce? The most feared thing is that your ex is living a better life than you. I'm divorced and am abused and cuckolded by my lazy white boyfriend every day, and I still have to work hard to support the family. In order to earn more money, he had to leave his decent and stable banking job and become a salesperson. In order to achieve sales results, she was molested and even had in-depth conversations with fat customers, and was also sexually exploited by her bold boss. Why do you get to marry a young, beautiful, wealthy woman, buy a Mercedes-Benz, and reach the peak of your life? She felt aggrieved and unwilling. Obviously, white-skinned men are handsome, have high salaries and are gentlemanly. Shu Hefeng owes hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt but still refuses to make progress. How did it end up like this? He had no ambition and was in debt, yet he managed to turn his life around and become someone who could get close to powerful people. Bar. Idiot. Zhao Lei looked at Liu Liang who was leaving, cursed inwardly, turned around and saw a group of security guards standing aside with their heads lowered. He was even more furious and shouted angrily, And you too? We paid you to come and treat our guests. What are you still standing there for? Pack your stuff and get the hell out of here. The security guards all looked unhappy when they heard what he said, but they knew he was angry, so no one dared to talk back. They ran out in shame. Zhao Lei glanced at Wang Jieshue unhappily and said speechlessly, And you? Get lost. Hearing this, Wang Jieshue finally raised her head. The heavy makeup on her face was smudged by tears, her eyes were red, and she looked like she had suffered a great injustice. She retorted. Why? She hit me first. Zhao Lei said with a smile, Miss Lin is well educated and a lady from a noble family. Why would she hit you for no reason? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy? Roll. Seeing that Zhao Lei had said so much, Wang Jieshue naturally had no face to stay any longer, so she covered her face and cried as she walked out of the office. Zhao Lei snorted coldly, then took a breath and said sincerely, Ms. Lin, we were wrong about what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the entire store. Don't worry, Liu Liang and his men will definitely deal with him seriously this time and give you an explanation. In the 10 years since this 4S store opened, the Lin family has purchased 5 cars from it. 2 Mercedes-Benz, 2 Mercedes-Benz SS, and a convertible supercar purchase this year contributed more than 10 million in sales. This time, the most beloved youngest daughter in the family suffered injustice here. If people come to see the car and the service is good, it will at least bring in 1 million in sales. They actually beat people. And you even insult the second young lady of the Lin family. This time, we have completely offended our biggest customer. Moreover, since he can date Miss Lin, I am afraid that this man has an extraordinary family background and may offend 2 wealthy families. He believed that he didn't need to say much. Once the boss knew about this, he would not easily let off his stupid second uncle who only knew how to cheat and do bad things with good intentions. Seeing that he had a good attitude, Lin Jiyue was satisfied. She turned to look at Shu Hefeng and said, "Honey, you weren't hurt just now, were you?" Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, "No, my hands are just a little sore from the beating." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue smiled sweetly, feeling very satisfied with Shu Hefeng's protection. I decided to reward him well when I got home in the evening. Then he asked, "Are you satisfied now? Do you want to find someone to beat them up?" Shu Hefeng pinched her little face unhappily and said with a smile, "We are not gangsters, why are we looking for anyone? Since Mr. Zhao has dealt with it, let it go." Zhao Lei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Seeing that the two were behaving so intimately, and Lin Jiyue cared so much about Shu Hefeng's feelings, she hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir, for being so magnanimous and not arguing with them. I wonder what your name is, sir? What's your last name?" Shu Hefeng said, "Excuse me, my last name is Shu, the same as Shu in comfortable." Zhao Lei quickly extended his hand and said, "Mr. Shu, nice to meet you. I'm really sorry for the poor service today." Seeing Shu Hefeng shaking hands with the other party, Lin Jiyue also said, "If that's the case, then let's end this matter here." Zhao Lei said quickly, "Don't worry, Miss Lin. After I deal with them, I will come to apologize someday." Lin Jiyue reached out to tidy up her hair and said calmly, "There's no need to come to apologize. Honey, are we still buying the Mercedes?" Zhao Lei quickly said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Shu, which car do you want to see? I'll take you to see it. If you like it, don't worry about the price. The discount will definitely satisfy you." Shu Hefeng laughed and ignored him. He just said to Lin Jiyue, "I think the Rolls-Royce across the street is pretty good too. Why don't we go over there and take a look?" Lin Jiyue smiled gently and said softly, "Okay, I'll listen to you." This sweet and soft voice has completely lost its previous coldness. When Zhao Lei heard this, he suddenly felt a sense of regret. But he did not try to stop him. He specially added Shu Hefeng's contact information and saw him off with a smile. Shu Hefeng ignored everyone else and brought an Ian and Lin Jiyue to the Rolls-Royce store. Nothing unexpected happened this time. I don't know about other stores, but at least this one has good service, is very efficient, and also has an office of the DMV. All the procedures and documents such as insurance can be obtained directly through one stop. The temporary license plate and number selection are all ready. You can drive away on the same day. You just need to wait for the license plate to be made and then mail it to your home for signature. A Rolls-Royce Ghost Series 2 extended version, in burgundy silver, with a bare car price of 4.8 million. Including various taxes and fees, the final price was more than 5.28 million. However, for this consumption, Shu Hefeng used the turnover of 455,618 yuan and successfully obtained a 10-fold cashback, earning another 4,556,180 yuan. It is equivalent to spending only more than 700,000 yuan to buy a Rolls-Royce Ghost worth more than 5 million yuan. Look at your own panel again. Host, Shu Hefeng. Height, 188 centimeters. Age, 30. Weight, 128 kilograms. Special abilities: 1. View the woman's faceplate. 2. Portable space 10M 10M 10M. Property, for units in Jiangcheng. Car, Wuling Magic Car Rolls-Royce Ghost Series 2 5.28 million. Assets, 21,255,000 plus. Sales balance, 0.